Chapter 222. The stern-looking, white-haired Count Lispan was sitting at the long table in the Sword District's disciplinary hall. He raised his head with a stern expression and asked aloud, "Say that again?" In front of him, a lean and strong middle-aged Northland noble bowed slightly with a stern expression. This middle-aged noble was dressed in regular clothes. His every move carried the military style that even the day before the bitter cold winter could not wash away. A soldier discovered it. The person in charge of the disciplinary hall, the chief garrison officer of the capital, Viscount Lysden, narrowed his eyes. The routine report sent back from Heroic Spirit Palace is very strange. The password at the gatehouse is not quite right. His expression turned cold and his eyes shone with a light that was as sharp as a sword's edge. "It seems to have been tampered with, Your Excellency." Count Lispan frowned. As the Prime Minister who had served King Nuven for many years and the most trusted vassal of Dragoncloud City, Count Lispan was always the last person to speak at the Imperial Conference. His words were usually the final word. For example, the resolution passed a month ago to allow the troublesome Prince of Constellation to come to Ekstedt. Ever since King Nuven personally handed him the ring that symbolized the authority of the Prime Minister, Count Lispan had been through countless storms in his political career that spanned decades. He could be said to have seen many things. But at this moment, Lispan felt that everything he had experienced in the past 2 days was almost equivalent to the first half of his life. First, the king summoned all the archdukes to a room. Lispan stood in the Hall of Heroes with a frown as he watched King Nuven propose a duel that was almost suicidal. Then, he watched King Nuven kill Pofford on the spot to avenge his second son and intimidate the other archdukes. As a result, the long-discussed plan to dispatch troops by the king and the Imperial Conference had to be pushed forward. But the calamity and Kilika that came at night woke up almost everyone in Dragoncloud City from their sweet dreams. Then, the great dragon, which had not been seen for hundreds of years, came again. Then, Lispan encountered the biggest problem in his life. The king was missing. Lispan had seen the bloody battle in the 38th century ground 20 years ago, experienced the most dangerous day before the bitter cold winter 16 years ago, received the bad news of Prince Soria's defeat in the Battle of White Mountain, learned of the dangerous situation of the glacier orcs causing a massive uproar, had a headache over the tense situation of the Archduke of Black Sand region dying in battle, and had faced the dangerous situation of insufficient supplies during the war with Constellation. But none of them could compare to the current situation. The various strange things in Dragoncloud City made him fearful and extremely anxious. Heroic Spirit Palace? The Gatehouse? The Prime Minister felt that there was one more thing on his mind, but he seemed to have vaguely grasped something. It might be the answer to the question. Lispan turned his head. His Majesty still hasn't been found? No news from the White Blade Guards either? Where's Nicholas? Viscount Lysden's face darkened. No. Only a few scattered White Blade Guards. They survived the battle against the calamities with heavy injuries. They know nothing. Lysden shook his head. Also, the rumors in the city are growing. Count Lispan nodded and sighed. Rumors, the Prime Minister muttered. Rumors about the Constellations assassinating His Majesty? Impossible. Lispan furrowed his brows. His Majesty worked with the Prince of Constellation last night to uncover the traitor among the archdukes. But what about the Prince of Constellation? And His Majesty's granddaughter? Prime Minister Lispan raised his head and looked at Lysden. His Majesty was also looking for them, wasn't he? Viscount Lysden still shook his head. His Majesty gave this task to the secret room, but he hasn't seen Madame Calchon for a long time. The veins on the back of Count Lispan's hand tightened. What a bad feeling. He exhaled deeply, his expression solemn. After the great dragon appeared, Dragoncloud City was actually in chaos. The Prime Minister raised his head. Is there anything else unusual? Viscount Lysden's eyes shone. The number of patrols. At that moment, the gazes of the two high-ranking officials moved simultaneously. Go on, Count Lispan said flatly. The chaos in the city has not ended, and the martial law around Shield District has not been lifted. But, Viscount Lysden said cautiously, 2 disciplinary officers under me reported that they saw at least 2 patrols coming out of Shield District. I have already sent people to investigate, he said solemnly. Lyspan did not speak. But the clues were already connected. The password of the gatehouse is not that easy to tamper with. The Prime Minister frowned. Combined with this strange information, my God. His expression did not change, but his tone was filled with unease. Viscount Lysden's expression changed. You mean? Prime Minister Lyspan nodded. His expression was solemn. I'm afraid something has happened at the first gatehouse in front of Heroic Spirit Palace. The chief garrison officer clenched his fist. No way? The Viscount exhaled in disbelief. Those are the soldiers of a gatehouse. And behind them are the reinforcements from Heroic Spirit Palace. Speaking of this, Lysden's eyebrows twitched again. There are 4 archdukes in Heroic Spirit Palace. He murmured, don't tell me they're working together. No, it's too early to say. The Prime Minister waved his hand. A deep suspicion surged in his heart. But there's only one thing I'm sure of. Before there's news from His Majesty, we can't sit here and wait. Lyspan raised his head. His gaze was sharp. We have to at least inform the 4 archdukes. Lysden frowned. If they're really behind the scenes, then it'll be time for them to give themselves away. Lyspan clenched his fists. His heart was in a mess. I hope His Majesty is safe, but once, he did not continue. But Lysden knew the worry in the Prime Minister's heart. Once something happened in Dragoncloud City, could they still detain or even kill the 4 archdukes? Then, they would truly become extant sinners. What are you going to do? Viscount Lysden paused for a moment. His expression was worried. Without the king's warrant, we can't directly recruit militia. Or do you want to recruit your own troops? Or can we write a letter ourselves and summon the counts outside the city? Lyspan did not speak. In a situation where the king was missing, a count and a viscount would privately lead troops, and even summon the vassals to lead troops into the capital. Both of them knew what this decision entailed. This is not conventional, and it'll take too much time. Count Lyspan stood up and shook his head. I have a feeling that by that time, it'll be too late. Give up on the usual means of communication. Release the messenger crow and contact Heroic Spirit Palace. See the Archduke's reaction. His pupils shrank slightly. Also, gather the military forces of the main disciplinary hall and recall the existing patrols. We'll bring our current military forces and rush to the gatehouse. We'll see who's behind this. Whether it's the cowards from Constellation, or someone else. Prime Minister Lyspan thought to himself. Nicholas frowned with a serious expression. Kalshan, on the other hand, flashed a gentle smile again. Thales, on the other hand, looked puzzled. In the next second, the Red Witch leaned forward and whispered something into Nicholas' ear. That's strange. Her voice was too soft. Thales frowned. The Red Witch was speaking in a whisper, and he could not hear her clearly. But this did not stop him from seeing Nicholas' back suddenly tremble. Is it? Kalshan's voice was intermittent. Thales felt as if there were countless ants crawling over his heart, this feeling of only listening to half of what she said. It's really annoying. Nicholas froze for a moment. Then, the Star Killer sighed and leaned over to the Red Witch's ear. He also whispered something into her ear. Presumably with blood, Thales sighed. He still did not hear anything. Compared to Thales, who could eavesdrop, the people standing a distance away from the two felt anxious. They watched anxiously, but did not dare to act rashly. Are they going to drink? Cohen raised his eyebrows and mocked. But just as he finished speaking, the masters of the secret room and White Blade ended their conversation. Nicholas turned around and absent-mindedly walked towards the others. The Red Witch raised her head and smiled at the group. Then she bowed slightly, turned around, and left the cave. Watching the two separate, Thales had inexplicable questions in his heart. What's going on? The White Blade guards and the secret room, what are they? At that moment, Raphael, Miranda, Cohen, Waya, Ralph, and the other White Blade guards all looked at the Star Killer with puzzled expressions. But Nicholas only had a stunned expression on his face. This kind of star killer is rare, Thales thought in his heart. What happened? Thales could not help but ask, are they going to trap us here until we die? Nicholas suddenly snapped out of his daze. Let's go. The star killer raised his head and swept his gaze over everyone. We are safe. The secret room has retreated, he said in a flat tone and absent-mindedly, and for some reason, the people from Black Sand region did not appear. Raphael raised his eyebrows and walked forward. Why did she leave? The young man from the kingdom's secret intelligence department cautiously observed his surroundings and secretly held the hilt of his sword. Where is Caslin? Nicholas subconsciously let out a cold laugh. She let us go. The star killer shook his head. As for Caslin, I don't know. Thales was slightly stunned. Let us go? He stared blankly at the empty cave entrance and blinked, as if he could not believe it. How is this possible? Cohen slapped his head and looked serious. Oh, she let us go, but in the next moment, the police officer's expression changed drastically. What? He opened his mouth wide and his expression became exaggerated. Let us go? Cohen widened his eyes. What did you do? Nicholas raised his head and forced a disdainful smile. I showed her my handsome face. He looked at Cohen and mocked him coldly, then her heart softened. Cohen blinked his eyes in confusion and looked at Miranda and Raphael for help. Miranda raised her eyebrows. You don't know how to tell jokes, Your Grace. Miranda sighed. You don't have to force yourself. Nicholas' smile disappeared and he snorted coldly. Thales pursed his lips. He looked at Raphael's thoughtful expression and asked, What did you say to her? Nicholas raised his head and looked outside the cave entrance, at the northland sky. He exhaled with an indecipherable expression. His expression was subtle and complicated. We made a deal, the star killer said slowly. We made a deal. I offered a bargaining chip to the secret room in exchange for our freedom, he murmured in a low voice. Thales was shocked. Bargaining chip? What bargaining chip? What did Nicholas say to the Red Witch? What kind of price would make the secret room give up on the heir of Constellation and the heir of the Northern Territory? Give up on the Walton bloodline of Dragon Cloud City? But Nicholas only shook his head. A very big bargaining chip. A bargaining chip that he did not know whether it was good or bad. Nicholas thought in a daze. Chapter 223. When the group of people walked out of the secret tunnel, filled with doubts and uneasiness, Thales had a vague illusion that he had seen the light of day again. But whenever he thought of everything that happened in Dragon Cloud City, his mood seemed to be shrouded in a shadow. The assassination, conspiracy, and betrayal became more and more tainted, and he could not get rid of it. He was sent to put an end to the potential war between the two countries. But Neuvin's head, which had rolled on the ground, and Lampard's rough and cold face appeared before Thales' eyes. He could not help but hold his breath. The second prince raised his head and looked at the gray Northland sky, but only felt even more lost. What's the next step? Miranda was still vigilantly looking around. In a remote and narrow corner of the city, the mottled stone wall was full of traces of time and weather. She turned to the Star Killer and said, Your plan? To find the vassals who are still loyal to the Walton family? But Nicholas only stared at his weapon with a serious expression. He turned a deaf ear to her words, as though he was still immersed in the negotiation with the Red Witch. The one who answered her was Raphael. Dragon Cloud City is still very dangerous, even for the Walton family's vassals. The young man from the Secret Intelligence Department frowned. We can't just show up like this. His Highness' safety is our first priority. It concerns the stability of Constellation, Waya interrupted and sighed. Right now, all the Northlanders in Dragon Cloud City are looking for him. In a few days, all of Extet might join in. We are such a large group of people. Thales sighed. Ralph patted his shoulder. The latter shook his head at Waya with a stern gaze. Waya did not continue, but he still glanced at the white blade guards. His face was filled with deep worry. Thales felt many gazes on him, intentionally or unintentionally. He understood what Waya meant. These white blade guards were Northlanders after all. Maybe they had a common enemy, maybe their goals and interests were temporarily the same, but they were not on his side after all. Getting out of trouble and finding a chance to part ways with them, this was the safest thing to do. The common crisis made the Constellations and Northlanders temporarily work together. But after escaping danger, the tension of hostility seemed to have returned. It could be seen from their clear formation. And the reason the white blade guards are here. Thales turned his head and met Little Rascal's gaze. It was a pair of confused and nervous eyes that didn't know what to do. Thales was momentarily stunned. The silent Nicholas seemed to have finally snapped out of his daze. He raised his head, narrowed his eyes, and looked forward. We'll think about these things after we've settled down. The Star Killer exhaled a long breath. The people who will receive us will be here soon. Let's go to the shelter first. Thales frowned. Shelter? From the moment we arrived, this city has had a lot of opinions about the prince. Cohen also revealed a puzzled expression. Not to mention, after such a major incident, who can still protect us in Dragon Cloud City? Raphael shook his head, his expression deep. For some existences, no matter how big the matter is, it's just a dispute between mortals. Thales was instantly stunned. The next moment, a sturdy figure appeared at the corner ahead. The group immediately entered a state of alert. But Nicholas waved his hand and asked them to remove their guard. We're on the same side, the Star Killer said briefly, then glanced at the newcomer with a complicated expression. It was a burly man with a crew cut. Thales couldn't help but narrow his eyes, trying to see who it was. That person seems a little familiar. That's Thales' heart skipped a beat. Shock and astonishment surged in his heart. Merc! The prince looked at the newcomer and could not help but call out his name in great shock and bewilderment. Lord Merc! The newcomer's expression froze slightly. The former king's administrator of Dragon Cloud City, the criminal exiled by King Nuven himself in the Hall of Heroes, Lord Burn Merc walked towards them with a warrior's gait. He looked at the Prince of Constellation, who had witnessed the tragedy in the Hall of Heroes, with a complicated expression. His Majesty has stripped me of my position and title. You might as well change the way you address me. Merc exhaled and said in a low voice, Good day, Prince Thales. Many images surged into Thales' mind. Alex's twitching body and her limp hands. Merc's tearful confession as he knelt on the ground. King Nuven's roar filled with hatred and pain. Merc held his daughter, who was no longer breathing, and staggered out of the hall absent-mindedly. Thales felt suffocated. He opened his mouth, but the words were cut off when they reached his lips. He saw Merc's gaze. The former administrator's expression was calm, but his eyes were a lifeless gray. It was as if there was nothing else in the world that could pique his interest. Thales suddenly thought of another pair of eyes, Black Sword's eyes. It was strange, but Thales had this feeling. The former king's administrator looked at Little Rascal behind Thales with a complicated gaze. Little Rascal did not seem to expect to see the former administrator here. She seemed to have remembered something and lowered her head subconsciously. Merc shut his mouth. His expression was gloomy, and he did not say a word. Nothing unexpected happened? Nicholas walked forward and clasped Merc's hand tightly before he released it. Merc shook his head but did not say a word. Please come with me. Merc looked at the group of people with a calm expression, turned around and walked back. Try to be quiet and respectful. Cohen looked at his surroundings, and doubts arose in his mind. There was no one around. The dilapidated walls and floor tiles, the unswept snow and withered branches looked like the backyard of a noble's house that had not been cleaned for many years. Respectful? The police officer exhaled and raised his head to look at a majestic stone house with only a small door. Speaking of which, what is this place? Miranda seemed to have noticed something. She raised her index finger to her lips and gestured for him to keep quiet. Just do as I say. Cohen raised his eyebrows and followed the group forward. Thales turned his head and looked at Nicholas anxiously. Why, the Star Killer's words were stuck in his throat. I know what you're thinking. Nicholas lowered his head. He looked at Merc's back with a subtle expression. Yes, King Nuvan exiled him, and the Star Killer immediately raised his head. His gaze slowly became firm. But Burnmerk, he was, or at least was a white blade guard. Thales frowned. He's still loyal to Walton? Nicholas shook his head. He's loyal to his creed. The Star Killer sighed. No one knew what he was thinking about. No matter what happens, this has never changed. This is also the reason why we, the White Blade Guards, are here. Thales was slightly stunned. He remembered the scene when the 4 White Blade Guards hugged each other's arms and surrounded him and Little Rascal under the crossbows of Black Sand region. He sighed softly. Thank you, Lord Nicholas. There was a barely discernible emotion in Thales' tone. And thank you, White Blade Guards. Nicholas raised his eyebrows slightly. If you really want to thank me, strange boy, then return the favor. The Star Killer and Thales' gazes met in the air. One day, when you sit on the throne, then return the favor. Thales did not speak. He only smiled faintly and followed the group into the small door of the stone house. Be careful. Thales heard Waya whisper to Ralph from behind him. God knows what this place is, and God knows what's waiting for us in front. Ralph let out a muffled snort that was hard to decipher. It seemed to be a little disdainful. The stone house was very spacious. It seemed to be a large back hall, but the lights in the hall were dim. The lighting was not from the chandelier, but from the layers of portable everlasting lamps hanging on the wall. Thales could not adapt to the sudden darkness for a while. He widened his eyes and tried to see his surroundings clearly. There was a thick smell of lamp oil in the air. Thales thought, with this thick smell of eternal oil, it seems that the owner of this stone house is either rich or of high status. Raphael seemed to be very familiar with this place. He walked into the darkness ahead, and when he came out again, his hands were already covered with bandages and medicine. He casually tossed one of the rolls of bandages to the puzzled Cohen, and carefully handed a bottle of medicine to the stunned Miranda. Treat your wounds and recover as soon as possible. Raphael pointed at the wound on Cohen's body, which was tightened with his power of eradication. His expression was solemn. Our battle is not over yet. This is the sanctuary? What is this place? Wyan narrowed his eyes and looked at the stone walls and floor tiles around him. His hand was still firmly on the hilt of his sword. Wait, I think I've seen buildings of this style before. At this moment, 2 figures appeared in the darkness ahead. Your Highness. A younger figure walked forward quickly. There was a smile on his face, and his voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Thank you, gods, for your safe return. Thales was stunned. It was the new recruit they brought with them at Broken Dragon Fortress. The one who was almost hanged as a deserter. Your Highness. The other figure, who was slightly more mature, sighed in relief. I knew it. The veteran Genid stared at Thales with a complicated gaze. I knew it. Thales looked at the 2 familiar people in the Constellation diplomat group and felt as if a shackle had been lifted from his heart. Thales looked at the group and thought of something. Where are the others? As soon as he finished speaking, another familiar voice came from the darkness ahead. Looks like everything went smoothly? Thales' heart trembled. He immediately blurted out, Put it. Under everyone's gazes, the experienced and knowledgeable vice diplomat of the Constellation diplomat group, Lord Nemain Putray, came before them. The thin man still held his pipe in his hand. He seemed very calm, but even though his pipe was filled with tobacco, it was not lit. Your Highness. Putray flashed a faint smile, but there was a hint of gratification in his tone. I'm very happy to see you return safely. Thales stared at his vice diplomat quietly. A few seconds later, he flashed a smile and exhaled. I'm also very happy to see you safe and sound. The prince let down his guard and said with a smile, Your Excellency. Putray nodded and turned to look at the young man from the Secret Intelligence Department. Were there any accidents in the gatehouse? The vice diplomat asked faintly. There were some accidents. Raphael's expression changed slightly. But it settled. Thales thought of something. Putray and the people from the Secret Intelligence Department, they seem to be very close? That's good. Put-Ray looked at Nicholas and Merc and nodded slowly. Thank you for your hard work. Nicholas snorted coldly and turned to leave. Merc, on the other hand, nodded emotionlessly in response. Thales frowned. He's also very close to the White Blade Guards? Try to rest for a while. Put-Ray did not care about the White Blade Guard's indifference. He forced himself to give the prince a meaningful smile. We still have a long journey ahead of us. Thales gave him a deep look and raised his eyebrows. At that moment, he had a lot of things to say and many questions to ask. The calamities, the dragon, Black Sword, Nuven's death, Lampard's conspiracy, Shadow Shield, the secret room schemes, the strangeness of the secret intelligence department, the secrets of the White Blade Guards. But when these words reached the tip of his tongue, they stopped abruptly and turned into an empty sigh. Thales' expression darkened. Along with nervousness and apprehension, fatigue and drowsiness attacked him again. It's not over yet, right? The prince turned his head with a complicated expression and looked at little Rascal, who was surrounded by the White Blade Guards. He said dejectedly, "This nightmare." Put-Ray looked at him quietly and did not say a word. He could only sigh silently in his heart. It will end, the vice diplomat said flatly. A nightmare is also a dream. At this moment, a young girl dressed in a silver-white robe walked forward slowly. Her expression was solemn and respectful as she bowed slightly to the people of Constellation. Thales was slightly stunned. He saw the pattern on the girl's robe clearly, a crescent moon. The High Priestess wants to see him, the girl said softly. Her voice was hollow and seemingly emotionless. Raphael raised his eyebrows. Who? The girl did not speak. She only quietly cast her gaze at the crowd. After a full 3 seconds, Thales realized that she was looking at him. Why? Put-Ray frowned. His Highness, the High Priestess request is God's will. The young girl turned to the side and raised her hand behind her in an inviting manner. Thales was immediately stunned. Huh? Perplexed, he asked the people around him, what will it be? Put-Ray pursed his lips. He wanted to say something but stopped. He seemed a little worried. But even without his explanation, Thales recognized this place. His eyes had already adapted to the dim light. He could barely see the walls on both sides. They were full of murals and reliefs. The direction the girl was pointing at was a huge stone statue surrounded by everlasting lamps. On the stone statue, there was a woman with an indifferent expression. She held her left shoulder with her right hand and pressed her right hip bone with her left hand. Behind the stone statue was a huge full moon, but there were arcs carved out of the moon's surface. It looked like it was expressing the layers of changes in the moon's phase. Thales was stunned. He recognized the stone statue. Thales knew what kind of place the sanctuary he was in was. In the next second, Thales' gaze was suddenly attracted by a slim figure under the stone statue. In front of the stone statue, a masked female figure stood quietly. She wore a silver robe, and the robe was embroidered with a crescent moon and a full moon. Just like the bright moon goddess statue, Thales also recognized the woman. It was the woman Thales had met once in the Hall of Heroes. The woman who had witnessed the duel between King Nuven and Pofrit, the High Priestess of Bright Moon Temple, Jewel Holm. She was quietly looking at Thales with a pair of beautiful, emotionless eyes behind her veil. Chapter 224. Thales did not know much about the gods. Most of it was limited to the 2 great temples in Eternal Star City, Sunset and Dark Night. The former's priests were compassionate but overbearing, yes. These two could appear on the same person at the same time without contradicting each other. While the latter's believers were kind but neurotic, yes, these two did not contradict each other. At least, this was Thales' perception. But this was his first time in Bright Moon's territory. Northland's Bright Moon Temple. Thales approached High Priestess Holm cautiously with a face full of suspicion. The statue behind the High Priestess was quite awe-inspiring when he looked at it up close, just like Raikru's statue. On the altar, there were a few everlasting lamps surrounding the statue of the deity, slightly illuminating the dim room. The High Priestess' face was still hidden behind a veil. A pair of clear eyes stared at Thales with a strange color. Her emotions were unclear. Thales felt a little uneasy when he was stared at by those clear eyes. He turned his head subconsciously, only to see Putre, Nicholas, Merc, and the rest retreating to other rooms. Little Rascal was dragged into another room by the white blade guards, occasionally turning her head to look at him. "All right. Looks like it's just me and her." Thales turned his head back and took a deep breath, preparing to face the mysterious priestess. But when he looked up, he saw the bright moon goddess statue behind High Priestess Holm. The bright moon goddess' emotionless stone eyes seemed to be staring somewhere else, indifferent to everything around her. It was completely different from the sunset goddess statue in Eternal Star City. Thales still remembered the scene when he snuck into Sunset Temple to beg. He once stuck his head out from the steps of the altar to look around, and he was shocked by the statue of the goddess. The eyes of the sunset goddess seemed to be vigilant all the time, closely watching every person who saw her statue. Of course, Sunset Temple was much grander than this shabby. Thales observed the decorations around him and could not help but stick out his tongue. Bright moon altar. "You are confused." Thales was startled and suddenly realized that High Priestess Holm was talking to him. The High Priestess tone was almost the same as when she presided over a duel. Her voice was ethereal and emotionless. Holm's eyes were still locked on him. Compared to the High Priestess Licia of the Sunset Temple, this High Priestess lacked an overbearing aura. Instead, she had a unique aura of quietness and hibernation. Thales opened his mouth slightly. With countless questions in his heart, he answered tentatively, "I am indeed so." High Priestess Holm did not speak. She continued to stand quietly under the bright moon god statue. Her temperament and the atmosphere of the god statue behind her actually matched very well. Thales frowned. His eyes darted around the altar, and he could not help but say, actually, he could not go on. Holm interrupted him coldly. "Have you ever seen a god?" Thales raised an eyebrow. Oh my god. He really wasn't in the mood to discuss this right now. Outside the temple, Lampard, the Walton family, Extet, and Constellation had a whole lot of trouble waiting for him. When he thought of this, Thales sighed. "I'm sorry I'm now," but the High Priestess did not seem to want him to speak. Since an unknown period of history, when all living beings in the mortal world began to compete with each other for their own insignificant lives, the concept of gods has existed in the minds of mortals, Holmes said flatly. Thales was slightly stunned. "What?" High Priestess Holmes' eyes shone with the color of clear water, and her voice was tranquil and natural. "In the history of the mortal world, the first batch of gods were closely related to the images in the hearts of mortals," she said softly. "Holy sun, bright moon, dark night, mountains, sea shepherd, harvest, desert." Thales' eyelids twitched. From the mysterious temple to the legends spoken by the people, he had heard a few of them. These gods do not have their own names. They do not have names that can be called by the mortals, and they do not have names that can be understood by the mortals, the High Priestess said slowly, but her next sentence took a turn. "But do these gods really exist?" Thales was shocked. What the hell? In the face of the High Priestess' baffling question, he looked at the stone statue and the altar behind the High Priestess, then at the High Priestess veil. He was a little troubled about how to answer and how to quickly escape. "If I remember correctly, you are the priestess of the goddess behind me," Thales said awkwardly, grabbing his hair. "And for you to ask me this question, it is a little—" "There is no conflict," Holmes said flatly. Thales raised his eyebrows and revealed a puzzled expression. High Priestess Holm turned her head and glanced at the stone statue behind her. "The gods that mortals believe in and the gods themselves are not the same thing." Thales was stunned again. The gods they believe in are not the same as the real gods? Should this be something a high priestess, or even a high priestess, the spokesperson of the gods in the world, should say? Why does it sound so reactionary? High Priestess Holmes said softly, "Have you ever wondered why the bright moon behind me has the image of a human?" Thales' eyebrows twitched slightly. He looked at the stone statue behind Holm. The goddess' expression was still cold and indifferent. "Why?" he asked involuntarily. Holmes' veil trembled slightly. As she spoke, it vibrated. Do you know the bright god? The bright god? Thales thought of something. Wait, I've heard of this name. Holmes did not let him continue. The supreme god of light, Lo Sophia. The head priestess of the Bright Moon Divine Hall said indifferently, she was once the only true god recognized by the entire empire, the creator of the world, the supreme god among gods. It wasn't the earliest recorded god in the mortal world, but it was certainly the most widely spread god among the humans. When the war between the humans and the orcs broke out, its name was sung among the first batch of human believers of the god. For 1,000 years, until the ancient empire disappeared and completely collapsed, the rise and fall of the Bright God Church was interspersed in human history, witnessing the independence, unification, and expansion of humans. Thales listened to Holmes' history lesson in embarrassment. He was a little dazed. Usually, he would be very curious and interested. But now, is there a better way to politely express something like, I'm hanging up, or I'm going offline face-to-face? High Priestess Holm did not seem to care about Thales' embarrassment at all. She only continued to speak. That's why humans look like gods. She did not seem to care about Thales' embarrassment at all. She continued to speak. That's why humans look like gods. She lowered her head and looked at Thales. Do you believe it? Thales was startled again. He shrugged. As he thought of a reason to escape, he answered perfunctorily, I don't know. However, the other party did not seem to want him to answer. The truth is, when the Bright God Church fell apart with the fall of the ancient empire, the glory of the supreme bright god gradually dimmed. Holmes' voice gradually became softer, as though she was brewing a wave of emotions. Even humans themselves rarely mention the existence of the bright god. The high priestess shook her head slowly. She seemed to be a little mocking and emotional. If gods really exist, if they really are the creator of all things in the world, why would they allow such a thing to happen? Thales frowned slightly. So, gods don't exist? He spread his hands and asked tentatively, all the gods are imagined by the believers? All right, it's a very interesting point of view. I understand. I still have something to do, so I'll first. But Holm interrupted his attempt to stop the conversation again. You're not listening to me. Thales shrugged helplessly. All right, but is it really okay to talk about these things to a child? High Priestess Holm shook her head and said flatly, you and I both know that you're not a child. This simple sentence suddenly made Thales nervous. The High Priestess continued softly, do not look down on something just because it is inconspicuous or not related to the current priority. From the moment you embarked on your journey, every inconspicuous detail could be an opportunity to dominate your future. The statue, the dagger, the shawl, the fangs, the brooch, the messenger crow, the statue, the glasses, the bloodline. High Priestess Holm narrowed her eyes. Every detail. I believe you have a deep feeling about this. Thales frowned. He sensed something unusual from the High Priestess' words. 3 seconds later, Thales sighed helplessly. I really don't have time. We're still running for our lives, aren't we? But, so, he asked weakly, what is a god? Holm raised her head slowly and stared at the stone statue behind her. The gods that believers believe in are only their own gods. All right. If I really have to ramble on and on about these things, Thales took a deep breath. The second prince raised his head, braced himself, and said seriously to the High Priestess, so, the real gods are different from the gods in faith? Is this what you want to say? Holm did not speak. She only stared at Thales quietly. Thales returned her gaze, trying his best not to think about his current predicament and problem. It was very strange. During the process of meeting the High Priestess' gaze, the heavy feeling in his heart slowly dissipated. A few seconds later, Holmes spoke softly. Mortals often use their own limited imagination to understand the gods in their hearts. There seemed to be a kind of magic in the High Priestess' eyes that attracted Thales' gaze. Those are the gods that they look forward to, fear, loathe, revere, love, and worship. At that moment, Thales had the illusion that the high priestess' eyes were shining. According to what they know, mortals endow the gods in their hearts with all kinds of existences and definitions, from their images to their actions, from their deeds to their personalities, from their birth to their end. They even give them names similar to mortals. Holm narrowed her eyes slightly. With one hand on her shoulder and the other on her hip, she struck a pose similar to that of the goddess behind her. For example, Errol. Thales frowned slightly. So, he stared at the statue behind the high priestess. Curiosity welled up in his heart. Does the bright moon goddess have a name? Are there other gods? Sunset? Dark night? Master of mountains? Holmes shook her head slowly. To be given a mortal name by mortals in the hearts of the people, and then be called out by the mouths of the people in unison, this is a connection with extraordinary significance. In the known records and long history, only two gods have accepted, or rather, been willing to accept this connection. Holm continued, they are also the gods who are most deeply involved with the world of mortals. They are even used to name the world of mortals. Thales was stunned again. A mortal name that is called out by the people is an extraordinary connection? For some reason, at that moment, he suddenly remembered Asda's words. When you become a mystic and find your own name of origin, mortal name. Thales' eyelids twitched. Why do they all emphasize the importance of names? His curiosity was suddenly piqued. Two gods with names of their mortal names? The second prince scratched his head. All right, one of them is Errol. I know this, it's the Errol world. Then, who is the other one? You are not listening to me, High Priestess Holm repeated coldly. She had no intention of satisfying his curiosity. Thales narrowed his eyes. But this time, in front of the High Priestess, the prince felt as if he was being lectured by a teacher. Why are you so stupid? Before he could react, Holm had already continued to speak. Mortals portray gods in their own image because that is the scope of what mortals know, the High Priestess said flatly. Faith is born amidst countless feelings of love and hate. People who believe in gods gather in groups, connect with each other, resonate with each other, entrust their hearts to each other. Churches, temples, altars, and rituals are built one after another. Holm raised her hand and gestured at the temples around her. Just like that, formless faith becomes a tangible existence. The communication between the gods and mortals completed the first cycle of reincarnation. Thales furrowed his brows and listened to High Priestess Holm. Why does the bright moon goddess have such an appearance? The High Priestess returned to her original topic. It is not because God created humans in her own image, but because the people who believe in her look like this. But perhaps you need to understand. High Priestess Holm's eyes shone with fierceness. Gods are gods and faith is faith. The former is in God, and the latter is in humans. Thales thought of something. Wait a minute, you mean? Thales pondered over the High Priestess' words and said slowly, so, gods exist independently, and the gods in the believers' hearts are imagined by themselves? Holm did not answer him directly. High Priestess Holm's eyes shone with a strange emotion. At the beginning of faith, mortals were used to categorizing things they could not understand into the category of gods. They only needed to understand the existence of gods, and then hand over the things they could not understand to the gods to solve. It is as if by believing in the existence of gods, they can solve those incomprehensible puzzles. This is precisely the biggest problem. Thales raised his eyebrows. He did not quite understand her intentions. High Priestess Holmes stared straight into Thales' eyes. Gods are obviously things that mortals cannot understand. But mortals think that they understand gods. From the beginning to the end, they believe in gods with shallow thinking and rely on gods to create gods. This is where the contradiction lies. Thales exhaled and shrugged. Are you trying to say that the existence of gods surpasses the understanding of mortals? High Priestess Holmes' veil moved slightly, giving Thales the illusion that she was smiling. Or conversely, the understanding of mortals surpasses the existence of gods. High Priestess Holmes sighed softly. She closed her eyes and said slowly, Mortals always judge gods with their own poor thinking. Because of their short lifespans, they imagine gods to be eternal and immortal existences. Because of their weak power, they presume gods to be existences with unparalleled power. Because they think of themselves as a member of the multitude of living beings, they imagine gods to be stronger and of a higher level than them. Under Thale's gaze, Holmes suddenly opened her eyes. Her speech gradually sped up. The problem is eternity, power, life, these mortal things. If gods are indeed beyond the understanding of mortals and stand in a different perspective, then do they really care about these things? Do they care about faith? Do they care about believers? Do they care about power and eternity? In fact, do they even care about whether they exist or not? Thales watched Holmes finish her words in puzzlement, but he did not want to interrupt her. I'm not a god, am I? Thales scratched his head and sighed. But in the myths, Errol sacrificed himself to save the world, didn't he? He said with a headache, the god of dark night always descends to the mortal world. The master of mountains even asked his believers to help those in the day before the bitter cold winter. Thales did not continue, because he saw Holmes smiling. Despite the veil, Thales could somehow recognize that the high priestess of Bright Moon Temple was smiling faintly. Where did you hear these words? The high priestess asked softly, as if she was afraid of waking up a sleeping child. Of course. Thales exhaled, but he was immediately stunned and his words stopped at the tip of his tongue. He mumbled, the temple and the rumors. Thales raised his head and asked tentatively, but this is the understanding of mortals, right? The real gods, perhaps far beyond our imagination, are another kind of existence. Holmes inhaled slowly. Her veil trembled slightly. Believers always exist before their gods. Only then can they believe in gods that belong to them alone, she said faintly. Thales frowned again. He thought of something. High Priestess Holmes, he said tentatively, you are the spokesperson of the Bright Moon Goddess. You have also prayed, communicated with God, and conveyed God's will, right? Holmes did not answer. Thales slowly lifted the corners of his mouth and asked cautiously, if, as you say, gods are truly those incomprehensible existences, then why did she respond to you? Holmes slowly raised her eyes. Her clear pupils were like a light source that shone straight into Thales' heart. Oh! High Priestess Holmes' thin veil moved slightly, and her clear voice came from behind. It was a rhetorical question. Did she respond? Thales was completely stunned. High Priestess Holmes slowly turned to face the stone statue of the Bright Moon Goddess and the altar. Only then did Thales notice that in the center of the altar there was a special eternal oil lamp. It shone with silver flames? Thales' heart skipped a beat. There are flames of this color? Thales stared at the priestess back in confusion. The doubts in his heart grew. Why? He could not help but ask, why are you saying these things? The existence of gods? Holmes shook her head slowly. Last night, you made your first choice. Choice? Last night's choice. Last night, Thales' breathing slowed down without him realizing it. But one day, the high priestess of the Bright Moon Goddess said slowly, you may face an important choice again, perhaps even a choice. Choice? Face an important choice again? What? What does all this mean? High Priestess Holmes' back seemed to contain a mysterious power. Her voice traveled slowly and was extremely clear. When that time comes, when you stand at an angle and height that no existence can imagine, and think with a mind that transcends mortals, you may recall what I said today. Thales' heart felt as if it had been struck by lightning. A mind that transcends mortals. At that moment, Thales recalled the moment when he knocked on the door. That experience that seemed like a dream. That delusion that he was the world. That languid and contented feeling that everything was not within his attention. At this second, as he stared at Holmes' mysterious back, Thales was truly a little afraid. His arms began to tremble. How did she know? What does she know? What does she intend to do? Thales' breathing became faster and more urgent. Finally, he could no longer suppress the fear and doubts in his heart. He blurted out, why, High Priestess Holmes? What do you mean? What do you want? Whether it's the sanctuary or all these words today, what are they all for? Why me? He said loudly. In front of the altar, High Priestess Holmes slowly turned her head. Under the illumination of the silver light, her veil emitted a brilliant light. He was like a god from the legends. Because Holmes' gaze shone with a different brilliance. An old friend asked me to take care of you. Thales seemed to have grasped onto a life-saving straw. The impulse in his heart compelled him to get to the bottom of it. Old friend? The second prince lost his composure and asked loudly, Who? He believes that you are different. But High Priestess Holm only sighed and did not reveal the answer. He believes that you will do better. He has sacrificed too much. Don't let him down. Thales froze on the spot. I'm different? Next time, call me Joel, High Priestess Joel Holmes said softly. In comparison, I prefer this name. You can go now, High Priestess Holmes said flatly with her back facing him. Be careful of your choices. In the next second, the High Priestess closed her mouth. No matter how Thales asked, she did not speak again. A few minutes later, Thales finally left the altar absent-mindedly. Only Joel was left standing quietly in front of the altar and the statue. After a while, Joel slowly raised her head. I'm watching him. High Priestess Joel Holm, who was standing under the bright moon goddess statue, looked up at the bright moon goddess in a silver robe and veil, and said calmly, I warned him, right? On the altar, the bright moon goddess expression was still cold. She did not move. Chapter 225. Guard Against Theft. How do we end this? In the moving carriage, Lampard lowered his head and absent-mindedly fiddled with his saber. His expression was subtle, but he did not answer. King Nuven is dead, but Dragon Cloud City is still powerful. There are still 4 important archdukes in Heroic Spirit Palace. I don't think they're fools. Thales observed the archduke's expression and said cautiously, and the Prince of Constellation assassinating the common elected king. This outcome will definitely not satisfy everyone, especially when the army of Black Sand regions suddenly appeared. Thales stared at Lampard's face and said softly, How are you going to explain this to them? Or do you want to kill them all and be done with it? Lampard said nothing. His expression was wooden. Thales clenched his fist slightly. The carriage was still moving forward. He did not know how far away it was from Heroic Spirit Palace. He also did not know how far away he was from the end of his life. There's no other way. I have to take a drastic measure. Thales took a deep breath and said flatly, If nothing goes wrong, once the news of Nuven's death spreads, the King's Selection Congress will be held soon. Do you think you still have a chance? As expected, Lampard's gaze moved and he looked at him. Thales suppressed the nervousness in his heart and responded with the calmest expression. Not to mention that you're Nuven's enemy and have a terrible reputation for killing your brother, Thales said slowly. The archdukes will not let you become king. Lampard's gaze was fixed on his sword. King. The archduke raised his voice and uttered the word in a questioning tone. Then he snorted softly and repeated it sarcastically. King. You were born in the Jade Star royal family, a descendant of the Emperor, the natural, legitimate, and legal ruling family of Constellation, Lampard said faintly. Of course you don't have such concerns, do you? Thales' heart skipped a beat. At that moment he seemed to have grasped something. Concerns? He asked naturally. Lampard ignored him. His sharp gaze was still fixed on his old sword. Since Nuven's grandfather, they viewed Black Sand region as a thorn in their side. At that time, the Walton family had already begun to monopolize the throne of Dragon Cloud City. Little rascal blinked. When it came to Nuven's father, the Walton family began to attempt to control Black Sand region, Lampard continued. His gaze was a little dazed. For example, recruiting the youngest son of the Archduke of Black Sand region into the White Blade Guards, or marrying his daughter, the noble princess of Extet, to her father, the heir of the Archduke of Black Sand region, in the name of the king. Thales furrowed his brows slightly. He seemed to have heard a similar story during the duel between King Nuven and Pofret. That's how my parents got married. Lampard sighed. Then, a rare smile appeared on the Archduke of Black Sand Region's face. Unexpectedly, this marriage, which was purely based on the king's will, turned out to be a good one. According to the old servants, my mother did everything she could to make my father fall in love with her. She gave birth to 2 sons and 3 daughters for him. This love lasted until my father became the Archduke. The carriage entered a narrow alley. It seemed to be taking a shortcut or taking a detour. Lampard continued to speak. Just like that, my father resisted the corruption of Dragon Cloud City with his own power, even though this corruption originated from the woman he loved the most by his side, his family and power. He hovered in this balance all his life. Thales and Little Rascal listened quietly. Such an Archduke of Black Sand Region was rare. Since we were very young, Harold and I were brought back and forth between Dragon Cloud City and Black Sand Region by our mother. Archduke Lampard exhaled. His eyes were filled with nostalgia. Until we came of age, until Harold took over the governance of Black Sand Region. Harold? Thales' heart skipped a beat. The name seemed a little unfamiliar. He's... Lampard paused for a moment. Harold Lampard, my eldest brother. Gloom and mockery flashed in the Archduke's eyes. A ridiculous fool. There's no one more foolish than him in the world. He said faintly. Little Rascal seemed to recall something. She stared at Lampard with a slightly pale face. Thales sensed a different emotion in Lampard's tone. You don't have a brother, do you? Lampard's gaze was still fixed on the sword. A few seconds later, he said desolately, How lucky. Thales raised his eyebrows. He remembered the 2 small stone jars in the Jade Star family tomb. His elder sister and brother in name. Lydia and Luther Jadestar. Lampard gently pulled out his saber. The Archduke's expression was complicated. His fingers gently stroked the sharp blade. Until 12 years ago. Lampard raised his head slightly and looked at Thales. His tone turned cold. Everything changed. His actions sent a chill down the prince's spine. Wait a minute. Thales' brain began to work. 12 years ago. 12 years ago again? That means, an unprecedented civil strife broke out in Constellation. It was extremely chaotic. Lampard's voice rang in the carriage, narrating the history that Thales was all too familiar with. Since the Fourth Peninsular War, Extet has been waiting for a rare opportunity in 100 years, to unify Northland and completely eliminate the threat from Broken Dragon Fortress. Thales stared at the sword in Lampard's hand in a daze. Nuven is ready to send his troops south. He has contacted almost every Archduke. As a response, Harold, as the heir of Black Sand Region, was sent to attend the meeting of all the Archdukes in Dragon Cloud City. Lampard inhaled a mouthful of cold air slowly and continued. An accident happened. Thales' heart skipped a beat. One of Harold's followers suddenly went berserk and assassinated Nuven's eldest son. Lampard's rough voice was deep and dignified, as if there was a hidden power in it. He snorted coldly. Prince Soria, who thought himself infallible, was cruel and bloodthirsty, and was practically carved out of the same mold as his father, died in Harold's group. At that moment, Thales' heart skipped a beat. The second prince remained motionless as he digested Lampard's story. Little Rascal's grip on his hand tightened. He had heard this story before. Last night. The news reached Black Sand Region. Harold's follower assassinated the prince. Lampard pressed on the hilt of his sword. His expression was cold. Nuven would not let us go. Because of this, my father was even prepared to go to war with Dragon Cloud City. Unexpectedly, Harold, who was supposed to be responsible for this, was not reprimanded at all, let alone imprisoned or detained. Nuven comforted him with soft words, personally spoke on his behalf, and even allowed him to participate in the meeting. He even sent him back to Black Sand Region with great courtesy. Lampard sneered. Even though Nuven lost his most important eldest son, Harold was not put in a difficult position. My father sensed that something was wrong at that time. Lampard stared at his saber, but his gaze began to lose focus, as if he was looking at something else. I still remember the day Harold returned. At the dining table, He reported Nuven's opinion and advised my father to support Dragon Cloud City. He even wanted to allow the king's officials to be stationed there in preparation for war. My father and him had a heated argument. I had no choice but to stand between them so that they would not draw their swords against each other, the Archduke said slowly. It was also on that day that my father suddenly realized that Harold Lampard, the eldest son and heir he had high hopes for, had long become the staunchest supporter and subservient of Dragon Cloud City and the common elected king, just like his youngest brother, Caslin. Thales frowned deeply. Just like Beacon Illumination City? Pofrit's despairing expression appeared before his eyes. Lampard turned to him expressionlessly. Thales' heart clenched. Just like Beacon Illumination City, he calmly confirmed Thales' words. My father could not accept this fact. My father felt that if this continued, when Harold inherited Black Sand region, it would only be a matter of time before we became the king's vassals. Lampard's expression was cold and threatening. Even the position of the Archduke of Black Sand region would soon become a vassal matter that Dragon Cloud City could decide with just a word. Through sincere talks, threats, scolding, lecturing, and even having me advise him, my father used every method to change Harold's mind. But it was all in vain. Little Rascal shrank behind Thales with a pale face. The terrifying Archduke of Black Sand region lowered his head. His expression was rather gloomy. Finally, my father made up his mind to take back Harold's right of inheritance. Things went haywire at that time. Lampard shook his head slowly. My father briefly mentioned this idea in front of the vassals, and he was immediately met with fierce opposition and admonishment. That's not all. From the day father insisted on stripping Harold of his inheritance rights, the harvest decreased, the finances were in trouble, and the trade routes were blocked. Strangely, the troubles in Black Sand region increased. What happened in Beacon Illumination City is now happening in Black Sand region. Lampard sneered. There was a deep sarcasm in his tone. It was only when the entire Black Sand region was in an uproar that my father realized with a start that in the past 30 years, the Lampard family's bloodline was not the only thing that infiltrated Dragon Cloud City. Nuven did not just rope Harold to his side. Harold refused to yield, my father refused to compromise, and the situation in the territory worsened. The forces supporting Harold, both inside and outside the territory, were beyond my father's control. He became more and more desperate and haggard. Lampard's tone grew deeper, and the emotions in his words grew paler. Black Sand region was no match for Dragon Cloud City. Finally, on the day the king's messenger came again, my exhausted father called me to his room. Thales felt a chill run down his spine. He could not help but think of Chapman Lampard's famous, or rather infamous, or even infamous deeds. Lampard raised his head and looked at the streets of Dragon Cloud City outside the window. I still remember my father's eyes. They were filled with determination and gloom. Thales could not help but tighten his grip on Little Rascal behind him. He talked to me for a very, very long time. The Archduke of Black Sand region's gaze grew colder, and his tone became calmer. I hugged his thigh and cried. I begged him with all the words I could think of. I even pulled up my sleeves and showed him the wound I got when I was hunting when I was 14. Harold dragged me out of the mouth of a snow leopard. The Archduke's words became flatter. But Thales' heart grew tighter. Archduke Lampard narrated as if nothing had happened. Child, we are Lampard, of the Rebellion King's bloodline, my father said. Our clan's motto is never yield, whether it's to the outside world or to the inside world. Whether it's to the emperor or to the king. The Archduke exhaled. The darkness in his eyes was incomparably deep. His tone was firm and resolute. We will never yield. Thales listened to Lampard's words in a daze. Little Rascal widened her eyes. Lampard snorted. He lowered his head and looked at the weapon in his hand. In the end, he gave me this sword. It was an old weapon with a worn scabbard and a worn hilt. It was as if it was his most important treasure. A week later, I challenged Harold to a duel in front of everyone. My father approved it. Thales held his breath, not daring to even exhale. My mother knelt in front of the study room and cried for the whole night. My father sat in the study room with the light on for the whole night. Lampard slowly turned his saber around and caressed the emblem of an iron fist on the hilt. Until my mother fainted and was sent away by the servants. There was a moment of silence in the carriage. For a time, only the sound of the wheels scraping against the ground could be heard. This is... Thales opened his mouth with difficulty, but was interrupted by Lampard. On the day of the duel, Harold had at least 3 chances to take my life and his brother's life, the Archduke said steadily, but his voice was a little hollow and trembling. At least 3 times. Lampard's hand, which was caressing the hilt, stopped moving. His voice became ethereal, as if he was speaking from a very, very far away place. In the end, when I pierced his heart, I saw his face clearly, the Archduke said flatly. He was smiling. Lampard took a deep breath. With his head lowered, his expression was indecipherable. It was the same smile as the day he dragged me out of the snow leopard's mouth. Thales sighed. This is simply... Harold pulled my collar and whispered his last words into my ear. Lampard snorted softly, as though he was telling a story from someone else's dinner. Remember, Chapman. Lampard shook his head, and he looked at Lampard. We will never give in. Lampard chuckled, his emotions indecipherable. Thales raised his head and stared at his sword in a daze. The sword that belonged to the Archduke of Black Sand region, the one that killed his brother. The next day, Lampard's voice traveled into Thales' ears. Mother jumped from the highest lookout post in the castle. Thales and little rascal did not move. A wordless sorrow filled the carriage. The story of Lampard's family made him feel all sorts of emotions. Lampard took a deep breath. On the 3rd day, Nuven ordered me to go to Eternal Star City and declare war on all of Constellation. As the carriage drove past a depression, the carriage trembled slightly. A month later, at Raymond Pass, when the kingdom's wrath broke through the encirclement with the last of their courage and arrived in front of my father did not evade or raise his sword. He allowed Mu to break his neck. Lampard chuckled softly. Only later did I realize that my father was probably seeking death. Perhaps he could reunite with my mother and Harold under Hell's River. Lampard stopped talking. Thales exhaled slowly. So, everything you did was for revenge? Thales frowned and asked with difficulty, do you want Nuven to pay the price, or Dragon Cloud City to be destroyed? Lampard sneered mockingly. He slowly leaned back and revealed his face under the light again. Hatred? That ridiculous thing? Don't compare me to a coward like Pofret. Thales frowned. Then why are you telling me this story? The prince asked in bewilderment. Don't tell me you just want to talk to a dying man. The Archduke of Black Sand Region's gaze slowly darkened. Lampard looked at him condescendingly and shook his head slowly. His voice was low and cold, and his words were chilling. You are indeed very special, child, but your vision is still stuck at the level of those mediocre people. As for what I really want, compared to self-preservation, revenge, the death of a king, and the destruction of a territory, Lampard inhaled slowly and said in a firm tone, I want a little more. Thales stared at Lampard's face seriously, quickly trying to figure out what he was thinking. Of course. Lampard snorted softly. You were born in the Jade Star royal family and lived in the era after the virtuous king. You won't understand this kind of sorrow. The Archduke's words ended there. Lampard closed his saber and said no more. Thales was slightly stunned. The virtuous king. It was not the first time he heard this title from the Northlanders. The last time he heard it was from King Nuven. At that time, Thales did not react. But this time, Thales remembered. He subconsciously touched his chest. The virtuous king, Mindy's Jadestar III. One of the 3 kings of Constellation. A king was not respected by his bloodline, but his bloodline was honored by the king. But why did King Nuven and Archduke Lampard mention this supreme king of Constellation from more than 100 years ago? What did he do? Chapter 226. Little Rascal sat on a wooden crate in a daze, watching the white blade guards around her bustle about, treating, changing, discussing, and making final preparations before departing. Every single one of them was respectful to her. Even during the most hectic times, they did not forget to clear a place for her to rest and ensured her clean water and food. She was very sleepy. However, the fear and nervousness that constantly invaded her brain were like alarm bells, waking her up from the brink of sleep. It made her feel as if she was living in a half-awake state. But there's nothing wrong with that, is there? Little Rascal lowered her head and asked herself bitterly. Isn't everything I've experienced from last night a nightmare? But Little Rascal sniffled and touched her small face, which had been wiped clean. She sat on the wooden crate in solitude, watching people come and go. Although the clothes on her body were warm, she felt that she had never felt so cold before. Lost and lonely. She had nothing to rely on. At this moment, "Oh, you're here." A low sigh was heard. Little Rascal turned her head and unexpectedly saw Thales walking towards her with a bitter expression on his face. The second Prince of Constellation did not stand on ceremony. He sat down on the empty ground beside her. "Thales." Little Rascal was a little surprised and delighted. "Why are you?" Thales was in a daze. He picked up a piece of bread from the plate beside Little Rascal, ignoring the angry glare of a white blade guard in the distance. "The food prepared for the Constellations over there is very bad. The priests are also Northlanders." Thales casually bit into the fluffy bread. The bread offered to the temple was indeed different. He buried half of his face in it, snorted, and said in a muffled voice, "I came to rub against you." Little Rascal stared at him in a daze. Thales clenched his teeth with all his might and pulled his face out of the bread. The second prince did not raise his head. He only chewed fiercely and stared at the half-eaten bread in his hand. His gaze was dazed. Little Rascal looked at him and blinked. For a moment, she seemed to have forgotten most of her troubles. "You didn't stay with them." Thales swallowed a mouthful of bread without feeling anything. He felt his stomach slowly fill up. He gestured with his chin at Nicholas and Merc, who were discussing something in the distance. "Did they not treat you well?" Little Rascal raised her head and looked hesitantly at the two people in the distance. "No, they respect me very much." The girl shook her head and almost shook her glasses off again. She was so scared that she hurriedly pressed her hand against the bridge of her nose and said with grievance, "That's why I'm scared." The disheveled girl bit her lip. "You know, they were there before, they all know, it's not important anymore," Thales suddenly said. Little Rascal glanced at the prince in surprise. Thales held the bread in his hand and stared straight ahead, but his eyes were not focused. Only his mouth would occasionally chew. Thales narrowed his eyes and said bitterly, "No matter what happened in the Hall of Heroes, does it still matter now?" He shook his head indifferently. "After we escape from this nightmare, none of this matters anymore." Thales thought absent-mindedly. "Only one thing. We can escape from the nightmare, but the nightmare won't let us go." "Thales." Little Rascal pressed her hands to her sides and leaned forward worriedly. Are you okay?" Thales snapped out of his daze and glanced at her. "No." Thales lowered his head and sighed deeply. "I'm not okay." Little Rascal smacked her lips timidly. She looked at Thales and blinked, not knowing what to do. "Little Rascal." Thales stared at the wooden crate under the girl, then at her tiny feet in the air. "Do you know," the prince said absent-mindedly, "I came with a mission, even though I didn't want to." Little Rascal stared at him in a daze, not knowing how to react. "But I failed," he concluded dryly. His voice was filled with hesitation and pain. Little Rascal only nodded instinctively. Thales suddenly burst out in laughter. "And now we have to escape, leave behind a mess." His laughter was desolate and desolate. Little Rascal felt a pang in her heart when she heard it. "Then run away with our tails between our legs." Thales listlessly put the bread that he had taken 2 bites of back onto the plate. He leaned back and leaned against the wooden crate Little Rascal was sitting on. He stared at the dark ceiling quietly and vaguely recognized the mural on it. In front of a white ball, 3 blurry figures were born. "This place belongs to the gods, right?" Thales thought absent-mindedly. According to High Priestess Holm, The bright moon goddess probably doesn't care about the conflicts between these mortals. If only I could be like them, indifferent to everything, that would be great. Thales smiled bitterly, then his expression relaxed again. Little Rascal stared at him quietly, not saying a word. She was like a docile kitten. Do you know? Thales continued to stare at the ceiling. His gaze was unfocused and his voice was faint, as if there was a veil between them. Extet will probably use the excuse of me assassinating the king to send troops south, not just one archduke. Little Rascal nodded lightly. Aha. Thales' vision became blurry. He seemed to see Araka and Sonia's figures, as well as the Fury Guards falling one by one. Broken Dragon Fortress might be lost, and the Northern Territory might also be lost. We can't stop them. But many people will die. Thales seemed to have seen many more people die. They died in the abandoned house, in the manor, on the streets, in the birch forest, in front of the fortress, and in Dragon Cloud City. This made him feel even more exhausted. They die in war, they die in famine, they die in chaos, they die in a world without order or reason. But also, because of the diplomat group and the heir's incompetence and failure, the Jadestar royal family will probably face the most severe criticism and attack in history. The nobles are all looking forward to this opportunity, the prince said flatly, as if this was a trivial matter. But as for Lampard, Lampard will get everything he wants, no matter what it is. Thales rested his head on his arm and said in a daze, he is the final victor, standing on top of our failure. Do you know, I even talked nonsense in his tent, mocking him for being despicable, shameless, cold-blooded, and heartless? But Thales sneered indecipherable. Little rascal. His voice became deeper and more solemn. I failed, and I can't do anything about it. Aha! I always thought I could do it. Thales laughed bitterly, remembering Gilbert's earnest teachings in Mindy's Hall. Although I'm not very smart, I'm not too stupid either. I also had put Ray and the others help. Thales suddenly felt a pang in his heart. But I can't do it, the prince said bitterly, as if his tongue weighed 1,000 pounds. It's too difficult. Little Rascal jumped down from the wooden crate, leaned against him, and sat down. She nodded slightly. Aha. Thales shut his eyes hard and exhaled a long breath. His heart surged with endless gloom and resentment. It's not just Lampard, it's not just King Nuven, the self-righteous kingdom's secret intelligence department, always wanting to control everything in their hands, the so-called arbitrary father, who never cares about other people's wishes and feelings. They always catch me off guard. Thales rubbed the space between his eyebrows, as if he wanted to spit out all the dissatisfaction he had for the past month. I really want to do something, aha. Of course, they probably even blame me for acting smart and ruining their plans. Thales immediately sneered and said mockingly, of course, if it weren't for me, they would probably be celebrating their victory in a corner somewhere. But Thales sighed. And I have neither the right nor the right to criticize them, the prince said desolately, just like you, I'm nothing at all. But stop saying aha. But all right, it seems like your mind is indeed wandering. Aha? Little Rascal raised her head as if she had suddenly woken up. Thales leaned against the wooden crate and tilted his head. There was a helpless smile in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on the frightened girl. Little Rascal lowered her head in embarrassment and covered her face with her hands. Thales exhaled through his nose and smiled faintly. Forget it. He shook his head helplessly. All right, thank you for your thoughtful comfort, and thank you for patiently listening to me pour out my grievances, but at this moment, Thales suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. He turned his head in astonishment and saw Little Rascal move closer to him. She spread her tiny arms, one in front of the other, and hugged his neck tightly from the side. Thales stared blankly at Little Rascal, who was right in front of him. He stared at her clean and fair face, but her big eyes behind her thick-rimmed glasses stood out. What are you doing? He asked in a daze. Little Rascal's chest was pressed tightly against Thales' shoulder. Her expression was sincere and solemn. Comforting you. Comforting? The puzzled Thales was slightly stunned. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. A long time ago my mother did this. Little Rascal tightened her arms around Thales' neck. Her expression was especially stubborn and serious. When I was sick or hungry, my mother would hug me. I didn't want her to, so she hugged me from the side, from night till dawn. Thales narrowed his eyes as he was hugged by her. You remember your mother? Little Rascal pressed her chin against Thales' shoulder. Yes, but I don't remember it clearly. Thales looked at her serious expression and asked subconsciously, what happened after that? What happened to her? Little Rascal's body trembled slightly. Her expression dimmed. She sold me, Little Rascal said dejectedly. She was very poor. She went to work early every day and only returned home late at night with very little food. She couldn't not sell me or else, the little girl said quietly. There was a rare stubbornness on her face. Or else, she wouldn't be able to live. Thales sighed. From afar, Nicholas saw the scene. The two children snuggled up to each other tightly. The star killer frowned and strode forward. But a hand clamped down on his shoulder. They're just children. With a cold expression, Merc pressed down on Nicholas' shoulder and shook his head slightly. Nicholas cast a profound glance at his former colleague and did not say anything else. So, this is your way of comforting me? Thales chuckled softly. I have a suggestion. When you grow up, you better get rid of this habit. You can't just comfort people like this. Little Rascal nodded and said innocently, oh. All right, let me go. Thales patted Little Rascal's hand and said with a smile, before Nicholas rushes over with a knife. Only then did Little Rascal let go of the little prince. Don't worry about losing. She seemed to be unconvinced by the effect of her comforting words. She continued to mutter, a moment of victory or defeat is but a fleeting moment. 100 years of chess is the foundation of all ages. Thales raised his eyebrows and mulled over this sentence. Said this. Little Rascal's eyes lit up. She seemed to be extremely excited because she found a topic that interested Thales. Your king. Thales furrowed his brows. Ours. The virtuous king, from more than 100 years ago, Mindy's Jade Star III. Little Rascal nodded. She seemed to have entered the reading mode where her eyes shone brightly. He ascended the throne after the Red King's nightmarish and bloody rule ended. He governed the country with superb political skills and safely survived the Fourth Peninsular War. Thales thought of something. Mindy's III. I remember now. Mindy's III's reign was obviously later than Midir IV's. Thales seemed to have realized something. But in Constellation's currency, Mindy's portrait is engraved on the silver coins. It's even more valuable than Midir's copper coins. Wait a minute. The virtuous king? This title? Both King Nuvan and Chapman Lampard mentioned him at the same time. Their words were laced with emotion. On the way to the Northland, Putre had also mentioned that Mindy's III was the one who led the alliance between the sea and the clear night continent, thus changing the form of the Continental War in one fell swoop. The 100-year-old chess game is the foundation of all ages? Thales mumbled. Thales turned his head abruptly. Tell me about Mindy's III. The young prince's serious expression seemed to have frightened Little Rascal. What exactly did he do? Only then can one be called a virtuous king? After Archduke Shalon, the number of books in the library increased by a lot, but, Little Rascal said timidly, although Constellation calls him the virtuous king, but, among the famous 3 kings of Constellation, the Northlanders admire the oath-keeper Midir IV the most, who came to the north alone to provide reinforcements. The second most admired was the king of Renaissance, who opened up new territories. They, on the other hand, did not think much of the virtuous king, who did not have many achievements in battle. In fact, the Northlanders' brief political affairs of years 500 to 600 of the calendar of eradication even said that he was a weak king who compromised with the commoners. Thales' heart trembled slightly. We king? He came back to his senses, and his gaze sharpened. Chapter 227. Raphael spread out a map and carefully studied the route on it. The insides of his right arm were still aching. As the Black Prophet had said, he had used that power too often. That insatiable, bloodthirsty monster. Raphael frowned slightly. But he immediately cast the matter aside. He had too many things to worry about. For example, the mess in Northland. Another example was the little boy behind him. Raphael sighed and rolled up the map from Dragon Cloud City to the city of faraway prayers. Then, he looked at the second prince standing beside him. But the moment he turned around, he acutely noticed that Thales's expression was not quite right. Thales frowned and stared at Raphael with a complicated gaze. "You should rest. Our journey will not be peaceful." Raphael felt a little uncomfortable under his stare. He could not help but say, "You'd better be energetic," but Thales only stared at him. His gaze slowly shifted to Raphael's hands. Just as the young man from the Secret Intelligence Department started to get impatient, the second prince spoke softly. "The person who crippled your hands was the Duke of the Northern Territory, Valerund. I guess." Raphael's breath froze for a moment. His face twitched a little, but it immediately turned into a relaxed smile. "Just a wild guess, isn't?" Thales interrupted him. "I recognize the letters on the brand on your hands." Thales said quietly, "That's the letter of the ancient empire engraved, the Arund family that represents the White Falcon." Raphael's words were stuck in his mouth. His face stiffened. A few seconds later, the man from the Secret Intelligence Department exhaled softly and remained silent. After a long while, Raphael shifted his gaze. "Looks like the cunning fox taught you well," he said flatly, as if he did not care. "Although it's only been a short month." Thales, who received a tacit answer, took a deep breath and recalled what little rascal had just told him. "I once heard from Valerund that his cooperation with Lampard and seizing the throne was just the first step." Thales stared straight into Raphael's eyes with a sharp gaze. "More importantly, we must forge a northern region without the flames of war." The second prince said softly, "For example, his daughter will be married to Lampard's son, and the two kings who have been enemies for 1,000 years will take the first step towards reconciliation. Constellation and the dragon will slowly merge into one, and the northern territory will enjoy eternal peace." Raphael did not move. He just listened to the prince in silence. Thales stared at his expression and suddenly revealed a complicated smile. "I'm guessing that when he found out that his daughter already had a lover of low status, he must have been very distressed." Thales sighed. His gaze never left Raphael's face as he said softly, "And it was a barren bone man." Raphael, who had always been expressionless, finally frowned when he heard this. "So, Duke Arund crippled your sword-wielding hands as a punishment and a warning." Thales stared at Raphael's hands and shook his head slowly. "He took away the most important thing in you and destroyed a swordsman's pride and reliance, right?" Raphael lowered his head. At that moment, his hands seemed to be burning in pain. It was the unforgettable burning pain that came from the depths of his bone marrow the moment the hot soldering iron penetrated deep into his muscles, bones, and flesh. It seemed like it happened yesterday. Not just that, and the days after that, in the endless dark abyss, in the boundless bloody hell. Raphael's gaze froze in midair. Took away the most important thing? From a promising seed of the Tower of Eradication to a cripple? Or crawl out of the most terrible torture? No, Raphael's unfocused gaze refocused. "You should put your intelligence to good use," the young man from the kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department said flatly, his expression returning to normal. But Thales still did not let it go. "Why did he spare your life?" "He had no reason to spare you. Isn't it good for a Raphael who has disappeared forever?" Raphael closed his eyes. "A long time ago, I saved his daughter's life, and he was very grateful to me," the man from the kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department replied slowly. "But Val is a stubborn and unyielding man. Not taking my life was already the greatest mercy he could muster." Thales exhaled. "That explains it," he murmured. Raphael's gaze shifted. "What?" The second prince slowly leaned against the wall. His expression was dejected and lonely. His Majesty knew a long time ago, didn't he? Thales said with a sigh. His voice was so soft that it did not seem like it came from his mouth. Raphael frowned. Knew what? Thales let out a slow sigh and slowly spoke of what he had just figured out. Duke Arund. His conspiracy and his rebellion, his attempt to usurp the throne, and even the plans of the new star nobles. Thales said absent-mindedly, King Kessel, I mean father, he knew a long time ago, didn't he? Raphael frowned and looked at Thales solemnly. This boy, do not speculate about your king, even if you are a prince. The young man from the kingdom's secret intelligence department warned. This is a warning from the kingdom's secret intelligence department. Thales snorted softly as if he did not care at all. The prince took a step forward. His expression was complicated as he looked at Raphael. His gaze gradually became clear. So, he did know. From the beginning, he knew about Arund's rebellious intentions and his attempt to usurp the throne. Thales sighed. And the reason why His Majesty did not take any action and even allowed things to take their own course was because he was waiting for the other party to truly rebel. Raphael's frown deepened. Waiting. The man from the secret intelligence department snorted in disdain, as if he had heard the funniest thing in the world. You think too much. If His Majesty knew about this from the beginning, why did he allow the situation to worsen and allow the Duke of the Northern Territory to truly embark on the path of rebellion, putting the Northern Territory in danger? Raphael shook his head. I said, do not speculate. Thales clenched his fists. He suddenly raised his voice, as if he wanted to roar out all the resentment and grievances he had accumulated over the past few days. Because he needed this opportunity. Damn it. Raphael's words stopped at the tip of his tongue. He looked at the prince, whose chest was heaving up and down. He was slightly surprised. Miranda told me that His Majesty had already sent officials to stabilize the situation in the Northern Territory. Thales panted and could not stop his chest from trembling. It's very reassuring, isn't it? But this is the key. Thales raised his head and gritted his teeth. Kessel's determined face appeared before his eyes. Tell me, Raphael. The prince stared at Raphael and stared into his red eyes. Thales could not help but think of the Nanchester family's one-eyed dragon, Koshter, and the words he said before he left. You underestimate your father, underestimate the Iron Hand King, and underestimate the fear he instilled in the whole of Constellation. If Prince Mariah had not been assassinated, if Extet had not been pressured by war, if Arund had not taken a risk out of desperation and ended up in prison, and if the Northern Territory had not become leaderless and lost, the prince opened and closed his mouth as he fiercely said, then His Majesty could still. Thales paused for a moment. Raphael's gaze dimmed slightly. Thales clenched his teeth and forced himself to finish the rest of his words. Then he could still defend the enemy in the name of war without any hindrance. Send his direct officials and nobles to Cold Castle. As a matter of course, increase the standing military strength in the fortress, and then take over the important territorial affairs such as taxation, adjudication, land, and so on, until the Jade Star royal family completely replaced the Duke of the Northern Territory in prison, so that the Northern Territory, which has been ruled by the Arund family for generations, would be completely taken into the royal power. Thales, who had forcefully said these words, only felt a pain in his head. He could not help but sway. He supported himself against the wall with one hand and pressed his other hand hard against his forehead, rubbing it continuously. Val Arund, Kessel Jadestar. The shocking change in the Extet diplomat group, everything in the Hall of Stars, his appearance, and what he thought was his ingenious way of breaking through the situation. Now, from the looks of it, all of it, Thales felt his forehead hurting more and more. There, a piece of memory fragment surged out uncontrollably and returned to the vast sea of memories. It was a fragment formed by a few words, but it made people's hearts turn cold. Uncle Jingbok, Duanyin. As His Majesty's greatest and most important spy and conspirator, the kingdom's secret intelligence department. Tell me, is this true? Thales opened his eyes and tried his best to control his voice. But even so, he still made half the people in the room turn their heads repeatedly. Raphael did not speak for a long time. But the prince seemed to be very patient. He stared at the person from the Secret Intelligence Department without moving. His eyes surged with extremely complicated emotions. Finally, Raphael let out a long sigh. His expression was filled with the same complicated and subtle endless emotions. He spat out a few powerless and helpless words, no comment. This was an answer that did not seem like an answer. But the prince had already obtained the information he wanted to know. At that moment, Thales slowly relaxed like a balloon that had its air released. He subconsciously leaned against the wall, his expression stiff. Why? Raphael looked at Thales indifferently. There was a hint of solemnity in his words. Why would you think so? Thales subconsciously snorted softly. Even though you've told me many times not to believe the Red Witch's words, the prince's voice was very tired, as if he was speaking to another person. You have to know that lies that are strong enough to sway people's hearts are built on certain facts. Raphael's expression changed slightly. Calcian's words to Miranda. Thales closed his eyes and exhaled fiercely. If you don't want this land to be taken away by despicable means, Northland only belongs to Northlanders. Now I understand. The Red Witch does not speak without thinking. He laughed bitterly. His laughter was desolate. Extet and Lampard are not the only ones who want to seize the northern territory from Arund. I didn't think that much at first, until I heard about the history of virtuous King Mindys III from a long time ago, Thales said absent-mindedly. It instantly solved many of my doubts. Raphael frowned slightly. Virtuous king? His Majesty he... The corners of Thales' mouth twitched slightly. He tried to recall the Iron Hand King's appearance, but what appeared in his mind was always his cold and solemn voice, and his short but powerful movements. Isn't he afraid that the extensions will really invade the south in large numbers? Not afraid that they will seize the northern territory? Thales clenched his fists and clenched the scars on his palms. Raphael sighed slightly. Forgive me for being blunt, Your Highness, Raphael said softly. The young man from the Secret Intelligence Department shook his head slowly. If it wasn't for your unexpected actions, including giving the doctor a chance to contact the secret room as well as your inexplicable appearance outside Heroic Spirit Palace, Extet would have become a mess according to our expectations. For some reason, Thales laughed. His chest trembled slightly. His laughter was endless, and the meaning behind it was unclear. Has he always been this risky? The prince said weakly. Or has he only been like this since the Bloody Year? Raphael did not speak, but he did not understand what was so funny about it. Thales chuckled softly in the end. He lowered his gaze to the ground, and his expression was unclear. About the ownership of the Northern Territory, does Miranda know? He stopped smiling and said softly, Does she know that you are also in it? This time, Raphael froze on the spot. Miranda. That girl. Nothing more to say. Raphael still said the same thing, but this time, there was quite a bit of pause and trembling in his words. Raphael's red eyes trembled slightly, and his breathing quickened. Miranda. A girl with such meticulous thoughts and keen senses, how could she? Raphael closed his eyes. How could he not know? If this is what you are here for. Panting heavily, the man from the Secret Intelligence Department tried to end the conversation. But he was interrupted by Thales once again. Help me. 2 words were spoken softly. Forceful. But not dejected or dejected. Raphael was slightly startled. What? The man from the Secret Intelligence Department opened his eyes slightly and looked at the prince in puzzlement. In front of him, Thales also slowly raised his head. I'll say... The hesitation and weakness from before had completely disappeared from the prince's voice. It became resolute, firm, and unquestionable. The prince cast a rare gaze from his gray eyes and stared straight into Raphael's eyes. I need your support, Raphael Lindbergh. Help me convince them, help me. Raphael stared blankly at him. What are you going to do? The man from the Secret Intelligence Department asked subconsciously. He even forgot to address Raphael respectfully. Thales chuckled. His hand had long since left the wall. He stood firmly on the ground and looked straight at Raphael. His face was full of optimism and relief. Raphael suddenly realized, to his surprise, that Thales was different now. His eyes were filled with an unprecedented vigor. It was as if they were burning with a raging flame. It would never be extinguished. Whether it's you or me, whether it's the Secret Intelligence Department or the kingdom, Thales said slowly. His face was as cold as ice, and his tone was like steel, filled with a rare determination, whether it's an accident, a failure, my mistake, or your negligence. But after we've worked so hard for so long, put in so much effort and experienced so much, you're willing to lose all your chips in Lampard's hands. Push the kingdom into the abyss of war? You're willing to accept this tragic situation and tacitly accept this terrible ending? Things have already come to this, you. Raphael frowned. Looking at the prince like this, he only felt lost. What else do you want to do? What else can I do? Thales flashed a mysterious smile at him. At that moment, Raphael felt like it was the first time he got to know the Prince of Constellation, who had returned from an accident and brought about countless accidents. He was not the helpless little boy who was pushed along by the waves in Mindy's Hall. He was also not the desperate prince who gritted his teeth and fought hard in the Hall of Stars. He was also not a marionette who struggled in the Game of Thrones. He was Prince Thales. The one and only Thales Jadestar. What do you want to do? The Prince of Constellation asked faintly, as if what he was facing was just a small problem. Of course it's. Chapman Lampard's figure suddenly appeared in front of Thales, along with his determined and patient face. The prince's eyes lit up. Chapter 228. Just as Thales and the others fled the gatehouse, a tense confrontation that was rarely seen since the founding of Extet took place in front of the Hall of Heroes in Heroic Spirit Palace. Under the flickering flames, the guards of the 4 archdukes and the attendants of a few special nobles, the other nobles were not allowed to bring their attendants into the banquet, stood together with the White Blade Guards and the Palace Guards. With the tacit understanding unique to Northlanders, they formed a battle formation. Bows were nocked, swords were unsheathed, and they stood in front of the Hall of Heroes with unpleasant expressions, protecting the nobles in the oval stone hall. Opposite them were unfamiliar soldiers with unknown identities, who had the advantage in numbers. They guarded the corners and corridors. They were all dressed in the uniform and equipment of the patrol team. They were so densely packed that they almost filled every doorway outside the hall. These soldiers stepped on the tiles that had a long history. Many of them could not help but size up the decorations around them with strange and reverent gazes. It seemed that it was their first time here, and they were not used to this palace, which was of great significance to Northland. What was even stranger was that the leader of this group of uninvited guests was a short-haired swordswoman. Her gaze was indifferent and fearless, and the fingers of her right hand kept flicking on the hilt of her sword. Under the illumination of the brazier, Archduke Rockney of the City of Faraway Prayers walked out of the Dark Hall of Heroes with a cold and sullen expression. The guards and attendants on both sides made way for him, but they never let down their guard. The long-haired Archduke of the City of Faraway Prayers waved away an attendant who was about to put a cloak on him. He stared coldly at the uninvited guests in front of him, and his gaze lingered on their swords. "Show yourself, there's no need to hide anymore." Archduke Kulgan Rockney retracted his fierce gaze and said coldly, "We are separated by 3 stone steps, but we can still smell the disgusting scent unique to your territory. Although we are all from Northland, your soldiers are different." The first row of patrol soldiers exchanged a few glances, but they seemed to be well-trained and still did not say a word. They just stared coldly at the guards and guards guarding the Hall of Heroes. "Where is the Fire Knight?" Archduke Rockney snorted coldly without looking at the female leader. "No matter what you want to do, whether it's besieging Heroic Spirit Palace or murdering the Archduke, you don't have to let a weak woman lead the troops, do you?" The short-haired swordswoman's face turned cold. Her right hand no longer moved. Instead, she gripped the hilt of her sword tightly and took a provocative step forward. "Be careful, Your Grace," she said in an unfriendly tone, her eyes filled with contempt and disdain. "Your life is in the hands of this weak woman." "Little girl." Archduke Rockne shook his head in disdain. "Go home and weave. The longsword is very heavy." Clang! The swordswoman suddenly unsheathed her weapon. Like a flock of birds startled by a bowstring, the guards beside the Archduke, be it the White Blade Guards, the Palace Guards, or the attendants from the City of Faraway Prayers, all surged forward nervously. But they stopped abruptly. Archduke Rockne raised his right palm and firmly stopped them by his side. The swordswoman looked at the Archduke of the City of Faraway Prayers with a frosty expression. The tip of her sword stopped right in front of Archduke Rockne's throat. The Grand Duke did not move from his eyes to his body. He stared at her without flinching, as if it was not a sword that was pressed against his throat. "It's fine," Rockne said coldly. "Let's see if our little cutie really has the ability to hold a sword." A cold glare flashed in his eyes. "And the courage to kill an Archduke." The swordswoman's gaze turned cold. The tip of her sword moved forward without hesitation and touched his skin. Rockne's pupils shrank. He felt a chill on his neck and blood flowed down. Behind the Grand Duke, the attendant's inhales could be heard clearly. But there was still no expression on Rockne's resolute face. At this moment, a deep and sonorous male voice came from the patrol team. "Be more polite, Croche." A middle-aged nobleman in armor with a weathered face and steady footsteps slowly walked out of the crowd. "We are not here to fight." Behind him were two noblemen. One of them was dressed in plate armor and had an old-fashioned face, while the other was tall and thin with a sharp gaze. The swordswoman, Croche, snorted softly. Then she stepped back and sheathed her sword. Rockne slowly lowered his head and extended his hand to wipe his neck. He stared at the blood on his hand with a subtle expression. The soldiers in the patrol team made way for the newcomers. "There's no need to be so nervous, everyone." The tall and thin young noble smiled slightly and bowed politely at the guards. "We are not enemies. We should not point our swords at each other." Rockne lowered his hand. His gaze swept over the three newcomers and he snorted softly without showing them any respect. As expected, surprises are never late. Archduke Rockne's expression grew colder. He fixed his gaze on the middle-aged noble. "Chapman Lampard." His attendants frowned in unison. Archduke Lampard nodded imperceptibly. The two archdukes' gazes met in the air. One was as cold as ice, while the other was calm. In the next second, Rockne's gaze shifted back to the swordswoman. "Hey, Croche, is it?" Archduke Rockne's tone changed. He raised his eyebrows in interest and a different expression appeared in his eyes. "Your sword is very steady." He stared at Croche's long sword, felt the pain on his neck, and nodded in approval. "You have guts." But Croche only stared at him coldly and did not speak. Archduke Rockne's gaze flickered. "My wife passed away a year ago. The Rockne family and the City of Faraway Prayers both lack an archduchess." Archduke Rockne's gaze was unrestrained as he sized up Croche from head to toe. He then said sternly, "Are you interested?" Lampard watched their interaction and frowned slightly. Croche also narrowed her eyes. "Go find an obedient female worker who only knows how to weave, Your Grace." She sheathed her long sword. Her words were cold and fierce. "So that on our wedding night I won't." Croche openly glanced at the Archduke's crotch. "Cut off your two balls." Archduke Rockne laughed boldly, but his gaze on Croche became more and more subtle. Beside him, Archduke Lampard said flatly, "I'm afraid it's not appropriate to openly poach my subordinates, right?" Archduke Rockne turned to Lampard. The smile on his resolute face was now devoid of warmth. "You won't get hurt even if you ask." Lampard raised his eyebrows. The tall noble next to him, Viscount Kentvida, whispered a few words in the Archduke's ear. Archduke Rockne pulled his long hair to the back of his neck and said coldly, "Why? If I don't take this stab, will you never appear again?" "Of course not." Lampard's expression did not change. "I just want to wait for everyone to arrive." At this moment, another voice cut into the conversation. "Don't worry. A smooth and experienced voice cleverly appeared in the gap between the two men's conversation. "We're all waiting for your arrival." A man with a bowl cut walked out from behind Archduke Rockney. He was the Archduke of Reformation Tower, Porphyus Trentida of the Trentida family. He had a playful smile on his face, but his eyes were filled with wariness and coldness. "When was the last time we met, Chapman?" Trentida said with a grin. 12 years ago?" Lampard stared at his neighbor of Reformation Tower, who was also in the south of Extet and adjacent to Black Sand region. There was wariness and contemplation in his eyes. 5 years ago," he said flatly, "when Constellation was at war with the Orcs, the 3 southern archdukes held an emergency meeting." "Is that so?" Trentida patted his bowl-cut head and said in sudden realization, "That's right. You wouldn't appear without benefits. That's you." He snickered. The Archduke of Black Sand region, the one who ignored the king's invitation, but only brought 1,000 men to force their way into Heroic Spirit Palace when the king disappeared and Dragon Cloud City was in chaos? Archduke Trentida's protruding chin moved slightly. He stared at the soldiers beside Lampard and asked meaningfully, "This is why I'm here to look for all of you." Archduke Lampard said slowly, "We are facing an unusual situation that concerns everyone's vital interests." Archduke Rockney tilted his head and sneered disdainfully. "An unusual situation?" Another deep voice entered the conversation between the 3 men. "What do you mean?" The boorish Rabian Alcius, who was dressed in classic attire, also appeared at the entrance of the Hall of Heroes. The Archduke of Prestige Orchid's full beard was extremely eye-catching and memorable. At this moment he stared coldly at Lampard. His eyes were filled with suspicion and wariness. Lampard's gaze swept across the 3 archdukes. "The king passed away last night," Chapman Lampard said flatly, as though he was talking about a trivial matter. "We need to talk about Extet's future." The moment he said that, there was quite a commotion on both Black Sand regions and Heroic Spirit Palace's side. Viscount Kentvita and Croche suppressed their subordinates in dissatisfaction. However, Lampard's eyebrows were furrowed tightly, because he clearly saw that the 3 archdukes before him were still as calm and composed as ever. It was as though they already knew everything. Looks like it's going to be more difficult than I thought," Lampard thought to himself. "But so what? It's just another hurdle I have to cross." "But the other Nuven." "Oh." Finally, an aged voice rang out from behind the 3 archdukes. It was the most senior archduke of Defense City, the bald Rogers Letgo. He coughed as he slowly walked out. "That's unfortunate." The old archduke sighed and said, "I think, regarding the king's death, you, Chapman, who suddenly appeared here, have some important news to tell us?" "As you said, Rogers," the Archduke of Black Sand region said solemnly, "I'm here to tell you something." Archduke Letko laughed. Staring at the floor tiles of Heroic Spirit Palace, he said thoughtfully, "Then why don't we talk about it in the Hall of Heroes?" He raised his eyebrows slightly, turned sideways, and revealed the flickering light from the brazier. "It's just the 5 of us. That's enough. We don't need so many pawns." The moment he said that, the 3 archdukes from Heroic Spirit Palace looked at Lampard in unison. Their gazes were different, but all of them were filled with deep suspicion and wariness. "This is Extet." Lampard sighed softly in his heart, then snorted softly. "My Extet." His gaze gradually focused. Under the gazes of the 4 archdukes of Extet, who held high positions of power and were on equal footing with him, Chapman Lampard calmly extended his hand and stopped Count Levon and Viscount Kentvita behind him, who were about to speak. "Of course." His gaze became solemn. He swept his gaze over his 4 colleagues, as well as the white blade guards and palace guards who were standing in a semicircle formation and firmly guarding the entrance of the Hall of Heroes. He nodded and said, "These words and this matter can only be spread among the 5 of us." Croche cast Lampard a questioning look, but Archduke Lampard only extended his palm and made a downward gesture. In the next second, Chapman Lampard strode forward without hesitation. Under countless gazes, he left the encirclement of the Black Sand region soldiers alone. He walked past the countless shining blades and walked towards the stone door of the Hall of Heroes. He walked into the impenetrable formation of the heroic Spirit Palace soldiers, leaving them staring at each other in dismay. He walked past Rockne, who was at the forefront, and received a surprised and admiring gaze from the latter. He walked past Archduke Alcius. The bearded Archduke furrowed his brows, his thoughts unclear. He walked past Trent Eider and Lecco. The two of them exchanged glances, revealing worry and apprehension. He walked past Trent Eider and Lecco. The iron fist pattern that represented the Lampard family could be vaguely seen on the Archduke of Black Sand Region's cloak. The four archdukes only snapped out of their daze when he walked completely into the darkness of the Hall of Heroes. They exchanged glances. Count Vida and Count Levon glared at them fiercely. Croche even tapped the hilt of her sword in her hand. Her threat was self-evident. "What do you say?" Trentida's eyes darted around. Alcius and Lecco furrowed their brows and did not speak. Rockne looked at the dark hall and said coldly, "Let's see what he has to say." Chapman Lampard stood quietly in the Hall of Heroes. He stood beside the long, brownish-black table. The braziers on the 6 metal racks illuminated his face, causing it to flicker between light and darkness. His imposing manner was unstable. He knew that the young Archduke Concret Pofrit's neck was broken by King Nuven just 2 steps away from him last night. However, at this moment, Lampard only stared ahead quietly at the seat of honor at the innermost part of the long table. He remembered that his father and mother had brought him and Harold here countless times during the first half of his life to bow before the seat of honor. Nuven Walton VII sat there, at the seat of honor, giving orders to the Extension citizens, from the archdukes to the officials, from the nobles to the commoners. The common elected king sat there and controlled the entire Northland. No, more than half of Northland. After all, Constellation's northern territory was not yet in Extet's hands. His gaze swept around the stone hall and paused briefly on the Cloud Dragon spear flag that could be seen everywhere. On the innermost shelf, the Soul Slayer pike should have been placed there, but it was now empty. Just like the Walton family, who was once like the sun in the sky, and the Cloud Dragon spear that intimidated Northland. Cloud Dragon spear. At that moment, Lampard actually wanted to laugh. "All right," Archduke Alcius' voice came from behind him in a rude manner. "We will not invite you to sit down." "Speak," the bearded man said coldly. Lampard closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then he slowly opened his eyes. Constellation. Chapman Lampard slowly turned around and faced the 4 archdukes. His gaze was sharp. That Prince of Constellation and their secret intelligence department plotted a conspiracy against Extet. Archduke Rockne frowned slightly. "They even used the calamities," Lampard said flatly. "Unfortunately, King Nuven died in the conspiracy." Lecco and Trentida looked at each other, their gazes seemingly meaningful. Lampard took a step forward and clenched his fists. "The kingdom of the Great Dragon is facing an unprecedented crisis," the Archduke of Black Sand Region said coldly. There was an unquestionable tone in his voice. "It is time for us to unite." Lampard's voice faded away. The 4 archdukes looked at each other. No one made a sound. No one moved. No one reacted. After a few seconds, the 4 archdukes chuckled at the same time. The chuckles turned into laughter. The laughter turned into sneers. And the sneers lasted for almost a minute. Archduke Lampard looked at the Archduke's sneers and could not help but frown. There was a deep chill in Alcia's smile. Trentida's smile had a profound meaning that was worth pondering. Lecco's smile was very forced. Perhaps he did not want to laugh at all. Only Archduke Rockne's laughter was the loudest, longest, and coldest. The family emblem of the Canon of Knights from the City of Faraway Prayers shone brightly on his shoulder. Lampard's expression also turned cold. Finally, the archdukes stopped laughing. In the next second, Archduke Rockne took a step forward and met Lampard's gaze without flinching. Kulgan Rockne said coldly and rudely in his unique bold voice, "That's right. Go home and f***ck yourself, Chapman Lampard." He spat harshly. His eyes were filled with disdain and contempt, as if they contained 10,000-year-old ice. Chapter 229. Dragon Cloud City, Bright Moon Temple. In a secluded room, Put-Ray looked at the busy Constellatiate soldiers not far away and could not help but let out a long sigh. In the first half of his life, he had experienced failures. In fact, the failures he had seen were more terrifying, and the price they paid was heavier. For example, 12 years ago. But now, Put-Ray suddenly felt that the pipe in his hand was very heavy, and he lost the desire to take a puff. This was very rare for someone like him who valued smoking as much as his life. King Kessel used his bloodline as a hostage to try to eliminate the scourge of war. It should have been a generous and sincere act that the whole country would praise. But now, it had turned into a disaster. The prince was involved in the death of the king of Extet, bringing about the worst situation that should have been avoided. Worse still, the Jadestar royal family would once again suffer a huge blow to their reputation. After that child returns to Constellation, what he has to face. Put-Ray recalled Thale's dejected look, and his mood became gloomy. He silently reached out and knocked the burning tobacco out of the pipe. "I'm sorry, Gilbert. Other than bringing him out of danger, there is nothing I can do. Just like how I watched His Highness pass away. I've disappointed you, old friend. Again." While Put-Ray was lost in his memories, the new soldier, Willow, interrupted his thoughts. "My lord." "What is it?" Put-Ray raised his eyebrows. "Please go to the back hall, the hall we entered from." Willow seemed a little confused, but he still carried out the order. "This is Prince Thales's order." Put-Ray's expression changed. Cohen packed his things and checked his weapons for the last time. "Are you not going to ask Raphael anymore?" The police officer looked at Put-Ray, who was talking to the Constellatiate soldiers in the distance. He sighed and turned to Miranda beside him. "You know, about the disaster swords, the secret intelligence department, his hands." At this point, he remembered that his good friend, a swordsman, had both his hands crippled. He did not know when his hands had turned into such monsters. Cohen could not help but grit his teeth. What did that guy go through? Miranda, who was leaning against the wooden crate, slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was calm, and her expression was natural. However, his voice was slightly hoarse. "There's no need. He has already made his decision," the swordswoman said softly. "There are some things that will only be futile to ask." Cohen looked at Miranda's expressionless face and wanted to say something, but in the end, he just shrugged and lowered his head to adjust his sword belt. A few seconds later, the police officer said in a low voice, "Then how do we report to Tower? I met 3 disaster swordsmen in Dragon Cloud City, and one of them has an unknown identity." Miranda's eyes flickered. "What about you?" she asked lightly. Cohen was slightly taken aback. "In my opinion," the police officer exhaled deeply, and his gaze became firm. He seemed to have made up his mind. "To hell with the Tower of Eradication. I've been out for so long." Cohen shook his head and snorted softly. "I've never seen any disaster sword. It's all Caslin's scheme. End of report." Miranda smiled faintly. If Master Jedi knew the truth, he would go crazy. So this is for his own good. Cohen raised his eyebrows. His most outstanding student is worried about his mood and is determined to make him worry less. Miranda raised her eyebrows and closed her eyes again to rest. After a while, Cohen spoke again. His voice was downcast. "Miranda, it's only been 3 years," the police officer said dejectedly. "How can a person change so much?" Miranda opened her eyes again. This time, there was a complicated look in her eyes. "I'm not just talking about Raphael." Cohen sheathed his long sword with a worried expression. "There's also Croche. I still remember the days when I was punished to bite a sword and squat down with her. That tomboy's favorite thing to do was to scold me," he said in annoyance. Miranda curled up the corner of her mouth. "That's because she likes you, but doesn't dare to say it out loud." Miranda rolled her eyes, then her heart dimmed. "It's not just you, Cohen. It's not just you. I used to study with her, sleep in the same room, practice swordsmanship with her under the rain and wind, and read books under the lamp at night. The girl who used to be cheerful and stubborn. Croche. Maybe they haven't changed." Miranda furrowed her brows slightly. Her voice was ethereal and seemed to carry a profound meaning. It's just that we unwittingly discovered another side of them. Cohen snorted softly. What kind of other side, he said helplessly, would lead to betrayal and lies? Miranda crossed her arms and hugged her sword again. I don't know, she said absent-mindedly. But it shouldn't be something easy. She remembered the brand on Raphael's hand. Croche, what did you go through? Cohen let out a long sigh. He leaned back and imitated Miranda, leaning against the wooden crate. So, is this the end? Cohen asked, intentionally or otherwise. Miranda's expression changed slightly. She snapped out of her daze. What's the end? Cohen paused for a second. His brows twitched as if he was thinking. Dragon Cloud City, he said quietly, we were tricked into coming here. We became someone else's pawn, the scapegoat for a conspiracy, the mastermind of the king's assassination. We became the cause of the war. Miranda fell silent. She knew Cohen's character. She knew what he was going to say. But, so we're making up for it? Miranda's gaze became solemn as she said with certainty. Leave this place as soon as possible. Escape from the enemy's control. Refuse to be used by them. Lady Arun spoke faster and stressed her words. Pretend that we've never been to Extet or Dragon Cloud City. It was as if there was no room for doubt. Cohen did not answer immediately. He was silent for a few seconds. His gaze focused on the dark sky. But Miranda, Cohen finally said softly. He seemed to be hesitant and uneasy. The truth is, we've been here. Miranda said nothing. Cohen slapped the wooden crate and nimbly sat up. He rested his hands on his knees. His expression was stern and unpleasant. Not only have we been here, but we've also participated in so many things and witnessed so much. He sighed slowly. The Secret Intelligence Department, calamities, dragons, princes, assassinations, conspiracies. People came, people left, people died, people were injured, and in the end, they left behind a mess, Cohen said absent-mindedly, waiting for others to clean up and bear the consequences. And you know what we left behind. You heard what Uncle Putre said. Cohen's gaze shifted to the vice diplomat in the distance. He watched as he spoke to the soldier with the dual pistols. Even if we escape safely, the Northern Territory will still face, he also said, Miranda frowned, that there is nothing we can do. Cohen's expression darkened. He looked like he was struggling. Is it powerless? Cohen snorted softly and clenched his fists subconsciously. Or is it that we can't do anything? Miranda did not answer. That's your Northern Territory, Miranda. It's the territory your family has protected for generations. The police officer took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. You've also witnessed the devastation of that land when it was ravaged by the flames of war, haven't you? Back then, you and Raphael were there. Thud. Miranda's scabbard fiercely stabbed into a wooden crate that was used to store miscellaneous items. Enough. The swordswoman's gaze became sharp and terrifying. Her tone was frosty. That's enough. But Cohen smiled. You know, the young disaster swordsman we met earlier was about your age. The police officer lowered his head and raised his unique silver saber. He asked me for the name of this sword. Miranda's gaze froze. Bearer. She looked at her classmate's saber and remembered the fights she had with it over the past few years. She said flatly, the Caribbean family's treasured sword. Cohen nodded. His arm muscles tightened as he steadily raised his weapon. Bear. It's too heavy, Cohen said absent-mindedly. He thought of the gloomy old castle in his family, and the scene when his old man took it out from inside. The day before we went to the Tower of Eradication, my father gave it to me. I couldn't even lift it with both hands. I could only tie a rope around it and drag it along. Cohen nodded. His gaze slowly focused as he recalled the past. But the old man said, there are some things we have to bear. His gaze became clearer and firmer. There are some things we can't stop here. At this moment, a voice that both of them were extremely familiar with rang out. You know, asking for trouble for the sake of pointless persistence. Raphael's relaxed and bright voice rang out behind them. Nothing good usually comes out of it. Miranda turned her head abruptly. Cohen turned around in surprise. Everyone, go to the back hall, the young man from the kingdom's secret intelligence department said flatly. His red eyes flickered in the dim light. It's not time yet. Miranda frowned. Why are we going to the back hall? Raphael let out a sigh as if he was helpless. He also seemed to be hesitating. But he only paused for a second before he raised his eyes and looked at the two of them. I told you. Raphael snorted coldly. Chapter 230. In the back hall of Bright Moon Temple. In the not-so-wide hall, the Prince of Constellations stood calmly in the center. Under the illumination of the everlasting lamp, Thales stared at the bright moon goddess statue in the darkness from afar. He quietly observed the bright moon goddess' indifferent expression. Behind him, Little Rascal propped up her glasses and looked around nervously. She said timidly, If we just sneak out like this? Nicholas and the others will. Ah, Thales said flatly, I know. They're probably on their way to find you. Little Rascal's face paled. Then Thales interrupted her softly. Little Rascal. The Prince of Constellations stared at the bright moon goddess in a daze. I want to do something, but I need your help. Little Rascal was slightly stunned. What is it? She asked curiously. Thales did not speak. He only clenched his fists lightly. You've read a lot of books, but do you know what we went through last night? Little Rascal's expression froze slightly. She lowered her head and recalled everything in Heroic Spirit Palace and Shield District. She subconsciously clenched her teeth. Alex's limp hand. The king's ring. The Calamity's presumptuous laughter. The civilians running around, wailing, and dying in despair. A second later, Little Rascal blinked her bloodshot eyes and nodded silently. Thales turned his head and looked at Little Rascal. He flashed a gentle smile. The soldier just now, Willow Ken, do you know his story? Little Rascal looked puzzled and shook her head. He was originally a civilian in the Northern Territory. Although he wasn't rich, he had a cute younger sister and healthy parents. Thales recalled the story in the snow and said absent-mindedly, but in the winter 12 years ago, he suddenly learned to fish, learned to use a spear, learned to survive with difficulty, and learned to bear the loss of his family. Little Rascal was slightly stunned. It's not just them. Thales sighed. That veteran by the name of Genid was probably a commoner when he was young, but it was 12 years ago that he became what he is today. Thales narrowed his eyes and recalled the veteran who struggled to follow him. He felt a little sentimental. To him, he is still living in the years of war. He can't wake up, and he doesn't want to wake up. That big sister called Miranda. 12 years ago, her family was wiped out, and she spent her childhood in the Tower of Eradication. Thales lifted his head and stared straight at Little Rascal, who was at a loss for words. It's not just Constellation either. The second prince uttered a name flatly. Bermerk. Little Rascal remembered something, and her face instantly turned pale. Don't be afraid. Thales walked forward and held her small hand. Feeling the coldness and trembling in his palm, he said sincerely, I'm here. No one can hurt you. Little Rascal's breathing gradually calmed down. But you heard it with your own ears. 12 years ago, he lost his vow to protect and the love of his life. Since then, he has fallen into the boundless hell, struggling to catch his last breath. Thales stared at her quietly. Anne Chapman Lampard. Thales' eyes dimmed. 12 years ago, his hands were stained with his elder brother's blood. In the whirlpool of his father's generation and power, he transformed into the current Archduke of Black Sand region. With a solemn expression, Thales let go of the girl's hand, but held her shoulders. Little Rascal could only stare at him blankly. Look, so many people's fates have been decided just like that. Thales' voice was a little intermittent, sometimes soft, sometimes heavy. It's all because of that incident 12 years ago. Little Rascal inhaled and stared back into the prince's gray eyes. The bloody year? Thales stared at her seriously and nodded. The bloody year. Little Rascal's gaze was conflicted. She nodded slightly, as if she understood. Thales first closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. Then he opened his eyes. With a solemn expression that he had never shown since he arrived in this world, he said with a straight face, "Little rascal. Everything we've seen and heard tonight is not just a family drama between a few people, but a major event that concerns the future of millions of people in 2 countries." Thales stared at the girl's blank eyes behind her glasses with a solemn expression. He clenched his teeth. In that second, the Potemkin village that he saw after leaving the capital appeared in front of his eyes. The majestic star-shaped fortress, Broken Dragon Fortress, the Northland villagers in the Mountain Pass village, and the Black Stone at the Raymond Pass, the place where Horus died. There might be tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of people whose fates will change because of this, Thales said with difficulty. No, in Dragon Cloud City, the fates of countless people have already changed. Many of them have even reached the end. Thales lowered his eyelids and said dejectedly, "Like Alex and the Shield district that we passed through. Like ourselves." Little rascal was stunned for a second. "If we just walk away like this and leave everything behind." Thales sighed. He felt that his chest was heavy. "That kind of burden will make me feel like I can't breathe." Little rascal bit her lower lip, causing thousands of people to suffer and lose their homes. Thales tried his best to put on an ugly smile. "That's too unbearable." His hands, which were clasped around Little Rascal's shoulders, trembled slightly. "We can't go, we can't escape." Little Rascal sniffled lightly and interrupted him. "I understand." The girl opened her mouth with difficulty. Her platinum hair was particularly eye-catching. "You want me to," with a sorrowful expression, she did not continue. She seemed to be hesitating. Thales gulped and nodded. "I want to make up for everything, avoid the worst consequences, and mend the wounds we left behind, whether it's our responsibility or not." Little Rascal seemed to have figured something out. Her face was pale. "I understand. What you need is not Little Rascal." She trembled and stared at Thales in disbelief. "What you need is Sir Roma Walton. You want me to become her, to become His Majesty's granddaughter." In that instant, Little Rascal's eyes turned red. Thales froze for a moment. For a moment he could not continue. He lowered his head and remembered their conversation in the butcher's shop. "Choose who you want to be." But now, Thales gritted his teeth. He felt as if his tongue weighed 1,000 pounds. A second later, he raised his head abruptly and stared straight into Little Rascal's eyes. "What I need is still Little Rascal, not Sir Roma." Little Rascal widened her eyes in shock. "That Little Rascal who accompanied me through all the disasters, who never left me," Thales said seriously, enunciating each word. "That silly little girl, the little girl who did not know how to hide when she was in danger. I need her to accompany me for one more time." Thales stared at her quietly, his gaze gentle. Although this request might be too much. Little Rascal stared at him blankly, as if she had forgotten to think. "I know you're afraid." Thales' hand on Little Rascal's shoulder unknowingly clenched into a fist. "I know you want to escape from all this." But, Thales' face contorted, but after a few seconds, he raised his eyes again and stared straight into Little Rascal's eyes. "Raise your head and face it, just like how you faced the great dragon." Little Rascal did not answer. She only stared at Thales with tears welling up in her eyes. A few seconds later, tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. "There's nothing like this in the books," Little Rascal said fearfully, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I don't know." She bit her lips, tears flowing down her cheeks. Thales sighed in his heart. "Maybe there is," Thales said softly. "It's just that we don't know." Little Rascal sniffled. "If there really isn't." Thales sighed and moved his hands to her head. "That would be even better." Thales stretched out his fingers and gently wiped away her tears. Then he held her black-rimmed glasses and gently straightened the crooked and damaged glasses. He stared at Little Rascal with a solemn expression and a stern tone. "After reading so many books and reading so many other people's stories, it's time for you to write your own story." Little Rascal subconsciously let out a sob. The girl stared at Thales with a dazed expression and a blank gaze. It was as if she was flipping through a random book instead of staring at a determined boy. A few seconds later, little rascal pursed her lips and slowly opened them. She said softly, "Will you always be by my side?" He nodded. Her eyes brightened. "Will you face all of this with me?" "Yes." He flashed a smile. Her expression changed and she gritted her teeth. "You will protect me." He sighed, raised his head and touched her forehead. Through the glasses, their eyes met. The boy spoke softly, his tone was resolute. "I will." At this moment, Thales heard footsteps behind him. He gently let go of the dazed little rascal and turned to the person. "You better have a good explanation, little prince." The Star Killer's pale and cold face appeared before him. His expression was unfriendly and his tone harsh. "About abducting the Walton bloodline?" Sorry. Nicholas cast a glance at little rascal, who was deep in thought. "Come back with us. You shouldn't have too much contact with this dangerous prince, my lady." Little rascal pursed her lips and hid behind Thales. Nicholas furrowed his brows. Thales took a deep breath and raised his head to look at Nicholas. And Merc, who was behind him. Thales ignored the Star Killer and said softly to Merc, "Lord Merc, I'm sorry. I'm still used to calling you Lord." The listless Merc was a little startled. Nicholas, on the other hand, was slightly startled. "Why did you come back to help the Walton family?" Thales looked at Merc calmly. "You're no longer an administrator. I remember that King Nuven has exiled you forever." Merc's expression became sorrowful and desperate. His muscles tensed up without him realizing it. "In King Nuven's eyes, you're the sinner who killed his son, aren't you?" The prince said flatly, "He took your child away because of this? He treated you like this, so you should treat him fairly." Merc shuddered violently. Nicholas stared at his former colleague, and his expression changed. "Hey, you little prince," the Star Killer said decisively. Someone interrupted him, but it was not Thales. "Yes." Merc trembled and raised his head. His eyes burned with a strange and complicated emotion. "But that's his opinion," he said painfully, "but I will always belong to the White Blade Guards. My duty is to be loyal to the king." The former administrator clenched his teeth. "No matter how he treats me." Thales' eyes brightened. Merc's hands were trembling. He seemed to be remembering many things in the past. "This has never changed. I fulfill my duty. That's all." Finally, the former administrator clenched his teeth and looked back at Thales with determination. Nicholas stared at his comrade in a daze. Thales smiled faintly. "Not only that," the prince said softly, "it's also because of Prince Soria, right? You've always felt guilty towards him." Merc swayed a little. Thales observed his expression, lowered his head, and sighed slowly. "You did your best to do one thing, but fate played a joke on you. You made a huge mistake and committed a great crime." Thales observed Thales' expression and sighed slowly. "But you can't undo it." Merc tilted his head and closed his eyes. He looked like he was struggling. "So you want to make up for it?" Thales said regretfully. "You want to atone for it." Nicholas took a step forward impatiently. "Enough. I don't know why you're saying these meaningless things, but..." At this moment, Thales raised his head abruptly. His gaze was sharp. "Because this is what we're facing now." Thales almost interrupted Nicholas with a roar. The Star Killer was stunned. He stared at the Prince of Constellation with a shocked and bewildered expression. Thales panted slightly to calm his aching throat. "Look around us." He clenched his teeth. King Nuven's skull and blood are spilled on his own land. Lampard walks openly in Dragon Cloud City. His palms cover the sky of Northland. Kalshan, Shiles, and Caslin greet us with smiles in the dark. Nicholas listened to Thales' words quietly, but his eyes were gradually burning with anger. War and disaster are coming. Countless people are about to be killed and destroyed. Thales exhaled laboriously. And we're like stray dogs, running for our lives and fleeing in panic. Hiding in a corner and comforting ourselves with, "This is the only thing we can do." Then we sleep with a clear conscience, as if nothing happened in our dreams. Merc heaved a sigh and looked panicked. Nicholas clenched his fists tightly. He snorted coldly. It's all thanks to your secret intelligence department. Thales ignored him and only shook his head. His gaze was sharp. But is this all? Nicholas furrowed his brows. Is this the end? The prince raised his hands and waved them forcefully in the air. Are you satisfied just like that? Nicholas, the Star Killer? He brazenly called Nicholas by his nickname. Nicholas' expression was sullen. His nails dug into his palms, and he finally exhaled through his nose. Then what the F***ck do you want? The Star Killer gritted his teeth and said hatefully, Poor little prince. Thales raised his head. His expression was solemn and stern. I want to change, I want to redeem myself, he said sternly. I want to do something. I want to fight back. Nicholas' gaze froze. He lowered his head and met the prince's gaze in silence. A few seconds later, Nicholas laughed out loud. His tone was full of mockery. Very humorous. Thales narrowed his eyes. Laugh all you want, the prince said softly. But this is my decision, Thales said in a firm and unquestionable tone, and what I'm going to do next. I'm just informing you. Do you want to come together? Northlanders? Hearing this, Merc's expression changed. Nicholas' expression froze. If you ask me, this is indeed not a good idea. A steady and mature male voice traveled into their ears. If this is the reason why you summoned us, Your Highness. Together with Ralph, Waya, Willow, Genid, and the others, Putray appeared in their line of sight. The vice diplomat nodded slightly at the prince. His eyes were filled with worry. Thales turned to his entourage of the diplomat group. Putray. Thales heaved a sigh of relief. His expression softened a little. You have followed me all the way here and witnessed so many things. I am very grateful. Without your strategies and suggestions, I would not have been able to come this far. Putray frowned. He wanted to take out his pipe, but he only raised his hand halfway before he put it down. He stared at Thales with an extremely complicated gaze. Do you understand what you are saying? The vice diplomat said hesitantly, but there was a profound meaning in his words. I know that you are very unwilling, but I have the duty to advise you to give up on this unwise decision. Thales forced himself to laugh. Thank you. But no matter how hard he tried, his laughter still sounded very forced and desolate. But I do not want to disappoint them. Putray looked up slightly. A lot of people, Thales seemed to be a little absent-minded. He subconsciously said, Do you remember, Putray, Waya, Ralph? Do you remember that most of the Jade Star family's private soldiers died in the birch tree forest, under the claws of the Blood Clan and the conspiracy of the nobles? Do you remember that Baron Murch carried me on his back and charged into the enemy's formation? Do you remember that the kingdom's wrath guards sacrificed countless lives in front of the fortress? Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. Countless figures flashed before his eyes. All to send me into Extet's territory. To eliminate the scourge of war. To stop those scumbags who cheered for war but were indifferent to life. For a stable constellation. Putray lowered his head and let out a long sigh. I also remember the White Blade Guards, the many people I did not know, but they gave up their lives for me. Thales snapped out of his daze. And Dragon Cloud City, the people in the Northern Territory who will be implicated by our failure, and the people who will be destroyed again because of the war in the future. We can't even protect ourselves. Putray unconsciously pinched 3 fingers on his right hand, as if he was pinching a pipe. Any impulsive action may cause us to once again fall into the dangerous situation we escaped from with great difficulty and make the situation worse. Thales looked at his instructor quietly and remembered the first time they met next to the carriage. Oh no, it was the second time they met. The first time they met was at the Western City Gate. The child beggars took away Putray's Grand Library Pass. Thales smiled. But we can't get any worse, can we? He said softly. Don't forget, I am the murderer who killed King Nuvan. Putray's expression froze. We have already ruined the kingdom's hard-won peace and pushed it into the abyss of war. The second prince shrugged and laughed mockingly. Just as you said, when I return to the capital, the Northlanders will be marching southwards in large numbers. The fortress will be burned, the land will be trampled, and human lives will be mercilessly harvested like straws. Millions and millions of people will curse all of our names. Willow, the new soldier, trembled slightly when he heard this. Thales shook his head slightly. And once we lose the northern territory and our greatest barrier, very soon, I will have to face a weak kingdom that is in danger, full of grief, covered in wounds, and in danger for the rest of my life. I will become a mediocre and muddle-headed king, guarding a weak kingdom, and wait for the day when the name of Constellation ends in my hands, Thales concluded dejectedly. As the king of a fallen kingdom. Chapter 231. Putre did not speak. He only lowered his head quietly. The veteran Genid sighed. The way he looked at Thales slowly changed. As for Northland and Extet, they will live under Lampard's lies and will. One day, they will even worship this Kingslayer as their king. Thales turned his head. Nicholas snorted. The Walton family will never recover from this setback. The prince glanced at Nicholas and Merk and sneered softly. This feels terrible, doesn't it? Putre exhaled. His eyebrows furrowed. As for escaping? Thales continued. His voice was a little hollow. Leaving behind such a mess, where else can we escape to? The prince turned his head and swept his gaze over everyone. In the future, we will die in the war-torn Eternal Star City, Thales said firmly. Or now, we will die in Dragon Cloud City, which is filled with conspiracies. Is there a difference? He asked loudly. No one spoke. Then, a sonorous and powerful male voice broke the silence. Of course there is. Everyone turned their heads in surprise. The young police officer, Cohen Caribbean, walked to the back hall with heavy steps. Miranda and Raphael followed behind him with subtle expressions on their faces. The tall and strong police officer said loudly, "If we choose the latter, at least all of us can die like men." Miranda glanced at Cohen coldly. Raphael covered his mouth and coughed at the right time. The agitated Cohen's expression froze. He quickly added weakly, "And women." Before everyone could ponder the amazing meaning of this sentence, Thales smiled slightly. "Thank you for your support." The second prince nodded and said in a friendly manner, "Sir Caribbean." When Cohen heard the prince's acknowledgement, his eyes immediately curved into crescents. "Just call me Cohen, Your Highness." Miranda snorted. "That's right." Thales turned his head. Horace Jadestar once said that. "Since we can't retreat, why don't we move forward with all our might?" He looked around and swept his gaze over everyone. Putre clasped his hands. His gaze was worried. Cohen looked agitated and eager to try. Raphael's expression was indifferent. His gaze was focused and he kept rubbing his fingers. But Thales' gaze had already shifted to the Northlanders. "What do you say, Nicholas?" he asked steadily. Nicholas frowned and fixed his gaze on the prince. "This is impossible." The Star Killer shook his head in denial. "The current you and us are nothing compared to Lampard." But Thales interrupted him again. "Remember your white blade guards? Commander Nicholas?" The second prince stared at him with a firm gaze. Nicholas' expression was unpleasant, and his gaze froze. "You may not remember." Thales snorted softly. His gaze was incredibly solemn. "But I remember." Nicholas clenched his fists. Merk grabbed his shoulder and shook his head slightly. Thales heaved a long sigh and gritted his teeth. As he recalled, he said hatefully, "I remember those warriors. I remember they used their flesh and blood to block the flying locust blade. I remember they held hands and blocked the deadly crossbow bolts for us. I remember that with their last breath, they raised their blades and charged at the enemy." Nicholas' expression turned colder. Almost everyone furrowed their brows. Those were the dragon's imperial guards. They were the last silhouettes of many of them. Thales raised his head abruptly and asked in a drawl, "Do you remember, Commander?" Asterisk thud. Nicholas punched the wall beside him fiercely. I trained them myself. I remember each and every one of their names, faces, and skills. The Star Killer gritted his teeth. His gaze was like fire as he said furiously, "Don't you King lecture me here, you little Jade Star brat. I am King lecturing you." Thales seemed to be angry as well. He did not back down. He took a step forward and roared at Nicholas, "Lord sorry Nicholas, and the King coward Star Killer. Damn it, this title is so unpleasant to the ears." Nicholas' eyes were spitting fire. His face was red. He clenched his fists and was about to step forward. Waya and Ralph instinctively protected the prince. Cohen and Miranda placed their hands on the hilts of their swords. But Merc, who was beside the Star Killer, stretched out his arms in time. His muscles bulged and he held the furious Nicholas down. "Let him finish." Thales panted a few times as he spoke in a foul language that he was not used to. He gritted his teeth and said, "And you, listen carefully. I won't run away. I will go back to the place where we were utterly defeated by Lampard and tried to survive in a panic." The prince looked at everyone in front of him, from Putre to Waya, from Miranda to Raphael, from Merc to Little Rascal. He looked at their expressions and said in a low voice, "We are going to avenge the White Blade Guards. We are going to seek justice and truth for them. We are going to prove that their sacrifice, that their efforts were not in vain. We are going to destroy Lampard's schemes and plans, no matter what they are. We are going to save this city that has bled too much." After Thales finished speaking, he patted his chest. Nicholas gritted his teeth and sneered, "This is suicide. It's just a better way to die." Thales raised his head again. "That's right. We Constellations are going to commit suicide," he said coldly. "Northlanders." The second prince pushed Waya away and walked towards Nicholas. He stared at the Star Killer with eyes as sharp as swords. "Are you coming or not?" The air seemed to have frozen. Nicholas glared at the second prince of Constellation. The faces of the White Blade Guards appeared before his eyes. "And that guy, Caslin, and him." Nicholas' body began to tremble uncontrollably. A surge of power surged in his body. Merc's expression changed. He tightened his grip on Nicholas' shoulders. Everyone watched this scene nervously. After a while, Nicholas swung his arm and broke free from Merc's grip. F***CK. He looked like he was struggling and spat. The Star Killer looked behind Thales, at the nervous Little Rascal. Thales narrowed his eyes. "The Walton family's orphan is here." Nicholas turned his head around. His eyebrows were furrowed and his face was extremely distorted. He looked at Merc as if he was trying to explain something. I can't risk her getting hurt," he gritted his teeth, trying to convince himself amidst his struggle. He was angry and indignant. "But I want to help him," a small female voice rang in everyone's ears. Nicholas froze. "What?" He lowered his head in disbelief and looked at the little girl. Little Rascal seemed a little afraid, but she suppressed her fear and moved closer to Thales. The prince gave her an encouraging and grateful look. "Thank you. I'm sorry." Little Rascal trembled slightly. She gulped. "I said I want to help Thales," the girl stuttered and lacked confidence. I don't want to run anymore." Under everyone's strange gazes, she said firmly, We are Northlanders, aren't we?" Nicholas and Merc were both stunned. The descendants of the Walton family have never run away from battle. The girl closed her eyes as if that would regain some courage. Her glasses slid down the bridge of her nose. Before the entire army was wiped out, the King of Wrath, Shalon Walton, fought for an entire day and night with an axe. In the end, he widened his eyes in anger and watched the Nightwing King twist his head off. Even if he failed, he wanted to witness his own death. Little Rascal opened her eyes shakily and forced herself to look at Nicholas, whose gaze was as sharp as a knife. She said, "We can't run. I don't want to run either." Hearing this, Merc suddenly chuckled softly. "You are a real Walton." The former administrator of the king's eyes were sorrowful. No one knew what he was thinking about. This young lady. Little Rascal thought of Alex. She shivered and retreated behind Thales, not daring to meet Merc's gaze. His Majesty made the right choice. Merc laughed bleakly. What do you say, old friend? Nicholas' face gradually relaxed. He exhaled. A few seconds later, the Star Killer laughed as well. His laughter was relieved and desolate. Son of A.B***. Nicholas glared at Thales fiercely and said to Merc, "Isn't it written all over your face?" Merc nodded and looked dejected. "I'll get the boys to prepare now." Thales breathed a sigh of relief. "So, what's your plan?" Nicholas said fiercely, "I'll say this in advance. I refuse to let a brainless wild boar charge forward, Your Highness of Constellation." Thales narrowed his eyes. "You'll be satisfied." "Maybe. We're probably all crazy," the Star Killer snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "to actually listen to two children and go to their deaths." Put-Ray sighed deeply, then took a step forward. His steady voice rang. "What did Lord Hanson say?" Put-Ray looked at Raphael, who had been quiet all this while. Did the Secret Intelligence Department agree as well? This is not a simple decision. It concerns the future of the kingdom. It's best to have the Secret Intelligence Department's support and plan. Raphael instantly attracted everyone's attention. Or rather, Thales thought in his heart, it's the Black Prophet who attracted everyone's attention. The young man from the Secret Intelligence Department frowned slightly. "I can't communicate with the Lord for the time being," Raphael said flatly. He did not care about the various gazes cast on him. "So, at this moment, this place," his gaze focused. "I am the will of the Secret Intelligence Department." Put-Ray reached into his bosom and took out his favorite pipe. He absent-mindedly filled it with tobacco. "So, what do you mean?" Raphael glanced at Miranda. The latter only held her saber tightly and pursed her lips. She did not say a word. This reminded him of the little girl 12 years ago. At that time, she also pursed her lips and shivered as she curled up in a corner. Curled up in a pile of dead people. Raphael chuckled in his heart. The young man from the Secret Intelligence Department turned his head. His gaze was resolute and firm. He still looked cynical and relaxed, but his words were very formal. "Since it's the prince's decision, the Secret Intelligence Department will, of course, fully support and provide all assistance." Thales nodded at Raphael. "Moreover, he's not completely unsure." Raphael glanced at Thales. "Forget it." Put-Ray lowered his head and lit his pipe. His eyes were tired as he said, "After all, he's a Jade Star." Thales sighed. "Lord Put-Ray Nemain. Go ahead." When Put-Ray raised his head again, his expression was much calmer. He exhaled a mouthful of smoke. "If this is your will." Chapter 232. Everyone's gaze returned to Thales again. Thales exhaled and smiled. "What about the others?" Thales looked at the remaining people and narrowed his eyes. "What we are about to do is very dangerous. We might lose our lives." The remaining people exchanged a few glances. Waya revealed a helpless but determined smile. "Your Highness, I have already said this when we first met. For the rest of my life, this body of mine will be yours to command." Thales shrugged. The veteran Genid raised his eyebrows slightly. "If you ask me, your style is indeed different from Duke John's, but why not?" "Don't look at me," Willow said nervously. "I will go wherever everyone else goes." Ralph saw Thales' gaze shift to him and could not help but frown. He extended his hands and made two gestures in the air. "Don't ask. Just do it." Thales smiled knowingly. This tone. Does he think he's still in Blood Bottle Gang? Very well, then we have reached a consensus. Thales breathed a sigh of relief and looked at everyone. But his expression immediately darkened. "Even though this decision might kill us." "No," Thales sighed in his heart. "In this plan, there had to be someone who was going to die." "But since the decision has been made," Thales' gaze froze. "But what are you going to do?" A discordant voice interrupted. Everyone turned their heads. "We only have a group of defeated soldiers who are on the run. All of them are injured and hiding, including the White Blade Guards," There are only about a dozen of us. Behind Cohen, Miranda Arund looked at the prince with a cold expression. You are just a 7 or 8-year-old brat. What can you rely on to overthrow Lampard and protect the Northern Territory? Lady Arund's gaze was incredibly sharp, and her question was extremely sharp. Even to save the kingdom? The same question, Nicholas mocked bluntly. Do you really want us to die and move the people of Dragoncloud City? Thales lowered his head and was silent for a few seconds. What do you think? The Prince of Constellation asked calmly. Everyone looked at each other. Putray raised his eyebrows. I say, said the vice diplomat in a low voice, with a puff of smoke, that we are no match for Lampard in any respect. Cohen crossed his arms and gave Raphael a questioning look, but the latter ignored him. Lampard has nearly 2,000 men. They are the standing army of Black Sand region, and they are disguised as patrols. They are also firmly occupying the first gatehouse, and even control Heroic Spirit Palace. Putray calmly recounted the events. Nicholas raised his head and his eyes shone with a cold glare. Dragoncloud City has enough troops to suppress him. Gather the patrols and the Walton family's recruits. The White Blade Guards will be the vanguard, and I will personally lead the attack. Whether it is the Gatehouse or Heroic Spirit Palace, I guarantee that they will not last more than 15 minutes. If, as a mere lord, you could recruit these troops in a suitable name, which might take a whole day, and make them run amok in Dragoncloud City without hesitation, follow you to attack the Gatehouse, and rush into Heroic Spirit Palace, Putray retorted without batting an eyelid. That's right. Nicholas did not speak. He forcefully swallowed the words "this was my original plan" back into his throat. Merc patted him on the back of his shoulder. Putray sighed and continued. He has multiple Supreme-class elites under him. Regardless of whether it's Caslin or the Fire Knight, if they ambush us when we are caught off guard, they can defeat us in a short amount of time. There's even an existence like the super-class swordsman Krosh. Hearing this, Merc's expression clearly froze. He has allies like the Red Witch, Shiles, and Vlad. Everyone listened quietly to Putray's analysis. Their expressions became increasingly unpleasant. Intelligence is everywhere, and his connections are everywhere. I am willing to bet that once we get close to Heroic Spirit Palace or the First Gatehouse, we will be discovered within 5 minutes. Don't forget about Shadow Shield. Thales sighed. And maybe Charlton. Hearing this, Putray's gaze darkened. Yes, and Shadow Shield and Charlton. We are also at an absolute disadvantage in terms of the situation. The vice diplomat took another puff of his pipe. There was a worried look on his face. Your Highness, as well as Constellation, have been rumored to be the masterminds behind the scenes. Other than a few White Blade Guards and this neutral temple, we are isolated and helpless. It is difficult for us to even show our faces. Everyone's expression became solemn. It was as if the excitement and passion from earlier had been swept away. Unless Lampard surrenders directly. Putray put down his pipe and sighed softly. Otherwise, I don't see any chance of winning until now. Thales did not speak. He only quietly observed everyone's expressions. Might as well let Raphael find another calamity to help us. Cohen shrugged in annoyance. It will be faster this way. Many people raised their eyebrows. Nicholas and Merc looked at the young man from the Secret Intelligence Department with unfriendly expressions. Raphael snorted coldly and glanced at Cohen. Maybe we can even get a great dragon to help us. Then we will definitely win. The others shook their heads. Little Rascal's expression changed. She subconsciously touched her glasses. Ralph grunted and gestured at the bright moon goddess with his chin. Ah, I understand what the mute meant this time. Waya looked at the phantom wind follower and sighed. He said that we should directly pray to the bright moon goddess. This is more reliable. Under everyone's gaze, the prince's attendant spread his hands at the statue. At least you will still be able to see her. Putray clutched his forehead and sighed. Are you done? The second prince suddenly interrupted Putray. Thales raised his head and looked at everyone with a piercing gaze. He flashed a sly and confident smile as he recalled the unforgettable battle and the swordsman who left a deep impression on him. Before the big battle starts, Thales raised his right hand and gently tapped his forehead. We have to change our minds first. Everyone was stunned. Change our minds? Miranda asked doubtfully. Among the puzzled people, Raphael rolled his eyes and seemed to be deep in thought. Thales exhaled and operated his brain, which had been thinking for a few hours. Black Sand region seems to have the upper hand in every aspect, seizing the initiative. The scenes from last night appeared before his eyes. He extracted information one by one. They have the entire situation under control, and we have no power to fight back. Thinking of this, Thales smiled faintly. How could a flying dragon lose when it rides on his face? But he felt a little gloomy. No one in this world understands this joke. At this thought, Thales raised his head and forced himself to be alert. Asterisk smack. Asterisk, but? The second prince's gaze was calm as he punched his other palm. Really? Do you have another opinion? Putre's eyes shone brightly. Your Highness? No. Unexpectedly, Thales shook his head. Your analysis is correct. But even if they are as strong as the calamities, the prince raised his head and his gaze was firm, they can't change people's hearts and turn the situation around. Even if they are strong enough to destroy Eksted's capital, kill all the Ekstedtian nobles, and even threaten every Northlander with death, they can't change Northland's traditions, can't change Eksted's spirit, can't force people to change their minds, and can't destroy the truly precious things in this land. Cohen ran his fingers through his hair. His expression did not change, but his gaze when he looked at Waya was filled with one word. What? Waya shrugged at him. I don't understand. They were not the only ones. Nicholas also frowned in puzzlement. What are you trying to say? Thales' pupils shrank. What I want to say is, the second prince said faintly, don't limit your vision to a simple comparison of strength. The battle we are about to face is not a gambling fight between two people using their strength to arm wrestle, nor is it a game of counting on a chessboard, much less a fair duel between ancient knights. An army of 1,000 or 2,000 people is nothing. They can't change the minds of the nobles in Dragon Cloud City, and the warriors of Dragon Cloud City can crush them in one blow, Thales said calmly. At the same time, he kept thinking about the doubtful points he had grasped before. Castellan and Tolja can kill any pawn at will, but even if you tie the two of them together and multiply them by 10, they can't make the archdukes willingly support Lampard as king. They can't turn the truth that has already happened into an illusion. The Red Witch seems to be very powerful, but without the support of the power she is attached to, the secret room's spies and the secrets they hold are nothing. Shadow Shield and Charlton sound terrifying, but they can only carry out assassinations and spies in the dark. What truly supports their survival is power, as well as the conflicts and contradictions that arise from power. Without power, they are like fish out of water. They have no value at all. They are just Lampard's chess pieces, the intelligent Kenvida, the brave Tolja, the well-respected Castellan, the all-pervasive Red Witch, the well-connected Marquis Shiles, and the obedient Black Sand Region army. When he said this, Thales shook his head. But we can't be fooled by these chips and chess pieces. Raphael flashed a faint smile. Interesting. What a familiar argument. Miranda lowered her head, seemingly in deep thought. Cohen widened his eyes and blinked 3 times in puzzlement. How is it interesting? Thales took a deep breath. The expression in his eyes was extremely serious and solemn. You must know that all these chess pieces cannot compare to the strongest, most terrifying, most powerful, and most unique chess piece on their chessboard. The prince's voice rang faintly, only that person is the greatest threat. That truly powerful person, the strongest chess piece in their camp. No one spoke. Everyone seemed to be thinking, even Cohen. Raphael rubbed his fingers. Miranda stroked the hilt of her sword, Nicholas' gaze was still as cold as ice, and Merc looked at little rascal with a profound gaze. Putre seemed to have forgotten to smoke, letting the pipe burn in his hand. He said tentatively, "You mean?" Thales raised his gaze and pictured that terrifying opponent in his mind. Yes, he said absent-mindedly, an ambitious and ruthless person with extraordinary courage. Thales nodded nonchalantly, but his eyes were filled with wariness and solemnity. Their strongest chess piece. He said the name softly. Chapman Lampard. At that moment, everyone was stunned. We cannot be fooled by the appearances of the other chess pieces, the prince said softly. As long as we attack the weak point, everything else will be solved. Thales quietly watched the other people's gazes and expressions, not saying a word. Then, Nicholas raised his head in confusion. You mean, the Star Killer said in disbelief, to behead him? I get it. Before Thales could react, Cohen slapped his forehead and his eyes lit up. We're going to do everything we can to assassinate Lampard? When he heard their words, Thales almost vomited blood. He rolled his eyes and suddenly remembered High Priestess Holmes' words just now. So, the prince tried his best to look calm and snorted. You're not listening to me. Cohen was instantly stunned and widened his eyes. On the other hand, Nicholas looked as if he had just eaten *tea. Thales exhaled deeply. Oh my God. No wonder. So, when I say this and then look at the other person's ignorant face, it's so pleasant. After savoring the feeling for a while, Thales raised his eyebrows. I understand. Finally, Miranda caught on to Thales' words. You are not thinking of going head-on against his armor. Instead, you are thinking of going around the edges and directly attacking Lampard's fundamental goal? Thwarting his intentions? Putray narrowed his eyes. Yes, the root of everything is Lampard. The second prince smiled in relief. He said with a smile, we're going to determine his intentions and then find his weakness. Everyone looked at each other. You make it sound so easy, Nicholas said in dissatisfaction. What's Lampard's weakness? What's his goal? How are you going to thwart him? Thales blinked. I have a conjecture about this. It needs to be verified. As for thwarting him, since we are going to deal with their strongest chess piece. Thales took a deep breath, and his eyes shone like fire. Naturally, we have to bring out our strongest chess piece on the battlefield where both sides are the most unfamiliar, the most disadvantaged, and the most isolated. Thales said resolutely, we'll decide the winner in one round. Miranda furrowed her brows. Wait, did you just say our strongest chess piece? The swordswoman asked doubtfully. What did you mean? Cohen glanced at the silent Raphael, then at Nicholas. The Secret Intelligence Department? The police officer asked tentatively, or the legendary anti-mystic equipment? Thales raised his eyebrows. You mean? Putray glanced at little rascal suspiciously, causing the latter to panic a little. The Walton family's orphan? The legitimate heir of Dragon Cloud City? But her gender? The strongest chess piece. Nicholas put down his arms and looked around. Puzzled, he said, me as a supreme class? Thales ignored the three of them. He exhaled through his nose and suppressed the displeasure in his heart. All of you are right. He ignored the others' words. His eyes burned with the flames of pre-battle. Just like when he faced the blood mystic in the past, he said eagerly, the strongest chess piece in our camp. The second prince smiled and extended his right hand. He tapped his chest and shouted a name. Chapter 233. For 3 seconds, no one said a word. Until, cut the nonsense. Nicholas tilted his head to reveal the hilt behind his back. There was a fierce glint in his eyes, and his words were as cold as frost. Or do you like to joke? Cohen narrowed his eyes. Even little rascal shook her head. Thales raised his eyebrows and smiled awkwardly. But I am serious. He looked at everyone's hostile and doubtful gazes, and his heart skipped a beat. The prince could only shake his head in the end. All right, let's get to the main point. Ever since King Nuvan was assassinated, I have collected a lot of information while on the run. Thales sighed. There are many details about Lampard's plan this time. Putray and Raphael glanced at each other, inwardly surprised. Miranda frowned slightly. Collecting information while on the run? Thales shrugged. I can't just run for my life in a panic. Nicholas focused his gaze. For example? For example, Lampard's true objective. Thales' breathing slowed down. Whether it was the army that he did not need to bring or his personal appearance, it has far exceeded the scope of self-preservation by counterattacking Nuven. We talked about this in the prison cell, Miranda said keenly. Do you have an answer? Under everyone's gaze, Thales lowered his head slightly. He recalled the oppressive conversation in the carriage. After King Nuven died and I fell into Lampard's hands, he said something to me, the second prince said absent-mindedly, replaying the scene in his mind. That sentence has been bothering me until just now. Raphael subconsciously leaned forward a little and narrowed his eyes. Chapman Lampard's original words were, Thales said in a hoarse voice, imitating the ambitious and ruthless man's tone, "What's next?" double quotes. To save this country. Aside from Little Rascal, everyone was stunned. There were a few seconds of silence again. What? Put-Ray was bewildered. Raphael and Miranda lowered their heads and pondered. Nicholas shook his head and exchanged glances with Merc. The self-justification of the shameless, the cunning words of the King Slayer. Thales shook his head solemnly. No, I can feel it. The prince exhaled. His gaze was solemn. He is serious. Lampard really believes that what he is doing is saving Extet. The Star Killer's expression slowly froze. Cohen scratched his head. Maybe we should stop this guessing game and get straight to the point. Say something that I can understand? There's something wrong with this sentence. Put-Ray took a puff of his cigarette, and an undercurrent surged in his eyes. What does this country have to be saved? Could he be referring to the overthrow of King Nuven? Miranda crossed her arms and thought carefully. As far as I know, Nuven VII's 30 years of rule made the archdukes respect and fear him. To Lampard, Nuven's death is the rebirth of the country. They can finally break free from the oppression of the Walton family and Dragon Cloud City? Merc sighed. But the prince still shook his head. Thales inhaled and said quietly, the biggest reason Lampard wants to overthrow King Nuven is because he is afraid of King Nuven's revenge on Black Sand region. It is to protect himself. But this problem has been solved. Thales raised his head and organized every element in his mind. King Nuven is dead. He will not crawl out of Hell's River to look for him. Raphael did not say a word, but he suddenly smiled. The young man from the Secret Intelligence Department had a scrutinizing gaze. According to Lampard's original words, he is about to go to save this country, but King Nuven is already dead. Judging from the chronological order, it is not right. Thales nodded absent-mindedly. Unless Lampard has never taken grammar lessons and can't even distinguish between the present and future tense, Thales said flatly. Otherwise, what he said about saving the country, Thales raised his head. His gaze was extremely solemn. It is definitely not just to overthrow King Nuven. It is not just to get rid of Dragon Cloud City's oppression. It is not just to change the king. He wants more. He wants an unprecedented change. He wants to save this country in the most thorough way possible. Everyone fell silent. I bet. Thales exhaled. His tone was solemn and serious. This is why Lampard brought his army to Dragon Cloud City. This is why he is heading to Heroic Spirit Palace right now. It is also the key to our counterattack. He can save the country by bringing his army to Heroic Spirit Palace? Cohen asked doubtfully. What does he want to do? Kill all the nobles in Dragon Cloud City, from the archdukes to the counts? Put-Ray sneered. In the first few decades of my life, I've learned one thing. The vice envoy exhaled a puff of smoke and said faintly, violence is the shortest, simplest, and least effective way to solve a problem. It's best to use it as a last resort. Thales sighed. All the clues became clearer in his mind. During that memorable journey, I heard another detail. Everyone's gaze was once again drawn to the prince. Shadow Shield told Lampard, Thales said quietly, when Charlton assassinated King Nuven, he spent a long time searching for the king's traces. Put-Ray raised his head abruptly, as if he had thought of something. Raphael also opened his mouth in surprise. Thales lowered his head. Thank you, Caslin. Thank you for giving me Gu's hiding place. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have seen the meeting between Lampard and Shadow Shield. He thought silently. Waya raised his eyebrows. Is there something wrong? Very wrong. Putre's eyebrows were tightly furrowed. His tone was tense. Arranging an assassination, but not being able to determine the target's location and time, the thin man's gaze became solemn. For an assassination that requires prior planning and thorough preparation, this is one of the most fatal and unforgivable mistakes. This means that Shadow Shield and Charlton's assassination had an accident that they did not expect. Oh! Beside him, Cohen slapped his head in realization. He then gave a thumbs up and said sincerely, "It seems like you are very experienced, Uncle." At that moment, Putre's gaze darkened. Thales took a deep breath and raised his head. Flying Locust Blade jumped down from the cliff of the sky to assassinate the king, the prince said solemnly. He had been hiding on the cliff of the sky. Even Asda and Black Sword did not notice him. Thales clenched his fists, thinking and organizing his thoughts. How did he get up there? Nicholas said suspiciously, even at night, Charlton could not have climbed the cliff of the sky without being noticed. Thales shook his head. This is not important. The second prince's pupils shrank slightly. What's important is that the cliff of the sky is connected to only one place. The eyes of Lord Merk, who had been the king's administrator for many years, trembled. He answered, "Heroic Spirit Palace." No one said anything. Everyone knew what this meant. Thales nodded slightly. In other words, Bennett Charlton originally planned to enter Heroic Spirit Palace from the cliff of the sky to assassinate King Nuvan. Heroic Spirit Palace was the place where King Nuvan would die in their original plan. Raphael flashed a strange smile and looked at the prince quietly. Everything makes sense now. Thales was lost in thought. After Nuvan was assassinated, Lampard appeared with his army in an illogical manner. He even wanted to silence us. But he should not have done such an unwise thing that would arouse suspicion. Asterisk smack. Asterisk Thales punched his palm, and his eyes shone. Now I understand. Lampard and his army appeared there. He exhaled. There was an accident in the assassination plan. King Nuvan should not have died in Shield District. He should have died in Heroic Spirit Palace, just like the accident in Project Dragon's Blood. Raphael sneered silently. Charlton could not find the king in Heroic Spirit Palace, so Lampard had no choice but to send his army into Shield District to search for Nuvan's traces. Thales clenched his fists. And after confirming that Charlton's assassination was a success, the first thing he thought of was to silence the witnesses. On the other hand, Nicholas' face turned green. There was pain in his eyes. King Nuvan, the Star Killer, said bitterly. He should have stayed safely in Heroic Spirit Palace during the crusade against the Calamity. But he chose to set off with the White Blade Guards and came outside the palace. He said he believed that the place where the White Blade Guards were was the safest place in the world. Merk lowered his head. His voice was hoarse. We all failed to live up to our duties. Thales' eyes dimmed. Although choosing to leave the palace would inevitably lead to the tragedy of being assassinated, it was perhaps the wisest decision the old king made before he died. He left us a chance of survival. The police officer raised his hand. What does this mean? Cohen waved his hand and thought hard. Lampard did not want the people outside the palace to know that Nuvan was dead? Miranda raised her head. Her eyes were cold. If King Nuvan had followed Lampard's original plan and died mysteriously in Heroic Spirit Palace, what would have happened? The swordswoman asked coldly. Putre shook his head. It's not about what would have happened, Thales hummed in acknowledgement. A few high-ranking figures appeared in his mind. He muttered to himself and continued the vice diplomat's words. It's about 4 friendly and amiable old friends who were also in Heroic Spirit Palace at that time. It's about what would have happened to them. Thales raised his eyes abruptly and looked at everyone. Let's go, he said resolutely. Where? Nicholas narrowed his eyes. Thales smiled. To verify my final guess, the prince said softly. To find Lampard's weakness. At the same time, the conversation between the 5 archdukes in the Hall of Heroes in Heroic Spirit Palace was getting more and more intense. Regarding His Majesty's misfortune, Chapman Lampard looked at the 4 archdukes in front of him coldly. "It seems that you have something to say?" Rockne of the City of Faraway Prayers snorted coldly. "Don't treat your peers as fools." Archduke Rockne said coldly, "We are not the noble background characters in night novels who only know how to serve as foils for the protagonist and let him *CK their daughters for free." Lampard narrowed his eyes. As His Majesty's greatest enemy, Chapman, the bearded Alcius raised his chin and crossed his arms. His expression was solemn. "But you found out about his death so much earlier than us. That's not easy." The Archduke of Black Sand Region snorted softly. "And you appeared not too early nor too late. You appeared not long after His Majesty was assassinated?" Archduke Trentida hid half of his face in the shadows where the brazier's light could not reach. He stroked his beard and said sarcastically, "It seems that the horses of Black Sand Region are really fast. They're almost as fast as great dragons. How about selling some to me?" The corners of Archduke Lampard's lips curled up slightly. "I thought." The experienced and prudent Archduke Letko shook his head, making his bald head even more conspicuous. His eyes occasionally sparkled. "If you're just here to talk to us, don't you think you brought too many attendants outside the door?" Chapman Lampard raised his head and glanced at the stone carving of the cloud dragon spear above his head. He placed his hand on the old saber at his waist. In the next second, he nodded slowly. But on Lampard's unsmiling face, his gaze became colder and colder. "I didn't know that all of you started learning how to act in stage plays." The Archduke of Black Sand Region lowered his head and snorted softly. He looked around at the 4 of them. "One line for each of us?" Asterisk bang. Asterisk Archduke Rockne slammed his fist on the rectangular table. His gaze was cold. "Cut the crap," the Archduke of the City of Faraway Prayers said fiercely. "What on earth are you thinking in that big head of yours that has been blown by the wind and sand in the south for 40 years? Killing the king and destroying the greatest rule and tacit understanding between us for more than 600 years? Do you think you can escape?" The Archduke stared at Lampard coldly and did not reply. Lampard also furrowed his brows in the face of Rockne's questioning. A few seconds later, "I thought all of you would be very happy," Lampard said softly. His voice was a little hoarse. "After all, he's dead. All of you can finally get rid of that tyrant. Get rid of his officials. Get rid of his unreasonable demands. Get rid of his increasingly greedy desires. Get rid of his growing power. Get rid of his unreasonable interference in the affairs of your territories." Chapman Lampard swept his gaze over the Archdukes coldly. "Isn't that so?" At that moment, different emotions flashed in the 4 Archdukes' eyes. The hall was silent for a moment. The Archduke of Prestige Orchid, Rabian Alcius, walked forward. The corners of the bearded Archduke's lips curled up. His tone was cold as he said, "But this is not how the game is played. You can't overturn the chessboard just because you're temporarily at a disadvantage." He narrowed his eyes. "You're acting like a gambler who throws caution to the wind. This makes us very nervous." Lampard snorted coldly, as if he was disdainful. "Nervous?" He extended his palm and patted his chest. He said in a deep voice, "Ask yourselves, my fellow archdukes. In the past 30 years, 60 years, 90 years. Lampard's expression was as cold as ice, and his words were as sharp as a sword. Was it me, or the Waltons, who pressured you to the point of suffocation with all sorts of tricks and aggressive actions, who made you more nervous? The archdukes did not speak. Years of experience had long since made them used to not show their emotions on their faces. Not everyone was as young as Pofrit. Lampard strode towards the direction of the long table. Of course, Nuven and the Waltons are very good at this game. He keeps his chessboard in good order, Lampard said coldly. Look at that throne. It has been placed in Dragon Cloud City for almost 100 years. The Archduke of Black Sand Region waved his hand and pointed at King Nuven's seat. His gaze was cold. Don't you find it strange? Archduke Alcius spat angrily. This has nothing to do with us. The Archduke of Prestige Orchid walked in front of him and confronted Lampard without flinching. But you did break the joint ruling pledge. His Majesty is still your common elected king. Thud. Lampard took a sudden step forward. His forehead was almost touching Alcius' forehead. But Alcius did not flinch. His gaze was fierce. The atmosphere between the two archdukes became increasingly tense. Then all of you should know that if he is still alive, my head will be placed in a box for all of you to see in 2 months. Archduke Lampard narrowed his eyes. He enunciated each word, and it sounded extremely terrifying. If he is still alive, my head will be placed in a box for all of you to see in 2 months. How do you know that the next head in the box will not be one of you? Stop talking nonsense. The oldest Archduke Lecco raised his head, which was a rare sight. His gaze was very solemn. Trying to make us believe that the Prince of Constellation killed the king is not a good idea to divert the focus. The Northlanders have their own way of doing things. Archduke Rockney continued his sentence and said in a deep voice, "We just have to follow it." Archduke Lampard narrowed his eyes, seemingly dissatisfied. Archduke Trentida clapped his hands. I don't think he wants to follow the way of Northland. The Archduke of the Reconstruction Tower, who was famous for his cunning, tilted his head. Look at the bunch of stupid soldiers outside the door. Archduke Rockney snorted coldly. Why, do you still plan to exterminate all of us here? Archduke Lampard stared at the 4 archdukes. His expression grew colder. He clenched his fists. But the 4 archdukes before him did not have the slightest intention of backing down. They either sat or stood, staring coldly at Lampard, uncompromising. After a long while, Lampard relaxed his fists, lowered his chest, and slowly exhaled. I'm not here to threaten all of you, the Archduke of Black Sand Region said solemnly, and I'm not here to harm all of you. Archduke Lecco narrowed his eyes, as if he was deep in thought. Lampard raised his head abruptly. I'm here today for Ekstedt. Archduke Alcius and Archduke Rockney exchanged glances and sneered at the same time. Come on. Rockney shook his head. The King's Slayer wants to negotiate terms? For Ekstedt's future, Lampard said solemnly, I have an important proposal to make to all of you. The Archduke of Black Sand Region raised his head. His expression was cold, but his eyes seemed to be burning with flames. Flames and ice. Dragon Cloud City no longer has a direct heir, he said flatly. I believe that whether it's the selfish Walton family, or this archduchy that has been a burden to Ekstedt for more than 600 years, should not continue to exist. Trent Ida revealed a puzzled expression. Archduke Lecco's expression changed. Alcius pursed his lips. There was a hint of shock in his eyes. Rockney's smile froze on his face. But Lampard continued to speak. The western part of Dragon Cloud City can belong to the City of Faraway Prayers, he said flatly, as if he was talking about a trivial matter of the winter hunt last year. We can let Defense City manage the northern part. As for the rest, Lampard narrowed his eyes and stared at Alcius and Trentida. Let Prestige Orchid Region and Reformation Tower respectively. The Archduke shut his mouth and waited quietly for a response. No one spoke. It was as if the air had frozen. Then, Archduke Lecco's incredulous and trembling voice rose. What did you say? Lampard turned to him. Did you hear what I said? Lampard's eyes widened slightly. He said in a low voice, We will jointly manage this piece of land, Dragon Cloud City. Chapter 234. The 4 archdukes looked at Lampard with different expressions. Alcius furrowed his brows tightly, his face full of shock and bewilderment. Trent Ida tilted his head and sized him up with great suspicion. Archduke Lecco's gaze did not move, as though he was frozen on the spot. Rockney clenched his fists tightly, his eyes full of disdain. After a long while, Archduke Alcius softly asked the question on everyone's mind, Are you crazy? Crackle. The 6 braziers, mixed with eternal oil, firewood and other fuels, burned even more vigorously. At this moment, half of the Archduke of Black Sand region was hidden in the darkness, while the other half was illuminated by the firelight in the hall. Lampard turned around and looked at the empty seat at the end of the long table. His thoughts moved slightly. The scene of him playing with Harold here when he was young seemed to reappear before his eyes. He subconsciously placed his hand on the saber at his waist. Who knows? Lampard's expression was indifferent, his gaze cold. Probably. Alcius' expression became more and more perplexed. His brows began to tremble slightly. At this moment, Trinida, who had been sizing up Lampard with narrowed eyes, snickered. The other archdukes looked at him. Dragon Cloud City, ha! Dragon Cloud City. Trentida placed his right hand on his crossed left arm and supported his chin. His shoulders trembled as he laughed, and the shining blade embroidered on his chest also swayed up and down. Divided. The Archduke of Reformation Tower chuckled again, as though he had just heard a good joke. Obviously, his sense of humor did not affect the other four archdukes. They stared at Trentida quietly, their expressions cold. Sorry, forgive my loss of composure, everyone. Archduke Trentida grinned and shook his head. With his right hand still resting on his left arm, he casually waved at the archdukes. But there was not a hint of apology in his words. Sitting in the seat of an archduke, it's rare to hear such shocking words. Archduke Trentida's smile slowly faded, but it remained on his face. There was a profound look in his eyes. Especially when it comes from another archduke. Lampard stared at him and snorted softly. His expression was unfathomable. Very well, Archduke Alcius of Prestige Orchid interjected coldly. We will take over Dragon Cloud City's vast land and countless subjects, then we will eat and drink our fill. Then, they will let you off lightly, right? He seemed to be deep in thought, but his gaze became increasingly hostile. Like a good business? The king's territory in exchange for the king's life? Lampard did not even look at him. He stared at the sky and said, Don't read too much into what I mean, Rabian. You've been prejudiced against me since you were young. Alcius sneered, his expression ugly. Archduke Letko, the only one sitting, heaved a long sigh. Ignore King Neuvin's assassination, ignore someone's domineering and betrayal? The oldest archduke shook his head, a rare solemn expression on his face. This is not a good suggestion. Lampard looked at Letko, and his gaze sharpened. I believe that this is a good suggestion, Rogers, respected elder, he said respectfully and sternly. Dragon Cloud City is located in the heart of Extet. It has countless important roads, abundant resources, vast territory, fertile land, and many subjects. Lampard's gaze flickered slightly. It has a natural suppressive advantage over other territories. During the days when Neuvin was in power, all of you suffered a lot. Troops passing through borders, setting up checkpoints, cutting off supplies, storing up food, migrating, opening up wastelands. He had plenty of ways to deal with us. Archduke Letko sighed. His gaze was misty. So, to get rid of Dragon Cloud City? Lampard extended his right hand and looked around at the archdukes. He slowly clenched his fist. This is so that the shackle known as the Walton family will no longer exist. It is to free all of you who are here. He glanced at the other four archdukes. But the other archdukes were unmoved. Only Archduke Rockne raised his chin slightly. He first revealed a faint smile, then his gaze turned cold. How interesting, he said in a low voice. After you did all this, after you shamelessly killed the king, after you brought your troops to Heroic Spirit Palace, you actually wanted to use the late king's interests and territories in exchange for our understanding and our accomplices? Rockne's voice gradually revealed his suppressed anger. You actually wanted to use the late king's interests and territories in exchange for our understanding and our accomplices? And you're still speaking in such a dignified manner, as if you're on our side and have no choice but to do this for us. Archduke Rockne spat coldly in front of Lampard. Go to hell, Lampard. Lampard stared back at him expressionlessly. Although Kulgan Rockne of the City of Faraway Prayers was bold, straightforward, and uncompromising as the rumors said, this was the first time he met him. Maybe it'll be troublesome. Archduke Lampard closed his eyes, then slowly opened them. I have to reiterate, although King Nuvan and I have an unresolvable misunderstanding and even a grudge, he said slowly, but the whole tragedy last night, it's all the Constellation's plan. You've all heard of the Secret Intelligence Department's methods. Some of you may have even seen it. The reason I'm here is to save ourselves before the trauma they left on the kingdom of the great dragon worsens. Alcius rudely cut him off. So, what is this? The Archduke of Prestige Orchid tilted his head and glanced at Lampard. His expression was unpleasant. Find a good enough price, then bribe us to endorse your words. So, you're saying that you're treating this glorious hall? Alcius' voice suddenly rose, and his face was filled with anger. Is this a market where lowly people shout and bargain? Do not tarnish our dignity, your grace. Letko coldly watched the conversation between the few people and did not speak. Lampard's expression darkened. He lowered his head slightly and exhaled slowly. So, you don't accept this price? His voice was a little low. The same thing happened once before. 300 years ago, if it weren't for Chara's regency, the Waltons would have lost their rule over Dragoncloud City because their suzerain died. In other words, this is a once-in-300 years opportunity for you. Hearing this, Rockney could not take it anymore. He slammed the table and shouted angrily, "This is impossible!" With an offended expression on his face, he shouted angrily, "You want us to abandon ourselves, to collude with the Kingslayer, to cover up and tolerate the evil that should have been committed by you, the evil consequences that you left behind. You're insulting us and Extet." Trentida laughed. Divide Dragoncloud City? God, I can't believe I'll actually hear this in my lifetime, on the day the old king passes away, he said gloomily, his beady eyes darting back and forth. But this cannot be a reason for us to clean up your mess. Archduke Trentida retracted his gaze from Lampard and said with a smile, "It's also not a good way to bargain." Lampard looked back at the Archduke of Reformation Tower. His expression changed. Is that so? Trentida, no matter how much you explore the Sighing Mountains, the barren Reformation Tower will always lack a new piece of arable land. Lampard turned to face Trentida. His words made the latter slightly startled. But if you have 2 or even 3 counties southeast of Dragoncloud City, you won't have to feign civility with those mountain barbarians anymore. You won't have to worry about the food shortage every day before the bitter cold winter. Trentida narrowed his eyes. Are you talking about the 2 enclaves that don't border my land? The cunning Archduke sneered faintly. Who will benefit more? Lampard curled up the corner of his lips. Since you said so, the Archduke of Black Sand region said something chilling. Pofrid of Beacon Illumination City has just passed away, and his territory is too close to Dragoncloud City. The 4 archdukes' gazes flickered again. I thought that his young brother wasn't strong enough to take on such a big responsibility. Lampard concluded coldly. This will also solve the predicament of Reformation Tower. Of course, in this case, the division of Dragoncloud City's ownership will be different. The City of Faraway Prayers and Prestige Orchid region will both get a bigger share. Trentida was stunned. He stared at Lampard in a daze, as though he was seeing him for the first time. When Archduke Rockney heard this, he cursed with a terrifying expression, "Damn it!" Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk Archduke Letko tapped his fingers on the table. His gaze was subtle. From young Chapman, who used to follow behind his elder brother in a daze, to the infamous Archduke of Black Sand region today. His voice was drawn out and steady. I've really underestimated you in the past. It seems like there's a reason why the old man chose you instead of the popular herald. Lampard's pupils constricted slightly. The scene from 12 years ago appeared before his eyes again. Harold. His elder brother. His destined lord. He seemed to see the man lying on the ground, coughing up blood in pain while smiling at his tearful and wailing self. Chapman. Remember. We will never give in. Lampard's gaze froze in the air. The bald old Archduke sighed. How ambitious! You want to swallow up the two most central archduchy territories in the country? My ambition? No, Lampard said quietly. You can't bear my ambition. Trent Ida rolled his eyes. You speak as though the nobles and other archdukes in these fiefs are dead. The Archduke of Reformation Tower seemed to be mocking him. Elifure City must be very unhappy. Beacon Illumination City is closer to that goatee, isn't it? Lampard brought his attention back to reality. It's Archduke Drosset's loss that he didn't come, Chapman Lampard said seriously, as though he was seriously discussing, but if you're worried, we can also negotiate with him. We can all achieve a good result. Trent Ida chuckled. His intentions were hard to decipher. Clap, clap. Alcius clapped his hands twice. That's enough, the bearded Archduke said coldly. Do you still remember who you are? Lampard's gaze flickered. I know that Prestige Orchid region does not lack land, and the Alcius family's reputation in the Northlanders' hearts is not to be underestimated. The Archduke of Black Sand region nodded and said to Alcius, but if you accept this condition, you won't have to be careful between the king's urgent orders and Constellation's roaming sentries because of Pine Forest's border defense. And you, the upright and plain-spoken Rockney. Lampard looked at the long-haired visitor from the city of Faraway Prayers. With these new citizens, the city of Faraway Prayers will have the best source of recruits in the world. 80% of the people will be able to fully equip themselves. This way, when you face the turmoil in the desert and the Golden Passage again, you will be full of confidence. At least, you won't have to be so nervous, as if you're facing a great enemy. Rockney did not say a word. He only stared at him coldly. As for Defense City, Lampard turned to Letgo, whose face was deeply wrinkled. The rich mines in the north of Dragon Cloud City. Why not add a large piece of territory with rich crystal drop mineral deposits for no reason? The next time Archduke Shustel or the new king forces you to mobilize the entire territory and fill up the glacier defense line, you can throw a bunch of gold coins at them to shut them up. Archduke Letgo did not comment. Enough. Archduke Alcius interrupted Lampard's one-man show. He shook his head. Don't test our patience. We're not here to chat and boast with you. You should be glad that we're still willing to listen to your nonsense here, Rockney added rudely. But you still don't seem to understand the situation you're facing, the long-haired Archduke said angrily. You're our biggest problem. The regicide Chapman? Or at least the Chapman who's suspected of committing regicide. Lampard frowned slightly. He glanced at the expressions of the other three archdukes. None of them objected to Rockney's words, not even the stingiest, and calculative Trent Ida. Lampard sighed secretly in his heart. You just can't understand, can you? He closed his eyes, raised his right hand, and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. He seemed very tired. Even though I'm so sincere in giving you my proposal? Lampard opened his eyes, raised his eyebrows, and suddenly raised his voice. Even though these conditions are actually beneficial to you? Come on. Alcius interrupted him loudly. The bearded archduke snorted and said, on the morning after the king's death, 5 archdukes coincidentally appeared together and told them, I'm sorry, but Dragon Cloud City is no longer the Walton family's territory, and you now belong to us. From now on, you have to pay us taxes and accept our conscription? Beside him, Trent Ida hummed in agreement. Rockney, on the other hand, hugged his arms tightly, as though he was suppressing his anger. If you didn't treat the 4 of us as fools... Alcius's gaze focused, and he continued. You must have treated the subordinate nobles of Dragon Cloud City as blind, and the citizens of Dragon Cloud City as fools. Lampard stared at him in silence. Even if you look down on those ignorant and boorish commoners, the counts of Dragon Cloud City are not easy to deal with. Archduke Trent Ida, who was watching from the side, sighed. They're Northlanders. They're only loyal to the Waltons. Divide Dragon Cloud City? That's just a joke. The Archduke of Reformation Tower shook his head and spread his hands. Without that family name, we'll never be able to rule this land. Bribing us with a piece of sweet cheese that we can't even eat, to cover up your filthy deeds? Trent Ida rolled his eyes and revealed a smile. You can't convince us on this point. Lampard furrowed his brows tightly. Archduke Rockney, who was in front of him, snorted loudly. And all of Extet. What do you think they'll think of us? Archduke Letko spoke slowly. Occasionally, a bright glint flashed across his eyes. After the 5 archdukes conspired to kill the king, they divided his territory. Letko shook his head and did not continue speaking. Rockney took a step forward. He narrowed his eyes and spoke to Lampard's face in an almost rude manner. Perhaps you can be shameless and kill your kin as well as your king. Lampard's expression changed. And you're even proud of it? But remember, we're Northlanders, Extensions, the Archduke of the City of Faraway Prayers said coldly. We have our own dignity and pride. If you're really for Extet's future, Rockney furrowed his brows as though he was filled with disgust. Stop talking like a Camion. It disgusts me. Lampard closed his eyes. He turned around and took a few steps forward. His chest rose and fell. He was suppressing it. He was suppressing his increasingly impatient anger. Even though he had rehearsed it thousands of times and had some expectations of the Archduke's reactions. But, enough. Lampard opened his eyes abruptly. Archdukes? These short-sighted, stupid vermin behind me. They think they're noble and proud. They're completely unaware of the imminent crisis. They turn a blind eye to the most terrifying threat. They've never realized where the terrifying existence that truly decides their life and death is. One day, Lampard suddenly turned around. His expression was firm and resolute. He seemed to have made a decision. The 4 archdukes could not help but tense up a little. But Lampard did not do anything that would overturn the chessboard. I understand. Within a few seconds he exhaled deeply. His expression became calm again. I understand what you mean. The 4 archdukes exchanged a few glances. First of all, do you think that we can't successfully take down Dragoncloud City without any hidden dangers? Trent Ida snorted. The others did not comment. Secondly, Lampard continued, according to Rockney, as extensions, you have your own creed. Rockney's expression was fierce. He made a biting gesture at Lampard. His eyes were filled with deep disdain. Lampard took a deep breath. His gaze was as firm as steel as he swept his gaze past each of the extension archdukes. At that moment, Lampard remembered what happened 12 years ago. To him at that time. He was still young, but his heart was already dead. He had tasted the vicissitudes of life. The young count who did not know where his future lay. The heir of Black Sand region, this nightmarish title. At that time he was also like this. With great determination, he stood in Constellation's Renaissance Palace, in the Hall of Stars, and faced the hostile gazes of the Constellations. He faced the old Supreme King of Constellation, 80 Jadestar, whose eyes were filled with a meaning that made people feel uneasy. He faced the murderous sword of Reversing Light, the Butcher of Constellation, Horus Jadestar, who was filled with blood debts. He faced the king's eldest son, who sat at the seat below the king. Meteor Jadestar, who always had a smile on his face, spoke in a humble tone and made people unknowingly calm. And Lampard clenched his fists. And the woman who sat beside King 80. That woman. Lampard could not quite remember her face. For some reason, when he thought of that woman, who was steady, magnanimous, and whose expression was as calm as water, Lampard felt the same as he did in the past. He knew that it was nervousness that came from the bottom of his heart. And fear. Lampard exhaled and focused his gaze again. If this is what you are worried about, he said to the 4 archdukes flatly, I can solve it. Chapter 235. The 4 archdukes had different reactions, but one of them set an example. Enough, Alceus rejected him decisively. Let's stop talking about dividing Dragoncloud City. Please let me finish. Lampard lowered his eyelids. Can't you understand human language? Rockney interrupted him coldly. But Lampard's eyes were filled with anger, and he immediately retorted in an even louder and more decisive tone. "I know you have already sent a messenger crow." Lampard roared angrily. "Lispan and his patrol team are rushing over, aren't they?" His words faded away. There was only silence. The four archdukes were stunned. They looked at each other, and their breathing became tense without them realizing it. They seemed worried that Lampard already knew about this news. Lampard took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. "Don't worry." His gaze became indifferent again. "I didn't bring a falcon with me, so I can't intercept your letters." The four archdukes' breathing gradually calmed down. "So, please let me finish. Dragging things out a little, and waiting for them to rush over to help you, is actually more beneficial to you. Hopefully, the setup of the first gatehouse can be dragged out a little longer. At least until I deal with them." Lampard thought in his heart. Rockne narrowed his eyes and turned to the other three archdukes. "Do you want to continue listening to his nonsense?" Trentida shrugged. "Although it's very boring," the Archduke of Reformation Tower whistled and voiced everyone's thoughts. "It's still better than us pointing our swords at each other and spilling our blood in heroic Spirit Palace." Alcia sneered. Lekko's expression remained the same as he gestured for Lampard to continue. No one objected. Lampard nodded. "Walton," he said coldly, "I hold the last daughter of the Walton family in my hands, closer than any other branch of the family." Archduke Lekko narrowed his eyes and shook his head. Ekstedt has never had a precedent of a woman inheriting the archdukedom. She doesn't have to inherit. Lampard's expression turned cold, and he spoke faster. "But she can be used as a temporary chess piece." Trentida raised an eyebrow as if intrigued. "We can promise that the male bloodline she gives birth to after she gets married will become the future Archduke of Dragon Cloud City." Lampard's expression was resolute. He rubbed his fingers together like a knife and swung them fiercely. "This is much more effective and reliable than hastily giving Dragon Cloud City to another family. We can stabilize the power inside and outside Dragon Cloud City. And before that, all of you will jointly manage Dragon Cloud City in the name of assistance." Lampard said calmly. Grand Duke Rockne frowned in disbelief. And then? Archduke Lekko was expressionless. Lampard looked back at them calmly. The next second, the Archduke of Black Sand region parted his lips slightly. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, and his words were as firm as steel. "This is war." Grand Duke Alcius's face twitched. "Ah." Beside him, Trentida waved his hand in displeasure. "Every family will go back to their territories to recruit soldiers and buy horses. Then, when they are unprepared, they will destroy Dragon Cloud City." "Please, if this is your—" Lampard interrupted him. The fearsome Archduke took a step forward and spoke in an explosive manner. Lampard's gaze was cold. "We will unite the entire country and send troops south." Archduke Rockne clenched his fists. "What?" The four archdukes stared at Lampard with solemn expressions. The latter revealed a ferocious expression. Like a ferocious, man-eating beast before it hunted its prey. "We will wage war against Constellation." He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "For the late King Nuven, revenge." In another corner of Dragon Cloud City, Thales and Putre were squeezed in a narrow carriage. In front of them, Nicholas, who had his makeup on, sat in the driver's seat, leaving them with only the back view of his coarse linen coat. Thales hid in a gap between a cart of firewood. He was restless. He furrowed his brows tightly and thought hard. Chapman Lampard. The four archdukes. King Nuven. Between them, how should we break this stalemate? Putre and Thales were separated by 2 bundles of firewood when they saw the latter's expression. The vice diplomat of Constellation sighed softly. The carriage drove over a low ridge and shook with a bang. At that moment, Thales only felt his vision shake. Then, a familiar feeling assaulted him. The prince subconsciously touched his forehead. His vision was starting to blur again. He was in a bright room. 3 or 4 young people were sitting around a middle-aged man with computers in their hands, looking at the projection on the wall. Since you chose this course, you must have the most basic understanding of social networks, such as nodes, edges, exit, entry, and even concepts such as two-mode networks and structural equivalence. Now, I want you to imagine a network diagram. Let's use human networks. It's easier to understand the relationship between people instead of a geometric diagram. A, B, and C are three people. Let's assume that they know each other in pairs. Alright, draw 3 points and connect them with edges. We get the simplest triangular social network diagram. 3 points and 3 edges. You can use your own methods to analyze this network. Let's add a plus and minus sign to this simple network, to these lines that only have numbers. The relationship between A and B is very poor, and the line between them is assigned a -1. The relationship between B and C is very good, and the line between them is assigned a +1. Here comes the question, what will be the relationship between A and C? This leads to a new problem, the balance of social networks. The discussion of triangular relationships has been around since Simmel's era. Balance, for example, if your friend hates someone, then as a friend, if you don't hate him, you will be in a very awkward position in this triangular relationship. This triangular relationship may become unbalanced at any time. And in the concept of social networks, how do we show this balance? For an unbalanced human network, how will it change itself to achieve its own stability? The balance of the network. The stability of the relationship? Thales took a deep breath and rubbed his forehead hard, burying this newly acquired memory in the deepest part of his heart. The relationship between Lampard and Neuven is negative. However, the relationship between Neuven and the archdukes is also negative. If this network is to be stable and balanced, then between Lampard and the archdukes, wait. This network is not complete. I missed something. You're very nervous, aren't you? Thales, who was rubbing his forehead in deep thought, was shocked. He turned around. Put-Ray stared at him with a worried expression. Sorry, I just didn't rest well. Thales came to his senses and shook his head with a smile. No, Put-Ray interrupted him. It's not just now. The vice diplomat shook his head gently. From the beginning. Thales was slightly stunned. When you're nervous, you talk a lot. Put-Ray exhaled and gritted his teeth, as though he was tormented by his addiction to smoking. I still remember when we first entered Dragon Cloud City, you were also like this. Thales was stunned. Is that so? He said absent-mindedly. Put-Ray nodded silently. Although you appeared to be very confident before, as for the next operation. The skinny vice diplomat sighed. Actually, you are not confident either, are you? Put-Ray's eyes shone with a contemplative light. Thales did not speak. He quietly stared at the firewood in front of him. A few seconds later, the prince lowered his head and sighed. I'm sorry, Thales said a little dejectedly. I don't know if we can succeed. Put-Ray stared at him quietly. At this moment, Nicholas, who was in front, turned his head around. His eyes were like stars. We are Northlanders, he said coldly. Northlanders don't ask if we can do it. We only ask if we can do it or not. Put-Ray snorted. Thales' heart skipped a beat. He took a deep breath and braced himself. We've arrived. Feeling the carriage stop, Thales raised his eyebrows. Of course. Nicholas knocked on the carriage with a calm expression. They've already gone ahead to scout the way. Thales exhaled. I thought it would take more time from finding the place to starting the operation. The prince said quietly, After all, we can't be seen in public. This is Dragon Cloud City. Nicholas interrupted him. His skin, which was tanned because of the oil, trembled slightly. No one is more familiar with the people we're looking for than us. Also, both the real patrol team and the imposters from Black Sand region seem to be missing. Nicholas narrowed his eyes. At this moment, a white blade guard in disguise moved to the driver's seat and gestured to Nicholas. Nicholas responded with a thumbs up. We can go in now. Nicholas shook off the reins and jumped off the carriage. He turned around and said to them, They've scouted the way. We'll go in directly. Thales was slightly shocked. Go in directly? The prince widened his eyes. Aren't we going to sneak in? Won't we alert too many people? Shut your mouth, Nicholas said scornfully. We're sneaking in. Put-Ray pushed aside 2 bundles of firewood and jumped off the carriage first. Then, he extended his hand and took the second prince down. Thales felt a little more at ease when his feet touched the ground. This was a rather remote house. It looked very big, but its outer walls were very simple. No one knew which region it was located in. However, the owner of this place obviously did not want to be too high-profile. He did not even have a Northlander neighbor around. They stood beside a small side door. There were 2 people guarding the door, Willow and Genid. Good luck, Your Highness. Genid met the prince's inquiring gaze and gave a simple reply. We will keep watch for you. Put-Ray nodded at them, turned around, and said in a low voice, We should hurry up. Nicholas gestured with his chin at him and took the lead to walk through the side door. Go directly through the door? Thales followed Nicholas into the small side door and walked into a seemingly desolate backyard. He could not help but frown. Won't we be discovered? What if we're exposed? You know, we're in a dangerous situation. We need to keep a low profile. It's best if we climb over the wall or walk on the roof and sneak in quietly. His words came to an abrupt halt. Thales stopped moving his lips. He stared at the snow-covered courtyard with a horrified expression. Sneak in, he repeated subconsciously. Almost all of the White Blade guards were standing in the courtyard. Even Cohen and Miranda were among them. The police officer even bared his white teeth at him. Thales inhaled and lowered his head. Around him, there were many people lying on the ground in a disorderly manner. There were corpses lying in pools of blood. There were also people who were unconscious or in shock. There were also pitiful people with bloody noses and swollen faces. They were tied up and had rags stuffed in their mouths. There was also a knife on their necks. Next to them was a fierce-looking Northlander or Constellation. Thales stared at the scene in a daze. He was speechless for a long time. What a low-profile sneak. Put-Ray heaved a long sigh. The Star Killer gave Merc, who was the leader, a thumbs up. Thales turned his head away from the corpses and cast a dissatisfied glance at Nicholas. All right, as long as no one knows that we've sneaked in. Nicholas raised his eyebrows and extended his palm towards the bloody mess on the ground. He nodded complacently. This is the most successful sneak in. This sentence. In those few seconds, Thales' eyebrows changed into various shapes. He took a deep breath and turned to Nicholas. With a serious expression, he asked tentatively in a low voice, Everything is empty? Nicholas was slightly stunned and had a puzzled expression. Thales clicked his tongue and retracted his head. He shrugged as if nothing had happened. Nothing. Nicholas had a baffled expression on his face. Thales shook his head and chased away unnecessary thoughts. He looked at the corpses on the ground around him and resisted the urge to grumble in his heart. I'll lose the synchronization if I do this. The next second, he followed Nicholas out of the courtyard and into the house. This is your plan. Have you thought about what to do? The Star Killer asked faintly. Of course. Thales stepped over a threshold and took a deep breath. I'll act according to the situation. Then, Thales raised his head and shifted his gaze to the 2 men behind an ornate desk. One of them was Raphael. The young man from the kingdom's secret intelligence department was leaning against the wall calmly. His left hand was extended horizontally, and he was holding his saber. The tip of the sword was placed horizontally against the throat of the other middle-aged man. The middle-aged man furrowed his brows tightly, but he was still calm and composed. Sir, I don't know how you found this place, but I'll assume that you already know who I am and my value. The middle-aged man opened his mouth, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said to Raphael, who was beside him, Then the problem is simple. No matter what, we will definitely talk about it. Thales took a deep breath. He walked out from behind Nicholas and raised his head to look at the man whose throat was being held by Raphael. The middle-aged noble with a blonde ponytail and dressed in luxurious clothes. Hello, it's an honor to meet you again. Thales tried his best to squeeze out his most hypocritical smile. Your Grace. The moment he said that, even the airs seemed to have fallen silent. The middle-aged man with the blonde ponytail was suddenly shocked when he saw Thales. There was surprise on his face, and his eyes blinked back and forth. He seemed to be in disbelief. Then, the middle-aged man revealed a complicated, subtle, and bitter smile, and slowly exhaled. It's been a long time. From sending someone to ask for help, to suddenly appearing now, Your Highness Thales, who always surprises people. The Marquis of Goodflow City, who belonged to Camus Union, Shiles Bamra, said with a resigned expression as he sat upright behind the desk. Chapter 236. Just as I said, you got what you wanted? Shiles' expression was indifferent, as though he had forgotten about the blade in front of his throat. His gaze swept past Putre, who was beside Thales, and he nodded thoughtfully. Congratulations on being released from prison. And you, Your Excellency, I did not know that you came to visit. Shiles knew that the thin man in front of him was a key figure in the Constellation diplomat group. As long as I talked to him, but Putre did not say a word. His expression was cold, and he only waited quietly for their prince to speak. Thales flashed a smile. That's enough, Your Grace. Stop looking at Putre. I am the one who came to talk business with you today. Shiles paused and stared at Thales in a daze. His gaze kept changing. Even when he first met the prince, he did not have such an expression. Shiles seemed to have recovered his previous demeanor and etiquette after the sudden attack. He cleared his throat and said with a smile, Then, why do you want to put yourself in danger again? He took a deep breath and glanced at the blade in front of his neck. He thought about the current situation, raised his eyebrows, and said with a smile, Although it is not very friendly to say this, but I have a designated contact person. According to the previous plan, once they lose contact with me, their first choice is usually to inform Archduke Lampard. Nicholas frowned. Marquis Bamra of Camus Union turned to Thales. With an earnest and well-intentioned expression, he sighed and said, Look, you are taking a risk. Thales nodded and waved his hand at Nicholas, signaling him to step back. So, I am taking the risk of exposing myself to come here to look for you. Just like a few hours ago, when you took the risk to personally fetch me. Thales' gaze sharpened. Thales' gaze froze. The Camion showed a helpless expression. I understand your feelings. This is a sad diplomatic journey. Shiles sighed helplessly. You finally escaped from a disaster, and you are depressed. You want to get some interest back? No. Thales interrupted him. My time is limited, the second prince said faintly, so I will make it short. Shiles was slightly stunned. The second prince took a step forward and climbed onto a stool in front of the desk. He tried to make his line of sight level with Shiles, who was being held hostage. Firstly, when you came to pick me up, you told me that if I gave up on returning to Heroic Spirit Palace, you could send me out of the city quietly, or even back to Constellation. Shiles rolled his eyes and smiled politely. That was a decision you made behind Lampard's back, Thales said in a low voice. So, you're Lampard's partner, but you're not his subordinate. You don't have to listen to his orders, nor do you have to be loyal to him. The corners of Thales' lips curled up. Otherwise, why didn't he send his elite soldiers to protect you? Marquis Shiles nodded with a friendly expression. He seemed to be very polite. I understand. You want me to betray my relationship with Archduke Lampard? Help you instead? The Marquis thought for a moment and said calmly, This is not a small request. If he finds out, Thales shook his head. Your contract with Lampard has been completed. The prince stared at his face seriously. King Neuven is dead, the spirit of the contract, remember? The Marquis' gaze flickered slightly. I want to make a business deal with you, Your Grace, the prince said softly. Business is naturally a win-win situation. The gains will definitely exceed the costs. As soon as he said this, the room fell silent for a moment. Shiles curled up the corners of his lips and his eyes shone. Business. He pondered for a few seconds and then raised his head. Ignoring the fact that he was being held hostage, he smiled brightly. What do you want? Thales also smiled. I need information. Information? Shiles nodded and seemed to be deep in thought. Since it's a business deal, what do you intend to use in exchange? Information. Exchange. Thales inhaled and suddenly remembered Covendier's Vine Manor and that bloody night. It was not a long time ago, but it felt like a long time ago. He snapped out of his daze and smiled at Shiles, who was behaving appropriately. Don't worry, my price is very fair. You'll definitely profit. Shiles lowered his head slightly and his eyes shone. I look forward to it. Thales' expression became solemn as he said solemnly, I will use an even more important piece of information in exchange for your information. Shiles blinked. So it's, in the next second? Thales exhaled and inexplicably thought of the butler of the Blood Clan's opponent, the old man named Chris. Then he looked straight into Shiles' eyes. My information is that your life is in our hands. The prince smiled and said, Is this information sufficient? Shiles' expression froze. 1 second. 2 seconds. Shiles exhaled and shrugged. I thought you really wanted to do business with me, not? Think about it again. Thales' smile remained. This business deal is very profitable. Shiles sighed softly, but his words did not yield an inch. That's not how business is done. The Marquis narrowed his eyes, seemingly not worried at all. You've already provoked Extet and can't even protect yourself. Camus Union is very willing to lend a helping hand, such as quietly sending you out of the country, just like what we said before. Thales' expression turned cold. King Nuven is dead, he said coldly. These people who swore to protect him had no choice but to suffer the humiliation of the White Blade. As an accomplice, shouldn't you bear some responsibility? Shiles' words came to a halt. He looked at Thales with a face full of suspicion. These people? The Marquis narrowed his eyes. The humiliation of the White Blade? Nicholas took a step forward coldly. You don't seem to have realized your situation, the Star Killer said coldly, my dear Camian friend. Shiles heard this voice. He was slightly startled at first, then he carefully sized up Nicholas, who had put on makeup. A few seconds later, the Marquis' expression became extremely unpleasant. He recognized this unnaturally tan man. Ah, Lord Nicholas. Shiles' face twitched awkwardly. His expression was interesting and painful. You're actually still alive? Nicholas finished his sentence in disdain. Shiles' expression froze. He stuttered, this is another surprise, yes. Nicholas sneered. His eyes were filled with hatred and anger. King Nuven. Before Nicholas could finish speaking in the next moment, Shiles' expression changed at lightning speed. I've reconsidered, Your Highness. The Marquis turned his head and looked at Thales seriously and sternly. This is indeed a good business, Shiles said seriously, enunciating each word. What information do you want to know about Lampard? His words were fluent and smooth. His tone was sincere and warm. His emotions were genuine and natural. I will do my best to answer your questions. Beside him, Raphael smiled. Nicholas exhaled in dissatisfaction. Thales sighed and looked at Putre. The latter gave him a look of affirmation. The prince turned to the Marquis, who had a high level of awareness, and nodded at Raphael. Raphael lowered his sword. The Marquis breathed a sigh of relief. You once said that Lampard has a unique vision and bearing. Thales frowned. And Lampard also said that he wants to save Extet. The prince raised his head. His gaze was solemn. Why do you say that? Shiles raised his eyebrows. My God. I thought he was going to ask for some evidence of Lampard's regicide, or some key figures. But this question, you won't understand. Shiles shook his head and sighed. Many people treat this as nonsense. In fact, I'm still confused about it. Thales narrowed his eyes. Tell me, see if I can understand, the Prince of Constellation said calmly. Why, and on what basis does Lampard want to save Extet? The Marquis of Camus Union stared at Thales. Emotions surged in his eyes. A few seconds later, Shiles chuckled softly. He said softly, because to him, Lampard sees a real threat and danger. In the room, be it Raphael, Putre, or Nicholas, all of them were slightly startled. Only one person did not react. A real threat? Thales asked in return without changing his expression. Yes, an unprecedented and irresistible threat. Xianxia seemed to be throwing caution to the wind. He raised his eyebrows. He did not expect the people in the room to understand. A threat that can defeat and destroy all of Extet. The other archdukes did not notice anything, or perhaps they did not want to notice. Only Chapman Lampard saw it, and before the threat really struck, he decisively made a choice and took action. Thales gently clasped his hands together. It's getting closer. Now, to face this terrifying threat, Thales said softly, repeatedly as if he was afraid of waking something up, he had to unite all the forces in Extet, didn't he? For example, the 4 archdukes in Heroic Spirit Palace? For example, Dragon Cloud City? Thales raised his gaze. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. Because this is not a terrifying threat that any one of them can resist alone. It is unprecedented, and will even change our history forever. At that moment, Xianxia was completely stunned. It was as if he was meeting the prince for the first time. Could it be that you have already guessed it? Xianxia murmured, but Thales interrupted him coldly, it's just a guess. I still need you to confirm it with your own mouth. The prince clenched his fists and recalled everything little rascal told him. Mindy's the third. The 100-year-ago game. The foundation of all ages. Thales narrowed his eyes and asked one last question, that huge threat. What is it? Xianxia seemed to have recovered from his surprise towards Thales. He exhaled a long breath and frowned. A few seconds later, Xianxia's frown relaxed. He smiled. Honorable Prince Thales, you have actually thought it through. Xianxia shook his head slowly and said with a smile, all this while, what has Chapman Lampard done been for? Thales' gaze became more and more solemn. With a profound expression, Xianxia said faintly, in this world, what kind of existence is it, to be able to intimidate the kingdom of the great dragon, which has unparalleled military power, to threaten the future survival of the strongest country in Western Asia, to inherit the great Northland Way, the Extet kingdom that has been established for more than 600 years, to be pushed to an unprecedented juncture of life and death. Chapter 237. The atmosphere of the negotiation in the Hall of Heroes began to become subtle. A war of vengeance? Sitting at the long table, Archduke Letko's gaze focused slightly. The joints in his crossed hands twitched slightly. So, this is why you spread the rumor before the Constellation diplomat group's arrival and tried your best to exaggerate the discord between King Nuven and the Prince of Constellation. The corners of Archduke Letko's lips curled up slightly. And why you framed Constellation for the king's death? I'm tired of repeating myself. Lampard glanced at him and said coldly, this is not a rumor. Not entirely. He stared at the 4 archdukes quietly. And then? Trentida flashed an amused smile. Do you think all of Extet will believe you? That you'll be so hot-headed that you'll rush to war regardless of the cost? There's always a price to pay for war. I remember this is the family motto of a certain family in the empire. Archduke Rockney raised his gaze and said slowly, Nanchester, there's always a price to every war. Lampard left Archduke Alcia's side and turned to Trinida and Rockney. His expression was cold and resolute, his tone unquestionable. They will believe me, the Archduke of Black Sand region said decisively. The missing Prince of Constellation is in my hands. There's no harm in letting him remain missing. And I'm still holding the heir of the Arund family in my hands. He's the culprit in the act of assassinating the king. Archduke Alcius thought of that special boy and could not help but be slightly startled. Even the heir of the White Eagle family. The Archduke of Prestige Orchid narrowed his eyes. They're really well prepared. Lampard ignored the faint sarcasm in his words. Even without these chess pieces, The Archduke's cold gaze swept across the other Archdukes. As long as we have your endorsement, we can mobilize our troops in the name of the king's vengeance and direct the nation's wrath on Constellation. They're the ones who tore apart the fortress treaty. The four Archdukes did not say anything in tacit understanding. Our army will march south. We will mobilize our most abundant military force since the Battle of Glory. The five of us, Dragon Cloud City and Beacon Illumination City, 7 or even more Archdukes will gather under our banner. Lampard took a step forward and slowly raised his right hand. His voice was deep. And Constellation? Their northern territory is unstable, their fortresses are empty, and their military forces are few. Lampard's gaze became increasingly terrifying, as if he could see the future he had envisioned. The world's most valiant army will advance in the flames of vengeance. Neither the fortresses nor the northern territory will be able to stop them. We will break through like a hot knife through butter. It's not like we can't even dream of a place as strong as Eternal Star City. Archduke Trent Ida coughed softly. What does this have to do with taking down Dragon Cloud City? Lampard turned around. War will change everything, he said faintly. His tone was so cold that even the four Archdukes, who held high positions all year round, could not help but shiver, including the vassals under the banner of the Walton family. Upon hearing this, Archduke Alcius sighed softly. Chapman Lampard clenched his fists. If we want to avenge His Grace, Dragon Cloud City and Beacon Illumination City must be the main forces of the Southern Punitive Expedition. He slowly turned around and faced the empty gun rack on the fireplace. An indescribable emotion burned in his eyes. We are the leaders of the Allied army. The stubborn nobles of Dragon Cloud City and Beacon Illumination City will only decline or even be obliterated along with their armies in the war. The Walton family's bargaining chip will then be completely lost. Archduke Rockne furrowed his brows fiercely. When we return in triumph with the prestige and spoils of war we lost 12 years ago, Lampard said coldly, they will no longer be a problem. At that time, who would dare, who would be able, and who would dare to point fingers at Dragon Cloud City and Beacon Illumination City, which are jointly ruled by all of you? Even Prime Minister Leespan would not be able to object. He would no longer be a prime minister by then. When everyone accepts this situation in silence, and when that Walton's orphan daughter dies young, no one will remember the Walton family except for historians. Lampard turned around abruptly. His tone was resolute and decisive. The joint ruling pledge is still valid, but the signatories have become the 8 Archdukes. Just like the 11 signatures on the joint ruling pledge, the signatures of Tan En and the other famous families are still there, but they have disappeared into history forever. But Ekstedt can only become stronger. The hall fell silent. Lampard quietly waited for the Archduke's reply. He knew that this was a good sign. The Archdukes knew that his plan was feasible. But, you know, this proposal is very interesting. Trent Ida shook his head. Archduke Rockne interrupted him in annoyance. You are talking about abolishing a piece of sacred territory that has existed since the founding of Ekstedt. It is Riker's fief. Then talk to that female dragon, Lampard retorted coldly. Maybe she will fly down and fight for the Walton family. Anger immediately appeared on Rockne's face. Watch your words, Chapman. Archduke Letko frowned. That honorable lady just arrived last night. Lampard's expression changed. Honorable lady? He said mockingly. Archduke Lampard pointed outside the window. His gaze was cold. Apart from the mascot on that flag, that dragon has been nothing to us for 600 years. Its mission is nothing but to guard against the return of the calamity. It doesn't care about Ekstedt's survival at all. The 4 Archdukes' expressions became very unpleasant. Let's get back to the main topic. Trent Ida coughed and exhaled. I have to say, this is a bold arrangement and a rather ambitious plan. But we can completely abandon you and do it ourselves. He flashed a smile again. Maybe we can even take the ownerless Black Sand region under our command. Archduke Rockne laughed angrily. Not a bad idea. Give us a reason, Chapman. A reason that we must include you. The Archduke of Reformation Tower whistled. Lampard narrowed his eyes. If you stubbornly push the blame for King Nuven's death on me, the Archduke of Black Sand Region said calmly, you will lose the excuse to attack Constellation, the right to gather the entire country, the geographical advantage to go south to Constellation through Black Sand Region, the chance to cleanse Dragon Cloud City with war, the chance to expand our territory, and the chance to intimidate those who do not submit. Don't forget, whether it is the Prince of Constellation or the Arund family, they are all in my hands. You will also lose the chance to turn the current chaotic situation into a good one. His voice began to slow down. You will also lose the only chance to lay a plan for your own stability and for Extet's strength. The other archdukes looked at each other. But what about you, Chapman? With a sly smile, Trent Ida tilted his head and stared at Lampard with a subtle expression. You must have a plan, right? I don't believe that you only want us to help you get away with this big game of chess. Lampard furrowed his brows. Let me guess. Trent Ida chuckled. The mockery in his eyes grew stronger. The common elected king? Archduke Rockney snorted softly. But against their expectations, Lampard's brows relaxed. No, he said flatly, completely unbothered. All of you can fight for the position of common elected king. I don't care. Truth be told, I don't care who becomes king at all. The four archdukes were all stunned. Alcius, Rockney, Letko, even if Trent Ida becomes the common elected king, I won't have any objections. Trent Ida snorted softly. Why am I listed after even if? Lampard looked at his expression and shook his head slightly in his heart. As long as all of you agree to send troops and win this war for Extet, I can pay a price you can't even imagine. I can even give up on Black Sand Region, the Archduke of Black Sand Region said softly. Alcius and Trent Ida, if you're still worried, take it and divide it equally, if this can strengthen your resolve. Once he said this, the hall was silent for a whole 5 seconds. What? Prestige Orchid Region's Alcius said in disbelief. You want to give up on Black Sand Region? Trent Ida seemed to have even forgotten to smile. He only furrowed his brows and fixed his gaze on Lampard. It can't be. This family-killing beast in front of me is the only one who cares about the Archduke of Black Sand Region? I only have one condition, the Archduke of Black Sand Region said resolutely and firmly. After we win the war, I only want the Northern Territory, and even the land around Cold Castle. Defend the southern border for Extet. I won't disturb all of you anymore. All the archdukes were stunned. After a long while, I don't understand. Archduke Letko exhaled deeply and sighed. What kind of suzerain would give up his family's heirloom? Of course you don't understand. Lampard said quietly. As long as one of them understands, what do you say? Everyone? Lampard said faintly, ensuring that Extet returns to stability, freeing itself from the shackles of royal authority, and even strengthening itself, and even the chance to conquer Constellation. His eyes burned with the flames of ambition. It's right before our eyes. Lampard waited quietly for their responses. The Archduke's expressions began to fluctuate uncontrollably. What do all of you think? Alcius looked at the other 3 archdukes with a worried expression. The archdukes looked at each other. Trent Ida even moved closer to Archduke Letko and whispered in his ear. Alcius' expression kept changing. Archduke Rockney would make a cold jab at him from time to time. Lampard stood quietly at the side and stared at the Cloud Dragon spear flag on the wall. He knew that this might be the final decision. The moment that would decide Extet's future. Finally, a few minutes later, the 4 archdukes nodded at the same time in tacit understanding. They raised their heads in unison and looked at Archduke Lampard with different expressions. Lampard also turned around and stared back at them with a solemn and serious expression. Trent Ida blinked. Alcius smiled faintly and coldly, while Rockney was expressionless. However, Lampard only stared closely at one person, the one with the most seniority. Archduke Letko stared at Lampard quietly. For a few seconds. Finally, a hint of a smile appeared on the old Archduke's stingy face. Not a bad idea, Chapman. It's also a very creative deal. Chapman Lampard also smiled. It was as if he had seen the dust settle and heard the sound of a gavel being struck. Then, with his usual smile, Archduke Lecco spoke softly as he always did. So, we refuse. Lampard's expression froze on his face. Thales stood quietly in Shile's courtyard, deep in thought as he watched the people around him clean up the scene. If the contact Shiles mentioned was real, they must leave this place as soon as possible before Lampard noticed. Do you have an answer? A voice asked. The prince nodded slightly and turned his head back without looking behind him. What about you, Putre? The vice diplomat of Constellation came to stand beside him and frowned as he watched two white blade guards push the bound Shiles onto the carriage. To be honest, Putre sighed, I don't quite understand what Shiles said just now. Why would Lampard think that Eksted's greatest threat is? Thales shook his head. That's not important. The prince's gaze was misty as he spoke calmly. Believe me, Lampard has a very good reason, so good that even the four astute archdukes have no choice but to believe him. Putre furrowed his brows. You know? Not really. Thales shrugged. I just understand it. Then what do you plan to do? Thales raised his head and looked at the Northland sky with a complicated expression. Do you still remember what I said before I left? The prince said faintly, the strongest chess piece in both camps. Putre raised his eyebrows. Chapman Lampard. Putre curled his lips slightly. His tone was a little hesitant, obviously not quite convinced. And, Your Highness? Thales glanced at him. I'm not joking. After hearing what Shiles said just now, I'm even more certain of this. Thales revealed a bitter smile. Lampard is simply too powerful and too terrifying. Putre pursed his lips. Thales lowered his head and said quietly, I've seen the four archdukes, the old-fashioned Alcius, the cunning Trentida, the resolute Rockne, and the old but firm Lecco. When the four of them stand together, it's practically impossible to fight against them. Putre nodded. However, the prince sighed and said, But do you believe they will face Chapman Lampard? You'll only be eaten clean. Not even their bones will be left. Putre revealed a contemplative expression. Putre, Thales said faintly, will you follow me? Putre raised his eyebrows. Are you going to ask again? Really? Thales shrugged. What happens next will be a little crazy. Putre furrowed his brows. Is it what I think it is? Are you going to believe it or not, Putre? Thales sighed and forced a smile. I've thought it through. On that unique battlefield, only I can fight against him. Putre revealed a surprised expression. Know this? The vice diplomat furrowed his brows slightly and asked softly, Why? What are you going to rely on to fight against Lampard? The next second, Thales turned his head and flashed a friendly smile. The prince bared his young teeth at Putre. A cheat. He turned around decisively, leaving behind a bewildered Putre. Thales walked to the side of the carriage and looked at Shiles, who could not move. He smiled softly. Shiles shrugged at him. Thales gestured for Ralph, who was watching over him, to leave. It's not very comfortable, is it? Thales looked at Ralph's back and sighed. Your Grace. Shiles, whose mouth was stuffed with a piece of cloth, blinked at him. He seemed very helpless. Thales nodded solemnly. So, next, I will do something for you, to make up for it. Shiles' eyes were puzzled. The prince's eyes were filled with determination and determination. In the next second, the puzzlement in Shiles' eyes turned into shock. Capture me. Thales' voice rang emotionlessly. Send me to Heroic Spirit Palace. Send me back to Lampard's hands. The next chapter began, revealing the mystery step by step. Chapter 238. Important chapter, please do not be offended. Why is he drunk like this again? In an abandoned house in the 2nd district of the lower city, Quide's assistant, Nal Rick, looked at Quide with disgust. He was holding a bottle of wine and was now a pool of mud. He waved his hand and asked 2 young members of the Brotherhood to help him down. Lock him up for a day. Let him out when he is sober. Since he was drunk like this, it seemed that he did not do anything to the child. Rick, he preferred to be called by his surname instead of his first name, revealed a mysterious smile. Unlike Quide, Nal Rick was an ambitious and capable member of the Brotherhood. Nal Rick's strength had regressed. He was reduced from a thug to a beggar business and was unable to recover from this setback. He had once studied at the Academy of Accountancy in the southern part of the kingdom. If it was not for his father, who was a scribe, committing a crime, Rick would have been an accountant in a certain city or even a certain family. It was not impossible for him to go one step further and become a businessman in a certain industry. When that time came, he could spend money to buy a lordship and enter the first rank of Constellation's upper class. 300 years ago, the Sukater family, which was symbolized by the morning sunflower, was born like this. Were they not now a prominent and influential family in the kingdom? However, even if he was reduced to a gangster and forever cut off from the path of nobility, Rick still believed that he was more qualified to be a person who had the right to speak and make decisions in the Brotherhood than his peers whose brains were filled with muscles and women. When the Brotherhood's business expanded to the southern coast of the kingdom, Rick, who was a thug from the south, was recruited. He used his expertise to plan a few human trafficking chains from the south to the capital and achieved great success. Hence, the higher-ups of the Brotherhood noticed him and promoted him to Eternal Star City, the capital of the kingdom, the heart of Constellation, and the bright Pearl City of the Western continent. They also let him manage the accounts of the Brotherhood's beggars in the capital. Rick knew that although the higher-ups let him be Quide's assistant and manager of the accounts, it was tantamount to entrusting all the beggar businesses in Eternal Star City to him. Look at his superior suite. He was a fearsome thug who used axes and knives to make a name for himself in the 3rd district of the lower city. Now, he was a useless person who only knew how to seek dignity from the beggars. If Quide was not the son of a higher-up in the Brotherhood, he would have been trampled on and drowned in the mud of the slums of Eternal Star City. Moreover, most of the child beggars' losses were caused by him. Of course, it was also because of this that Quide's father gave him a lot of money every month, allowing Rick to profit from it. With such a son, if Quide's father was not a big shot in the arms trade, he would have lost his power in the association long ago. What would happen if a mafia boss lost his power? Rick shook his head and watched Quide leave. As for the business of child beggars, compared to the smuggling of drugs and firearms, compared to the trading of eternal oil and crystal drop ores, or even compared to the collection of black accounts and the management of the streets, they were all inconspicuous and lowly. But Rick believed that this was his chance. The Brotherhood rose quickly, but human trafficking has always been a major source of profit. The Brotherhood's human trafficking chain was complete. From infants to the elderly, from humans to elves, they even dabbled in the intelligent creatures in the faraway Magic Empress territory. But the most important thing was the source of the Brotherhood's own members. Among them, the black-hearted widow, Beth, was in charge of collecting and raising infants. At the same time, a portion of them would be sold. The slightly older ones would be sent to Rick to be beaten into child beggars. The slightly older, teenage child beggars would be sent to Iron Skin, Loke, who was in charge of training thugs, Philander, Felicia, who was in charge of training prostitutes, and other special leaders. They would then be trained to become members of the Brotherhood. So, Rick, who was in charge of the child beggars, believed that he was in the Brotherhood's human trafficking chain. At the same time, he was also the node of the Brotherhood's future blood supply. He was also in charge of the small information network on the streets. Think about it. He was the leader of the Brotherhood when all the new members of the Brotherhood had their first memories. He could see who had a bright future when they were still children, and then he could show them kindness at the right time. In the future, see, that's why Rick, am an ambitious man. Moreover, Rick was very excited when he thought about this. This was Eternal Star City. Constellation was the capital of the second largest kingdom in the Western continent. It was the birthplace of the Blackstreet Brotherhood. Being able to work here meant that the leaders of the Brotherhood would always be able to see you. Being able to see you meant that you would always have the chance to be promoted. Of course, the chances of causing trouble were not small either. Fortunately, Rick put his hands behind his back and looked at the drunken Quide who was walking away. He raised his eyebrows. Fortunately, he had this fellow to bear the brunt of the trouble. Under the moonlight, Rick turned around and continued walking. He looked at the 20 or so abandoned houses in front of him. He knew that there were many child beggars in each abandoned house. These would be the most important seedlings and bargaining chips for him to climb up in the future. For example, Black Thales in the 6th house. 2 years ago, when Beth, who was in charge of the babies, sent him here, she showed a different attitude towards the child. Sure enough, even though the child was only 8 years old, was it 8 or 7, he was clever and cunning. But he was clever and cunning. A week ago, he even came up with the idea of acting and begging. A cute child was beaten up by other big kids and robbed of his money and food. So, when he hid in a corner and cried alone, the ladies passing by couldn't help but give him more compensation. Rick thought to himself, compared to the annoying child beggars who cried themselves hoarse, the gang lacked people who could use their brains. This child would definitely climb higher when he grew up. I should give him a reward so that I can earn Thales' gratitude. Of course, a reward without a contrast will not make people feel grateful. This was the reason why Rick urged Quide to get even with him when the boy who shared the same room with Thales told him that Thales might have hidden some money. Once Quide had beaten Thales to the brink of death, he would step forward to stop him. He would not hesitate to oppose Quide because of this, that trash was only useful. Then, Thales would unconsciously treat him as a backer. Rick didn't care if every child beggar's allowance was paid in full. This was something that only short-sighted people would care about. Compared to a few copper coins of allowance, Rick knew that favors were more important. However, that boy, Thales, was too smart. Rick knew that regardless of whether Thales gave Quide money or not, the latter would torture him to death. If Thales really took out the money, it would be even worse. But obviously, the boy thought of a way to escape. According to common understanding, Quide, who was in high spirits, would meticulously create these disobedient children to entertain himself, regardless of whether they were really disobedient or not. It did not matter. He still had to do what he had to do. Even if the results were not good, he could just find another reason to let Quide beat him up. Rick walked to the 6th house and stepped over the broken door. He saw Thales panting heavily as he lay on the ground in the courtyard, which was overgrown with weeds. Beside him, a few children were applying something on him. Oh my God, a few 7 or 8-year-old children are actually planting dragon leaves in the courtyard. Usually, only experienced gang members and poor people who had lived for many years would know that this kind of wild plant could be used as a convenient, quick, and cheap medicinal herb to treat external injuries. Mr. Rick. Cripple Ryan was the first to notice Rick's arrival. The experience of having one of his legs broken made him more sensitive to the surrounding environment. Quide had been gone for less than an hour. The fear in the courtyard had yet to dissipate. Ned, the boy who snitched on them, still had tear stains on his face. Kellett covered his black face, and the eldest child, Cinti, took a step back in fear. Especially the youngest girl, she was so scared that she screamed. Back then, Beth had instructed that she was a descendant of an aristocrat with heredity. There was a high possibility that she would be a beauty. She should not be spoiled so that Felicia could train her in the future and they could earn a lot of profits. It was a pity that his child beggar would have to be handed over to the society at the age of 10, or at most 12. It would be great if he could keep her until she was 15, and then send her away. Otherwise, she could have been 13. Mr. Rick. Thales interrupted Rick's subtle thoughts. He turned his head with difficulty and grimaced in pain because of the injury on his back. I'm sorry, Thales. Rick sighed and showed a pitiful expression. I couldn't stop him quite. After all, I'm only his assistant. I can't afford to offend his backer. I could only come over quietly after the incident. Under the cautious gazes of the children, Rick squatted down and checked Thales' injuries worriedly. Fortunately, he didn't use too much force today. Otherwise, Mr. Rick, I'm fine. Thales struggled to speak. I'm just sorry. My salary last week was really... Forget about the salary. Rick took the broken bowl from Cinti's hands and poured out the water inside. He plucked a few dragon leaves and picked up a stone to grind. You were sent to me when you were just sensible. In the past few years, I've watched you grow from trembling little fellows to rough children. To me, you're far more important than a few copper coins. Rick's face showed a trace of pain. At your age, you shouldn't be begging on the streets. But this is the rule of the Brotherhood, Mr. Rick. Thales seemed a little touched. He clenched his fists. Come, grind the herbs with a stone. It's more effective than chewing them with your mouth. Rick wiped the herbs in the bowl and personally applied them on Thales. Kellet, who was beside him, bit his lips and whimpered. Thank you, Mr. Rick, Coria said softly. If only you were in charge of us and not Quide. Don't let Quide hear this. Rick smiled helplessly. To be honest, I'm very afraid of him. The children also smiled knowingly. Rick knew that showing common ground and a sense of humor was a good way to make people accept him. Thank you very much, Mr. Rick, Thales said solemnly. He knew that in many people's eyes, he appeared to be more mature, so there was no need to act like a child. Rick nodded. Protect yourself. You're a smart child. I believe you can do it well. I have to pay taxes every month, and I don't have much money. Here are 30 coppers. Go to Grove Pharmacy, the one between downtown and Twilight District, and buy some medicine. This should be enough, if the price of the medicine hasn't gone up. Rick seemed to have suddenly remembered something. He handed the bowl to Ned and took out a purse from his waist and handed it to Cinti, who had a blank look on his face. I have to pay taxes every month, and I don't have much money. Of course, this money is not enough. Rick thought to himself. He went to Grove Pharmacy a week ago, and coincidentally, the price had just increased. So when the children ran out of cash, they would think it was because of the sudden price increase. If they didn't have enough money, what could they do? Of course, they could take it from the money they got from begging. This way, they would definitely not have enough money for next week, and then, be careful when you buy the medicine. Don't let others, especially Quide, know about it, Rick said with a smile and stood up. Of course, Rick thought Quide would definitely know. If they did not buy the medicine, it would be even better. Quide would know that they really hid the money. The corners of Rick's mouth curled up slightly. At that time, he would be able to gain their final loyalty. Mr. Rick. Coria looked at the purse in Cinti's hand and was about to cry. You're really a good person. Ned bit his lip and nodded vigorously. Even the eldest child, Cinti, was a little touched. He touched the purse in his hand and weighed it. Rick sighed, shook his head and waved his hand. No, I should be the one apologizing. This is all I can do for you. Mr. Rick. Thales lay on the ground, but he looked at Rick with a hesitant expression. I don't know. Rick raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? I heard that when we grow up, we will be sent to another place for training. Thales asked carefully, as if he was afraid of offending Rick. Then, after we receive training, can we work under you? Hearing this, Kellet, Ned, and Coria also looked at Rick with hope. Rick snapped his fingers in his heart. It was faster than expected. How about this? Rick smiled. Don't judge me by my current appearance. In the Brotherhood, I am a man with ideals. Rick bent down with a smile and stroked Thales' head, making him seem even more amiable. The boys under me will be the best and strongest in the entire Brotherhood. This is the truth, Rick thought. So, if you want to be my subordinates, you have to work hard. The children nodded in unison, full of hope. Thales was no exception. I'm leaving, Thales and the children. Rick turned around and tilted his head to reveal the side of his face. Next time you encounter something like this, come and tell me in secret. Even though I can't stop him directly, I can still create some trouble and prevent him from getting close to you. After saying that, Rick revealed his white teeth. Under the moonlight, he left the courtyard of the sixth house without looking back. Mr. Rick is such a good person. The tears on Ned's face dried up. Unlike that bad quide. Coria nodded. Her eyes were full of joy, as if she had eaten candy. But the cripple Ryan, who had been in a state of shock, hesitated and said, I always feel that Mr. Rick scares me more than quide. That's why you're a coward. Coward Ryan, how can you get money like this? Thales was the only one whose gaze gradually became calm after Rick left. When he saw Sinti counting the 30 coppers in his coin pouch one by one, Thales exhaled slightly. His back was still in pain. He knew that regular medicine for external injuries would be better for his injury. However, Thales had just gone to Grove Pharmacy yesterday morning and took the typhoid medicine from Yanni's hands at the back door. He heard her complain that her stingy boss had increased the price of the medicine. Even the medicine for external injuries had been increased to 35 coppers, which was exactly 5 coppers more than what Rick had given her. However, he also found out a key point from Jayla, the daughter of the owner of Sunset Pub. Rick was in charge of Quide's exorbitant expenses in the pub. But I have to hand it in every month. I don't have much money myself. Rick's words echoed in the prince's ears. He could not help but look at the pouch of coppers beside his hand. The child beggars had already forgotten their fear and were playing with each other. Thales was the only one who furrowed his eyebrows and turned his head around with great difficulty. He cast a glance at his scarred back, sighed, and let his head fall heavily. This damned world. Rick walked to the 10th house and thought about how there was an 8-year-old child named Karak here. He was a young and ruthless character. Just as he was about to teach him a lesson and recruit him, he suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. This was his innate psionic ability. When it was absolutely calm, he would feel a chill on the back of his neck if a living creature approached him within a 5-meter radius. That was it. However, he was not a warrior. Even if he was, his psionic ability was not worth mentioning when compared to the kingdom's various psionic troops, the valiant swordsmen of eradication, knights, and even the mysterious mystics. Even the interns in the temples could press him to the ground and beat him up. However, Rick felt that one day, this psionic ability would save his life. Like now. Rick quickly turned around and scanned his surroundings under the moonlight. At the same time, he put his left hand into his pocket and held the small but deadly miniature retractable crossbow. The bright moonlight. The empty street. There was no cover. But there was no one. Rick took a deep breath and kept himself absolutely calm. He felt the chill on the back of his neck. Could it be that a rat had crawled in the sewer under his feet? Rick turned in 3 different directions and sprinted for a while. However, the lingering chill on the back of his neck made him get rid of this conjecture. Which rat would be directly under him, following him in 3 different directions for 20 meters? Rick became more and more frightened. He should not have come out alone, even if this was the abandoned houses and the Brotherhood's territory. He should have brought 20 thugs with him, each with a mystic gun, no matter how heavy that damn thing was. Just like the Brotherhood's boss in charge of the drug trade, Raisin Fisso, there were 30 people following him everywhere he went. If he had enough money, he should have hired 2 swordsmen of eradication, a psionic warrior, or even a mystic. Forget it. Mystics are too scary. And Rick, you have to calm down. He told himself, you are the man who will be in charge of the entire Eternal Star City, and even the underworld of Constellation. Calm down, you must calm down. He forced himself to be calm and turned around. He walked back the way he came, as if he was just jogging. Did I offend someone? Does someone want my life? Is there anything worth noticing in this street? He walked a few hundred meters. Under the moonlight, there was no one around him. However, the chill on the back of his neck was still there. He forced himself to be calm and turned around. He walked back the way he came, as if he was just jogging. Did I offend someone? Does someone want my life? Is there anything worth noticing in this street? He walked a few hundred meters. Under the moonlight, there was no one around him. However, the chill on the back of his neck was still there. Chapter 239. Yes. Lampard nodded thoughtfully. The inextinguishable starlight. What are you trying to say? Archduke Rockney furrowed his brows. The greatest threat to us is Sonia Cecere? But Lampard ignored him. The Archduke of Black Sand Region stared at the table in a daze and continued to speak. Starlight Brigade. They're very young and inexperienced. Even if they have experience fighting against the rebels in the country, they can't even withstand a single blow from our battle-hardened, invincible Northland warriors. Archduke Letko's expression changed and he sank into deep thought. On the road from the Northern Territory to the Central Territory, we defeated them in our first battle. Lampard took a deep breath. His expression became firm and persistent. Nothing special. It was the same as usual. The light cavalry probed, the archers suppressed, the light infantrymen nipped at the main force, and the heavy cavalry launched a decisive attack. Lampard nodded slowly, but his gaze was extremely complicated. In just one encounter, their main force was defeated. The rest fled in all directions. They didn't even have to use the heavy swordsmen and heavy-armored axemen to fight head-on battles. It was a piece of cake, just like all the previous enemies. Lampard raised his fists and punched the eye of his left forcefully with his right fist, like a craftsman hammering a drill. You gathered the best and toughest warriors and destroyed their strongest parts with a thunderous blow. Then, you waited for the rest to flee, scatter, cry, surrender, and never rise again. They weren't even as strong as the private armies of the local suzerains in the Northern Territory. At least they were Northlanders. Archduke Rockney revealed a strange expression. So, he was sensitive enough to notice that Archduke Alcius and Archduke Trentida, who had personally experienced it, did not speak. They only looked solemn. And even a little respectful? So, that was Starlight Brigade, Archduke Letko answered him. The old Archduke heaved a long sigh. At that time, no one paid any attention to them. The bald Archduke of Defense City shook his head. Until a few days later. Rockney frowned slightly. Lampard took over the conversation. A few days later, the group of child soldiers who should have thrown away their helmets and armor, fled in all directions, and lost their souls. Archduke Lampard sat in his chair and narrowed his eyes. They came back. Ronnie was slightly stunned. When we were about to take down Ice River City, he stood before us once again, Lampard said calmly. It was as if he was looking at the scene from more than a decade ago from afar. Even though their numbers are small, they are organized, and in formation. It's as if they've just been recruited, Lampard continued. His tone was erratic and his eyes were misty. They rearranged their formation just like that, and just when we were about to win the siege, they decisively ambushed our rear. Just like the rekindled ashes. No. Archduke Letko closed his eyes and shook his head. It's not dead ashes, it's inextinguishable starlight. Archduke Rockney's suspicions deepened. But we still defeated them. Archduke Letko suddenly opened his eyes. Lampard looked at him. Yes, sir. The Archduke of Black Sand Region nodded slowly. But this time, we sent the light cavalry to chase after them. We want to exterminate them. We lost nearly 10% of the light cavalry. Letko sighed. I remember. I was the one who deployed the light cavalry. And then, Lampard's expression was indecipherable. He answered his own question, again. Rockney raised his eyebrows. Again? Again. Lampard's voice rang decisively, like the clashing of metal. The scattered Starlight Brigade regrouped under the war flag in just a few days. They attacked us again along the banks of Shepherd's River. Archduke Rockney's expression finally changed. The Archduke of the City of Faraway Prayers said in shock, How did they regroup? What about morale? Can the supplies and logistics keep up? Lampard shook his head. We repeated this game a few times. Lampard's tone was a little tired. But no matter how many times we defeated them, as long as we didn't completely annihilate them, their scattered remnants would always miraculously regroup. I don't know how they handled logistics on that damn battlefield, But at least the eyes of those child soldiers were very decisive. Then, when we were besieging a city, raiding a land, resting for supplies, or changing troops, they would appear like ghosts beside or behind us and strike a cold blow. Archduke Letko's expression darkened. The inextinguishable starlight. This is the name our people gave them. Lampard snorted softly. The Archduke of Black Sand region asked softly, "What all of us can't figure out is how such a young and ordinary army can regroup without any hindrance after experiencing such crushing defeats and collapses every time. What we can't figure out is how such a young and ordinary army can regroup without any hindrance." No one answered. Archduke Xianxia furrowed his brows and looked at the others. The Starlight War God was a good leader. He trained his army very well. "This is an honor that belongs to him," Xianxia said firmly. "A great opponent. Even though he's dead, his soul lives on forever." Lampard's laughter cut in at an inopportune moment. Really? Just because John Jadestar was a great military strategist, the civilian soldiers under him could all become warriors with outstanding qualities? Lampard sneered faintly and said in an unfriendly tone, "Then our king, archdukes, nobles, commanders, and even warriors are all useless?" The Archduke's expressions turned cold at the same time. "Be careful with your words, Lampard." Letko narrowed his eyes. But Lampard ignored them. "Why is it like this? An army that is isolated, without reinforcements, and can't fight us head-on is actually an inextinguishable army?" Lampard's expression was firm. "We are confused, we are curious, we are surprised, because even the Northlanders, who are famous for being good at fighting, can't imagine such a situation." The other archdukes fell into deep thought. Yes, the Northlanders have the strongest physiques among humans, and their spirits are also the most fanatical. Under the same conditions, no one can defeat us head-on on the battlefield. Even the most terrifying and powerful enemy. Lampard said firmly. But his tone immediately changed. "But even for us, the strongest military country in the Western Six Kingdoms, after a great victory, our commander has to spend a day setting up camp and taking inventory. He has to send his trusted nobles and personal guard officers with sabers, swords, spears, axes, or noble warrants to gather and pacify the warriors who are so excited and frenzied that their eyes are bloodshot from killing, their hands are weak, and their pants are loose as they scatter around the battlefield to vent their frustrations. Being able to completely reorganize the army in one day and one night and advance the next day is considered a normal efficiency." Archduke Letko shook his head. "That's not strange," the old Archduke said slowly. "We have been fighting like this for hundreds of years." Lampard turned his head abruptly. His gaze was as sharp as a knife's edge as he stared at the old Archduke. The old Archduke tilted his head slightly at the stare. "But what about when we lose a battle?" Lampard said coldly, "Even the extensions would not be able to reorganize and arrange logistics without a few weeks or even a month's time. Then, when everyone is at a loss, we would not be able to regroup our troops and arrange our logistics properly. Then, we would be able to gather the defeated troops again when everyone is at a loss. It's not like hunting, where you only need to whistle and the stray hounds will run back. As for quickly gathering, reorganizing in a short period of time, deploying manpower, arranging logistics, organizing an army, reorganizing combat power, and marching again?" Lampard crossed his arms and looked at the four archdukes, who had different expressions on their faces. He snorted coldly and said, "In the entire Extet, only the White Blade Guards and the Glacier Sentinels can do it. I suspect that many of the Archduke's personal guards can't do it." He looked at Rockne. "Kulgan, the city of faraway prayers, has seen a lot of blood in the Golden Passage and the Great Desert. Your military power is considered outstanding in Extet." Lampard gestured with his chin. "Can you do it?" Rockne did not speak, but his expression was solemn. The other archdukes did not answer either. Lampard narrowed his eyes. "Have you thought about why?" A few seconds later, Xianxia sighed softly. The Archduke of Prestige Orchid shook his head. They have all the advantages on their own land, whether it's the support of the locals or their familiarity with the terrain, but he was soon rudely interrupted by Lampard. To hell with their own land, the Archduke of Black Sand region said fiercely. Most of those child soldiers were recruited by the starlight god of war from the south and west of Constellation. They are newbies who have not even been here for a year. In comparison, as Northlanders, we are more accustomed to the climate and terrain of Constellation's Northern Territory and Central Territory. Trent Ida snorted softly. Just say it. The Archduke of Reformation Tower curled his lips. What are you hinting at? Lampard's gaze immediately turned to him. Hinting. The Archduke of Black Sand region said coldly, I've looked through the records of the battles against Constellation in the past 300 or 400 years. In the past, in the Great War 100 years ago, the Constellations were like us. After they were defeated, they could not gather again without spending a few months. From their logistics ability to the speed of reorganizing, they were on par with us. Why can he train the Starlight Army when he becomes the Starlight God of War? The four archdukes frowned at the same time. Just get to the point. Don't give me a history lesson. Trent Ida impatiently voiced out everyone's thoughts. We are not idiots. Lampard's gaze sharpened. No, you are not idiots. His expression turned cold. This is something scarier than being an idiot, a smartass. A second later. Which one? Lampard asked softly. The four archdukes were slightly startled. What do you mean which one? Trent Ida asked, puzzled. Lampard leaned forward. Under the light from the brazier, his entire body was like a small mountain on the upper table. He stared at the four archdukes in an oppressive manner. I mean, he narrowed his eyes. The few of you, which king of Constellation in history left the deepest impression on you? The four archdukes stared at each other and exchanged a few puzzled glances. King of Constellation? Impression? The kings of Constellation? There are more than 30 of them. Lampard leaned against the back of his chair again. He extended his right hand and slowly began to count. The king of Renaissance, Tormund I, who fought alone for 10 years and swore to restore his country in a hopeless situation. The Black Eye, John I, who expanded his territory and fought against Nuven I around Overwatch City? Or the Red King, John II, who wiped out the entire Braid Dukedom within a month. The Far Sail, Kessel II, who destroyed Hanbal's fleet in the Second Continental War. The Conqueror of the North, Queen Erica, the only woman to rule Constellation and forcefully seize Cold Castle from Ekstedt? Or the Oathkeeper, Midir IV, who was valiant, kept his promise, and was as close as Chara's brother? Oh, or the King of Eternal Rule, Adi II, who ruled longer than Nuven, had a stable country, and did not cause any trouble except for the last year? Although he did not end well. As Lampard spoke, he observed the Archduke's expressions. But he did not see anything. The Archdukes did not even bother to make small movements on their faces. Lampard sneered mockingly. No? Impossible, right? A few seconds later, he sighed nonchalantly. All right. Lampard narrowed his eyes. The King of Constellation who left the deepest impression on me. The Archdukes narrowed their eyes slightly. Lampard said flatly, Mindy's Jadestar III. Hearing that, Archduke Trentida's expression changed slightly. Could it be that? Lampard nodded slowly. Yes, the Archduke of Black Sand region said flatly, his eyes filled with complicated and incomprehensible emotions. Mindy's III, who experienced the Fourth Continental War 150 years ago. He said softly, that virtuous king. Chapter 240. Him? Mindy's III? Archduke Rockney shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Is he the threat you speak of? A docile king who has been dead for more than 100 years? Lampard stared coldly at Archduke Rockney. His gaze made the latter feel very uncomfortable. Archduke Lekko sat down at the dark brown rectangular table again and deliberately coughed. After a few seconds, Lampard finally turned his head. Most people, including all of you, may think that his achievements are mediocre and even a little cowardly. The Archduke of Black Sand Region snorted softly. Don't worry, I thought so too when I was young. His gaze turned cold. Mindy's Jadestar III. Trinida, who had been staring at Lampard, could not help but be slightly shocked. That gaze, what does it have to do with him? Alcius questioned. Lampard took a deep breath and looked at Alcius. Do you know him? This so-called virtuous king? The Archduke of Black Sand Region asked flatly. The Archdukes frowned almost simultaneously. I heard Scholar Costa mention him a long time ago. Not much. Rockne narrowed his eyes and recalled the days he spent in the study. But I heard that he did not do anything major. Lampard's gaze shifted, and he snorted coldly. Did nothing major? I don't have much of an impression of him. It is said that he used various diplomatic means to delay the Fourth Peninsular War, Rockne replied flatly. A king who does nothing is rare even in Constellation. Lampard's expression did not change. I heard that he was a weak king and compromised with his vassals everywhere. Trent Ida rubbed his chin and seemed to be deep in thought. For example, the so-called High Noble Parliament and the National Conference were all left behind by him. He turned Renaissance Palace into a noisy market, which not only reduced efficiency, but also made it unsightly. That's all? Lampard raised his eyebrows. That's all? He promoted a large number of people to manage his territory, and especially liked to appoint officials from the low-ranking nobles. Archduke Lecco thought about something. He even made detailed regulations for this, which offended many great vassals with hereditary official positions. Alcius frowned and continued, Father used him as an example to warn us to be careful of the merchants. I heard that Mindy's III borrowed money from the merchants to pay for his finances, and even had to issue franchises to top up the debt. Hence, the nobles mocked him behind his back as the merchants' slave king. Lampard heaved a long sigh. Is this your impression of the virtuous king? The archdukes had different reactions. Trent Ida shrugged, Rockne still had a cold expression on his face, and Alcius had a puzzled look on his face. Only Archduke Lecco's murky eyes shone with a strange and unique emotion. Lampard lowered his eyelids as if he was lamenting. Although Lampard felt disdain in his heart, he still said patiently, only professional soldiers who have been preparing for war all year round and have gone through hundreds of battles can gradually get used to it, familiarize themselves with it, and form their own military traditions and rules. For example, the White Blade Guards and the Glacier Sentries. However, the Archduke of Black Sand Region's expression immediately changed. But the Starlight Brigade is also a conscripted army. Rockne's expression froze. But this is how it operates. The efficiency of logistics and transportation is more than twice that of ours. It is easy for them to reorganize their personnel. Military discipline is maintained in an orderly manner. Rewards and punishments are clear and clear. From attacking to retreating, there are clear rules. Lampard swept his gaze over each archduke solemnly. He looked at their faces, which were either filled with disbelief or bewilderment. It is these trivial matters that we have always looked down on. That group of weak, newly recruited child soldiers are doing much better than us. So, even after they are defeated and scattered, they can still follow a set of self-established procedures and habits to immediately connect logistics, regroup, and recover their combat strength in a short period of time. Lampard took a deep breath. His expression was unpleasant. 12 years ago, in the days at the rear, I heard that useless Poffert complain every day about the injustices they suffered. There was anger in the Archduke of Black Sand Region's eyes. Why is it always Beacon Illumination City? That brat only knows how to curse like that. Alcius and Trent Ida looked at each other. They could feel the uneasiness in each other's hearts. Lampard's tone became more and more furious. What he doesn't see is that because of Horus Jadestar's surprise attacks, our entire army of 100,000 is now in a state of emergency. Even the siege of the fortress has to stop. He can't see that after we got rid of the Butcher of Constellation, we spent a lot of time redeploying manpower, arranging routes, gathering provisions, and arduously reorganizing logistics to provide nourishment for the war at the front lines despite the nobles' evasions and perfunctory responses from various forces. He also does not see that at the same time, using the Starlight Brigade in the south as an example, the Constellations, who have fallen into a desperate situation, are still methodically and continuously arranging the army's next supply, the next replenishment, the next resting place, and the next assembly point under high pressure. They quickly and efficiently reassemble the scattered deserters, defeated generals, and stragglers. This is the truth of the inextinguishable starlight. Lampard exhaled fiercely through his nose, as if he wanted to expel all the resentment he had accumulated over the past 12 years. King Nuvan kept complaining that we were a hindrance to his war. Just because of that brat Pofrit's big mouth, Nuvan even ordered his grandfather to abdicate as a punishment. Sometimes I think that perhaps, compared to the enemy, we are indeed a hindrance to him. Letko's expression was solemn. He stared blankly at the square table, deep in thought. If this is what you want to say. Rockne furrowed his brows. The Constellations have a good logistical operation in the army, but it's still far from enough to convince us. Lampard's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. His laughter was filled with disdain, contempt, mockery, and a hint of anger. Lampard slowly stood up from his seat. His figure was projected to the center of the hall, like a glacier bear that had just woken up. Do you think this is all? Your territories are not as close to Constellation as mine. Lampard put his hand on his saber. His gaze was fierce. Do you know what I've seen in the past 10 years? Trent Ida narrowed his eyes. A faint sense of uneasiness rose in his heart. Alcius exhaled deeply. Rockne resisted the urge to interrupt and quietly waited for Lampard to speak. The Archduke of Black Sand Region's expression was ferocious, and his tone was terrifying. The inextinguishable starlight is just a scale of the great dragon, a corner of the light of the galaxy. No one knows when it started. That's how their entire kingdom operates, Li Tianlong said. Archduke Letko stared at Lampard's face and listened to his words. There was an inexplicable fear in his heart. Operated like this? This is that you're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.